Hey guys, I'm Sabine. I grew up in the Arctic. Please make sure you subscribe and give this video a thumbs up. It really helps us out. My last memory of human life was from when I was 10 years old. I remembered my mother carrying me out into this icy landscape. The wind was blasting us with thousands of icy crystals, and I held onto my mother tight. But she let go of me and dropped me on the freezing floor. Mama! My mom turned and ignored me. She disappeared, and that was the only memory I had of her. I didn't even know what her face looked like. The trauma of being abandoned in the Arctic had wasted away what memory I had left. So now all I knew was that my name was Sabine. After she abandoned me, I was devastated. But I decided I wasn't going down without a fight. I was determined to survive. I learned how to make a fire out of sticks in the woods left nearby. I learned how to make an igloo to shield myself from the snowstorms. I lived off seal meat and sometimes even polar bear meat. Life was tough and boring until one fateful day. I was about 16 years old. I had just returned from fishing when I noticed that smoke was coming out of my igloo. I felt my heart skip a beat. I hadn't lit a fire, so why was there any smoke? Was an intruder in my home? I sprinted as fast as I could and barged in, my spear in hand. Get out, you! I froze. It was a guy, and he looked about my age. He was wearing a coat made out of bear fur, and as he looked up at me, I noticed his gorgeous brown eyes. Who are you? I'm Sake, the boy coughed. I'm sorry for barging in. Get out! I didn't really know how to react, but I sure as heck knew I didn't want him staying any longer. I'd lived on my own my whole life. I didn't need someone else bothering me. I'm sorry. I needed some warmth. I don't care! You need to leave! But then I hesitated, because suddenly Sake was leaning to one side and then he collapsed. I just stood there, unsure of what to do. I had an unconscious guy in my igloo. I could leave him outside to die. The polar bears could have him. I could care less. But just as I was about to drag him out, something made me stop. No, this wasn't right. Why do I have to be so righteous? I wrapped Sake in one of my blankets and fed him some soup while he slipped in and out of consciousness. He had a fever. When he finally woke up, he looked much better and healthier. He told me everything about where he'd come from. My uncle and I used to live just over the mountains there. But 2 days ago, he slipped and fell off a ledge. He didn't make it. Oh, I'm so sorry. My uncle told me I had family in England, and we used to have a radio, but that broke down. I was stranded here, and I was never really the best at survival, so I started walking to look for help. Then, I found you. While my mind was still trying to process what an England was and who radio was, I didn't even understand these words or knew what they were. Noises sounded from outside. What is that? Shh! We stayed quiet and listened, and then my blood turned cold. Well, colder. Polar bears. Oh no! You stay here. No, I can help. I didn't wait to hear him out and left the igloo. I was right about the noises. We were surrounded by polar bears. They roared at me fiercely. I started swinging to try and fight them off, but no matter how hard I tried, they were too much for me. I soon became overwhelmed, and one of them lunged for my throat. I closed my eyes, accepting defeat. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, I heard a squeal and all the polar bears scattered. I turned to see Sake standing in front of me, protecting me from the polar bears. Sake? Sake turned and smiled down at me. I realized just how cute he was. Are you okay? Sake helped me up and we stared at each other for a while. I had the sudden urge to hug him or even kiss him. But before anything more could happen, a plane appeared suddenly, flying really low toward us. Sake and I stared in shock. I'd never seen a plane before. I was speechless. Is it a rescue team? Maybe it... But the next words were snatched by the wind of the plane's blades as they came plummeting toward us. We screamed and dove out of the way, just in time. If we dodged a second too late, we would have been minced meat. The plane seemed to lose control and suddenly it crashed into the icy ground. Oh my God! A giant cloud of smoke rose in the air as the plane sat there like broken glass. Sake and I took one look at each other, then we started sprinting towards the plane. We arrived and searched desperately for any survivors. Over here! I followed Sake's voice and found him pulling out a woman. It looked like she was in her 40s. For some reason, I felt like I recognized her, but I shook the thought away quickly and together we dragged her out of danger. We double-checked for more survivors, but it seemed she had been the only one on board. What do we do now? We have to bring her back home. Sake lifted the woman in his arms and we carried her back. For days, the woman remained unconscious, in a coma of some sort. Meanwhile, Sake and I cared for her. One day, I entered the igloo with some wood cut up in a bundle. As I stepped in, I tripped on one of our blankets and went tumbling, but Sake appeared like some kind of prince and caught me before I face-planted. I held on to him and we stared at each other for a while. Our lips were inches apart. I felt myself move closer. Where am I? Ah! We turned to find the woman sitting up in bed, wide-eyed. She looked at us. Where am I? She repeated. I pushed away from Sake and knelt by the woman. You're in the Arctic. The Arctic? Yes. The woman looked at Sake suddenly. Who are you? I'm Sake. The woman looked at me. You're Annika? I was taken aback. How did you know my name? The woman blinked, then suddenly looked away. I heard that guy say your name. Oh. I cleared my throat. Look, you're probably under a lot of shock. You crash-landed in a plane. Do you remember what happened? The woman hesitated. I was flying over towards Greenland. Greenland? It's a country close to here. I'm a journalist, you see. A journalist? Wow. Yeah. What's your name? Mandy Mandy Sandy. Mandy Sandy. Nice name. Mandy soon became a part of the little family we'd built here. Except Sake and I did most of the work. Mandy just sat around like some kind of princess. Mandy, can you help me light the fire? No, I'm so tired from helping out with the fishing. You didn't even do anything. You just sat there and complained. It was very tiring. Why, I oughta... Sake held me back. Don't. Just ignore her. But she's so annoying. I know, but if we want to survive out here, we have to work together. Fine. Sake could be so righteous sometimes. It was so annoyingly adorable. The next day, I had to say goodbye to Sake. He was taking a trip to the eastern end of the valley to look for more food since we were experiencing shortages after Mandy joined us. He would be gone for 2 days. I was dreading it. Just be safe, okay? Sake pulled his bag over his shoulder, smiling his beautiful smile. Of course. Try not to murder Mandy, okay? I'll try. I hesitated, then I hugged him tightly. Before we pulled away, I gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. He smiled and brushed my forehead with a finger. See you soon. I waved goodbye. Where's he going? Mandy must have just woken up. I groaned inwardly. Great. Now I was stuck with Her Majesty Mandy. He'll be back soon. How soon? What did she care? 2 days. I looked at Mandy strangely, then grabbed my own bag. I'm heading to your crash site. I'll be back in a few hours. Why are you going there? Was it just me or did she sound a little panicked? Just looking for supplies. Jeez. What's with all the questions? I said goodbye and took off. For some reason, I felt like Mandy was hiding something from me. Half an hour later, I arrived at the crash site. Plane debris still scattered on the ground. It was so creepy. I started rummaging through anything that looked salvageable when I came upon what looked like a purse. This must be Mandy's. I opened it up and sure enough, it had something that must have been money, credit cards, and an ID. I glanced at the ID, but what I saw made my blood run cold. Instead of the name Mandy Sandy like she told us, the ID said her real name was Mandy Sabine. Sabine! That was my last name! Why did Mandy have the same last name as me? Was that a coincidence? No, it couldn't be. The fact that she lied proved that she was hiding it from me. But why? What? Then it hit me like a ton of bricks. Mandy. I knew I recognized her from somewhere. Mandy was my mom. You shouldn't have come here, Annika. I spun around. Mandy. My mom? She stood there grimly. You're... Go on. Say it. You're my mom. Mandy smiled, but it lacked all warmth. Yep. But I don't understand. Why are you here? Why did you abandon me? Mandy sighed. She turned to me. Because I hated you. I winced. I hated you and I didn't want you. You ruined my life. I could have been a model at Victoria's Secret fashion show. But no, you just had to come along and ruin my body. I worked as a journalist instead. A stupid, boring job. But one day, my work took me over to the Arctic. That's when I saw my chance. I dumped you here like the worthless thing that you are, and I left you. And I don't regret my decision one bit. You're a monster. It's nothing personal, just business. But why are you back here then? If you hate me so much, why did you come back? Mandy rubbed her face. That's the only annoying part of my plan. You survived. You weren't supposed to do that, you know. Now you're all over the news. Some satellite or something spotted you here all on your own. I knew I had to come back and dispose of you before anyone found out what I did. Dispose of me? Oh my God, my mother really was a monster. How could I be related to her? Yep. Sorry, honey. Mandy lifted a spear from behind her back. The world will never know. Suddenly, anger coursed through my veins. How could life be so unfair? No, I won't let you win! I stamped my foot on the ground, but as I did, a crack appeared beneath me. Mandy froze too. She looked at the crack, which was quickly spreading and widening by the second. She backed away. I looked around and realized suddenly that we were on a frozen lake. How could I have missed that? Mandy backed away and stumbled, sending more cracks into the fragile ground. Mandy, wait! I screamed as suddenly the floor seemed to disappear and I plummeted into the icy water below. I screamed as the cold bit into my skin like razor-sharp blades. I managed to push up and grab onto the ledge of the ice, but I couldn't pull myself out of the water. Mandy, help! Mandy just stood there and watched me as I flailed about, fighting for breath. Mandy, I'm your daughter! Mandy looked away. I'm sorry, Annika, but I can't let you ruin my life. My mother turned around, abandoning me yet again. I lost my grip on the ice and fell back into the water. Fully submerged, black filled my vision. I was drowning. As I drifted closer to death, my mind went to Sake. His smile, his kind heart. I would miss him. Then, a hand grabbed hold of my collar and yanked me out of the freezing water. I gasped for air as Sake rescued me, pulling me back onto the surface. Annika! Sake took off his coat and bundled me up in the warm fur. My teeth chattered as I looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Sake. But my relief was short-lived. Suddenly, Mandy appeared, brandishing her spear, and she charged right at us. Ah! Mandy bulldozed towards us, but she slipped on the ice, and instead of killing me, she dropped the spear and fell headfirst through the hole in the ice. Mandy! We scrambled to rescue her, but by the time we got there, she was already gone. Sake grabbed a hold of me and held me tight. I closed my eyes. So long as Sake was here, I was all right.
Hi everyone, I'm Kara, also known as the Chatterbox. And if you like and subscribe, just maybe I'll zip my mouth. Which is kind of impossible since I started talking ever since I was a teeny weeny baby. Mommy? Daddy? I've been laying here thinking, and you know what? I'm thinking we should change the color of this room. Pink? Who does pink these days? That's gender color bias. I've got plans. First we're going…
I've always been a talker. I spoke in complete sentences when I was just 6 months old. And from that moment on, nobody could slow me down or find my off switch. I loved learning about things and sharing. I'd talk to anyone about anything. Unfortunately, I was the only child, so I didn't have too many people to share with. My parents were very busy people.
As I was explaining to the cook, whale sharks are not really whales. Look, these are the gills. Did you know that whales have lungs instead of gills? It's not even a real shark since it eats only plankton, so it's called a whale shark, but it's really
Eat your dinner, Kara.
But Mom, you didn't even look. What do you think, Dad? Dad, you like to fish, right?
My parents loved their phones and laptops more than me, and that's why I ended up talking to all my dolls.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I will be performing the epic poem, The Iliad. Please hold your applause until the very end.
Since my parents never gave me much attention, when I was at school, I made the best of it. I was the smartest person in my class. Okay, children, who knows the answer to this question?
Oh, me! Pick me! I know.
Anyone else other than Kara? Please, I'm begging you. Anyone? Kara, once again.
I just read about this, and the answer is actually quite long and complicated. If we're gonna be talking about how big the Earth is, we have to talk about atoms. And if we're gonna be talking about atoms, we have to talk about...
I was so excited to share. I don't know what came over me, but I just couldn't stop. I spoke so much that the teachers had to call my parents. They rushed me to the doctor, and that's when I was diagnosed with a compulsive talking disorder.
That's it. Concentrate on the breathing. Slowly breathe. Don't talk, just breathe deeply.
The doctor said deep breaths would help me control my disorder. But as soon as I left, my body adapted.
Did you know that there are only 8 planets in our solar system? And there are 100,000 million stars. Pluto used to be a planet, but it got delisted. Can you believe that planets can be delisted? Do you know who is responsible for poor Pluto? I can tell you. Hold on.
She's worse.
My parents couldn't take it any longer, so the next day, they sent me to live with my grandfather. To say my grandfather's farm was struggling was an understatement.
Hello, sweetie. I know we don't have much here, but anything I have is yours. Would you like to learn how to grow some crops? Maybe you'll have better luck than I've had.
Oh, yes! I'd love that!
Granddad showed me everything. I started reading more about plants. I learned how to operate all the heavy-duty equipment. I even flew a crop duster a few times. In no time, our farm was filled with all sorts of gigantic vegetables and plants. I read in one of my granddad's books that talking to the plants would help them grow. It's the CO2 in our breath. So I held full conversations with every plant and insect I could find. And to my surprise, something amazing happened. Our farm quickly became a tourist attraction, and I had become quite famous for having the most beautiful crops and flowers in the whole country. Young lady, how are you able to turn this far around so quickly?
Oh, that's easy. You need good soil, water, and some awesome plant food.
Oh, what kind of food do you use?
Glad you asked. How much time you got?
Every supermarket and flower shop were knocking down our doors to get our beautiful crops. And then one day, after so many years, guess who decided to show up?
Hey, honey. Your mom and I saw you on the news. We always knew you were a special kid. Are you ready to come home?
Aren't you going to say anything?
Is that a...
Soapbox?
How dare you! This is my home now! All you two care about is work! I'm tired of being treated like an annoyance! Granddad actually listened to me when I spoke and encouraged me to use my voice, and look what happened! We've paid off all his debt! And another thing, it's been like, 6 years? And now,
while I was still busy giving Mom and Dad a piece of my mind, a fancy car pulled up and an older man stepped out, dressed in royal garments.
Are you the young lady from this paper?
Yes, that's me! Pay no attention to these people. They were just leaving.
Young lady, this is some of the most impressive florist work I've seen, well, ever. We could use your services at the palace.
The king wanted us to live within the castle and headquarters, and I couldn't wait to settle in.
Perfect!
And I couldn't wait to start my new job in my humongous new home. But I had a lot to learn. As I watered the flowers, I heard a girl's voice.
Go on, speak up or you're going into that filthy water. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? You can't even get the words out without stuttering, can you? You bring nothing but shame to our family.
Hey! Leave him alone! The only shame that will come to your family is from the king trying to put a crown on that giant head of yours. It'll be called the Cranium Conundrum.
How dare you speak to me that way? I'm telling the royal guards.
Are you sure you can fit that massive brain pan through the chamber doors, your majesty? Or shall we grease it up first?
Thanks for saving me. I'm Alfie.
Oh, I know who you are, your majesty. We've read every book about you guys. For example, your great-great-grandmother was allergic to mustard. Also, her cat was gluten-free. Did you know that, your majesty? His royalty, Alfonso?
I didn't, but can you please call me Al?
Wait a second. Let me get this straight. You have difficulty speaking? I know someone who can help.
From then on, Alfonso and I were inseparable. I taught him how to publicly speak, and he taught me how to slow down and use my gift of gab not to drive everyone away. We played games to improve the prince's vocabulary and pronunciation. We lip-synced karaoke together to help his stutter. Besides my flowers and grandfather, Alfonso was the only person I wanted to be around.
I don't think I can give my speech for this parade. What if I stutter again?
I'll be right there, and you will be just fine.
Thank you, Kara.
He hugged me, and for some odd reason, I felt butterflies in my tummy. We had practiced for months on his speech, and finally the day had arrived. But just before Alfonso was about to go live, I saw Esmeralda fiddling with some wires. I knew she was up to no good.
What exactly are you doing, Esmeralda?
That's your majesty to you. And if you really want to know, I'm going to show the country exactly how pathetic my brother is. This recording of him stuttering will put him in his place. If you were smart, you would stay out of royal business.
I couldn't let her sabotage the only friend I had. If this got me kicked out, then so be it. I did the only thing I knew how to do well. I spoke. With a disguised voice, of course.
The kingdom my father has built is being bespeeched by those who wish to pursue their selfish agendas.
When our speech finished, Alfonso was a national celebrity.
I can't thank you enough.
Your sister didn't stand a chance. We're a great team, Al.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, Kara. The speech was so good, my family is sending me on a world tour. I'll be gone for a year.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
I'll make sure to send you a TikTok every day.
How about every hour?
I have another surprise. I told my father how much you helped me, and he got you into the best school in the country. If anyone deserves to have their brains recognized, it's you.
When I first met this dorky screw-up, I thought of him as my kid brother. As we sat by the lake and I looked into his eyes, I started to think I might be falling for him. Just like that, my best friend was gone. Now I was at the mercy of a little tyrant with a gigantic head. Everyone was excited for my first day of school, except me. I was going to the richest school in the country, but I wasn't rich. My clothes were not exactly designer brands. All I had going for me was my brain and big mouth. But after all, it's just a school, I thought. Couldn't be that bad, could it?
So, yeah, turns out plenty can go bad when you're on the wrong side of a princess.
The next 6 months was no picnic. With no friends, I spent my breaks surrounded by the only things that were nice to me, the flowers.
That's weird. I don't remember anything about a solar eclipse.
Heads up!
Did you know polo balls used to be made of bamboo, leather, and rubber? Now they're all plastic. Still, plastic can make quite an impact at over 100 miles an hour. Did you just ask to kiss me?
My horse had that pleasure. Not exactly how I imagined surprising you with my return. Let's get you some ice.
I could feel all the jealous girls' eyes burning holes into me as I rode off with the prince. And I couldn't have cared any less. It was insane how handsome he had gotten in only a year.
I'm sorry I didn't let you know I was back, but my father has decided he will step down from his throne.
That's great news. Just looking at you, I can tell you're ready to be king anyway.
Not if my sister has anything to say about it. She has the queen on her side. My mom will do anything to make Esmeralda the new queen.
I gagged at the thought of her being the ruler of my country. Well,
How about we make sure that never happens? Deal.
from then on, I knew I had to do everything I could to make sure Esmeralda didn't get that throne. All the girls at school were so annoying as they tried desperately to get the prince's attention. I knew most of them were Esmeralda's minions who were all out to get Alfonso and create a scandal that would sabotage his chances to be king. That wasn't going to happen on my watch.
Make way, everyone! Royalty coming through! Step back 3 paces. You can look, but you can't touch. Like the sun. Glance and look away.
Eventually, Alfonso begged me to be his buffer. I felt like one of his bodyguards as I tried to keep away the designer hyenas.
Kara, we need to talk.
I can't hear you over the howling!
I need to ask you something. I want you to be my girlfriend.
Honestly, I was just as shocked as everyone. Shocked, but pleased. I just wanted to be a simple gardener, and now I was the talk of the school, the town, and the country. The future king's new girlfriend is what the papers would call me in the morning. The truth was, I was totally freaking out. I was so stressed I couldn't sleep, so I took a walk in my peaceful place, my garden. I just wanted to be with my flowers. As I got closer to my garden, I almost collapsed. all of my flowers had been destroyed in one fell swoop. I knew only one person who could be cruel and evil enough to do this.
Let this serve as a warning to you, servant. You will never date my son, and the throne will be Esmeralda's.
I was devastated. The next day, I was assigned to work under the queen since the garden was destroyed. I knew it was going to be bad, but I was still hopeful.
Your chore list for today.
That's not so bad. I was blamed for the fire in the garden, even though everyone knew who was really responsible. From then on, the queen tried to make my life miserable. Little did I realize, good old Granddad had my back. Granddad wasted no time in helping me clear my name after he spoke to the security guards. The king was furious at the queen's actions, and I was immediately given my old job back. Unfortunately, my job description underwent a tiny change due to Her Majesty. The queen made sure I was still the castle's whipping girl. Nothing changed, except now I was inside and not working outside. That suited me, though, since this was the most important night of the royal calendar. Somehow, I need to talk to Alfonso.
Psst. I can't give my speech. I know I'm going to screw it up and Esmeralda's going to take the throne.
Oh, don't even get me started on Esmeralda and the queen. I've got so many issues with them. Oh no, too late. Here it comes. It ain't gonna be pretty. I can't remember what I said, but all my frustration with the queen and her evil daughter came pouring out. What was supposed to be a pep talk for Alfonso turned into a roast of my two nemesis.
Oh, you're funny. And when you get on a roll, nothing can stop you.
Glad to be of service to you, Your Majesty. Alfonso, you can do this. I believe in you.
Thank you, and you're right. I can do this. Come on.
When I opened the door to the closet, I knew I had made a massive mistake.
Oh no, my microphone was on.
I had committed treason in front of everyone. This was exactly the screw-up the queen and her mini-me minions were looking for.
You have made a mockery of our country. You and your grandfather will be dealt the swiftest punishment possible for your insubordination.
I don't know. I thought it was kind of funny. I thought it was rather humorous. Something that's been missing for many years now.
I beg your pardon?
You remember laughing, don't you? Some of her jokes were rather dead on.
Do you think it's funny to say our lovely daughter has a head so large that when she wears a crown, she's able to receive transmissions from the space station?
Funny? Yes. Appropriate?
You trust me?
Always.
And what other jokes tickled you, Your Majesty?
What was that one you made about the Queen's shopping habits?
I was just observing it's way cheaper to go shopping than to go to a therapist. But her style is so bad, all her handmaids are in therapy anyway. It's a psychedelic shopaholic extravaganza oozing palooza.
You are very funny, young lady. It's decided. You're my new court jester. Guards, release her.
With a new room, new job, and an absolutely ridiculous costume, I was feeling like the royalty I had pretended to be with all my stuffed animals all those years ago.
You're doomed!
The queen went to her lawyers and claimed His Majesty was crazy for hiring a madwoman like myself. She was going to make sure Esmeralda was queen, one way or another.
What are we going to do?
Win. We're going to win. The day had finally come where it would be decided who would run the country, Esmeralda or Alfonso. I could tell straight away that Al was nervous. He didn't need to worry, though. I had his back. Your Honor, I'll be presenting the case why Bucktooth Beaver over there has no right to Prince Alfonso's throne. Exhibit 1, just look at that face. Objection! You can say that again.
Objection noted. Sustained. Do you have any other evidence?
Glad you asked. I do have a few things to say on the matter. When I finished, the whole country was laughing. By the end of the day, I had gone viral. And at the end of the next day, the Queen and Esmeralda were gone. I had made Esmeralda and her mom even more famous than they already were. Just not in the way they were hoping. King Alfonso would go on to be a great king. Kind, compassionate, thoughtful, and a tremendous public speaker. Turns out, I got to be quite a bit more famous than I was expecting to. I turned my so-called disability into my #1 asset. And now, as queen, you better believe I've got a few things to say.
Hi, I'm Dewey from Durian Island, a tiny island in Indonesia known for its stinky fruits, pirates, smugglers, and me. Check this out. I was born with a very rare eye condition that turned my eyes red. Crazy, right? Freaks a lot of people out. The cool thing is, I have cat vision at night. The not-so-cool thing, I live alone on a remote island, and I'm an orphan. Do me a favor and hit that like and subscribe button. I can't remember my parents. Not really. Someone took care of me when I was little, but after that, I was pretty much on my own. I was told they were lost at sea. Hello, Mr. Uweir. Nice day. The village chief made sure I didn't go to school, but with the help of a kind teacher, I found a way. She's the one who gave me my first pair of sunglasses. What a relief they were. They made me so happy.
Okay, class. Open your textbooks to Chapter 5. We'll be reading about birds today.
While humans didn't want that much to do with me, I had plenty of friends on the island. Turns out, they didn't like my friends that much either. The meanest were the older kids. They all followed the chief's son and did whatever he told them. I tried to avoid them, but they relished making fun of me.
Ah! It's the devil girl! Don't look at her!
Are you going to let me pass?
Where are you going, little devil girl? Going to play with your little friends? Maybe I'll eat your friends.
I heard those devil eyes will turn you to stone. Oh yeah? Want to find out?
I'm not scared of you.
Do you really want me to stare into your eyes? I will know your deepest, darkest secrets, and then I'll turn you to stone. It's the ghost! I wondered where you were. I've got a treat for you. Just a typical day for me, only this time, I went a bit too far with the chief's son. You might be wondering how a small girl like me could survive on her own. The sea provided for me. Most everything I needed was washed ashore. All I had to do was find it. Sometimes, I felt my parents were out there, helping me. I know who's going to like this. I knew right away who was behind the angry crowd. The chief's son. I heard a rustling in the bush. I knew the ghost was near. I smiled and went inside, tossing the sunglasses into the bush as I did. Be ready. Naturally, the chief's son complained to his father, and naturally, everyone decided this would be a perfect opportunity to continue to behave badly.
My son says you viciously attacked him and his friends yesterday.
Viciously? How? I'm just a small 8-year-old girl.
Her eyes, the ghost, she attacked us with witchcraft.
Oh, your son is a good-for-nothing liar. And as far as my ghost, do you really want to meet him? Or are you afraid?
I am afraid of nothing. I am the chief of this village.
Village chief, meet the village ghost. Mocha, now! I had found Mocha a few years earlier when she was just a small little thing. We both suffered from the same eye condition, which was why she preferred the deep jungle. We were best mates from day one and looked out for each other. She helped find others who needed help. There was nothing we wouldn't do for each other. Later, when the chief found his courage, we were banished from ever entering the village again. But we didn't care. We had each other. We just needed a new and better place to live, somewhere far away from the cruel humans. Evening was our favorite time of the day. When the sun fell, we could see naturally. During the day, it hurt too much without the glasses. But at night, the night was ours. That evening, we went searching for a new home. Mocha spotted it first. We were walking along the shoreline, and I was worried about where we could all live when Mocha pointed out a hidden cave above us. Nice work, Mocha. We'll rest here tonight. Well done, Mocha. Maybe this was a pirate cave. Maybe there's treasure in here. Smugglers, not pirates. Nobody's been here for years. Is this your parents? Oh, Mocha, I'm so sorry. We're more alike than I thought. Years passed, and we collected a large menagerie of animals that needed refuge. The sea kept providing for us. We used every opportunity we had to scavenge what we could. And until I was 17, we were very happy. Danger! Danger!
Mocha?
Mocha often woke up before me and scouted the beach for useful items. The night before, there was a huge storm, so the picking should have been good. From my vantage point, I saw that the storm had brought something else last night. Something that sent a cold chill through my heart. Smugglers! I remember thinking this could not be happening, but I knew, deep down, fear gripped my heart.
My worst fears crashed down on me. I felt my life ripped from me as I watched, helpless. The smugglers stole Mocha from me.
No!
Good girl, I will find you.
Hey, you can't be here.
Sorry, I need to borrow.
Nobody is taking any.
I hadn't been back to the village for years. I felt bad borrowing the boat, but I had to follow that ship before it was too late.
Mocha safe?
They capture live animals, so for now, yes. They've slowed down. They're heading for the big light on the horizon. Whatever that is, best fly back home. I've got a bad feeling about that light. Go on. The next day, I discovered what the strange glow was. Singapore. I had heard others speak of it, but to see it, my first city ever. To see towers of glass as high as a mountain. The sound and lights were overwhelming. I forgot about Mocha, my boat, or even what I was doing. The sea had once again provided for me. While I didn't see the ship that brought Mocha here, I did see the same symbol as the patch of clothes Mocha had torn from her captors. Wherever she was, this symbol was the key to finding her.
And while I don't like to brag, I would like to remind everyone of all my great contributions that I have made over the decades. Therefore, I find it both proper and necessary to reveal the latest statue commemorating my super-duper achievements. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you me.
Another statue? Who does he think he is? Apollo?
Not to worry, I'll have this down in a bit. Wait till you see this one. It cost over $1 million. Oh dear, a little help here?
Hey, watch out! You're coming in too hot!
Wait, I've almost got it. Put the cameras on me. This is about me.
I had no idea what I had just landed in, but I could see that whoever the idiot was pulling on the rope, he was going to give that poor girl on stage a squishing. Without thinking, I knew I had to get her out of the way. Well, hello. Are you okay? I am now.
The statue!
I'm at a loss for words right now, but it appears that a mysterious pirate girl has just saved Mr. Chua's daughter. Like a scene from a movie, she's... Oh my! The statue is going to crush everyone! What is she doing? How? She's somehow climbed into the scaffolding and unhooking the drape. This is unbelievable!
I was completely unaware of just how big my entrance into this city was to become. I was just an island girl in search of my monkey, but the press on that day turned me into a hero. Viral was the word they used. Super viral.
Guards, arrest this vagrant. She's trespassing.
Father, she just saved my life, and theirs from your stupid statue. Oh my goodness. Thank you. My name's Alyssa. Why are they cheering? You, silly. They're cheering you. What's your name?
Dewey. I'm just here looking for my monkey.
This is Dewey, our hero.
It's amazing how quickly things can get out of hand. 1 minute I'm enjoying life with my friends, and a mere day later, I'm neck deep in whatever this was. All I knew was I had to get out of there, but I couldn't.
Who are you?
What are you doing here?
Dewey, how did you climb up there so quick? Are you a superhero?
My name's Dewey. I come from Durian Island. Look, I need to find my friend, Mocha the monkey. She was taken by smugglers. She's a good monkey and she needs to come home.
You're serious? A monkey? How dreamy. Wait, that's my father's company.
I found this on the beach. I followed a smuggler's ship to this city. It's my only clue.
No clue. Let it be known that Chua Enterprises has no idea who this girl is or what a mola monkey is.
Mocha. Her name is Mocha.
You look familiar.
Guards!
This girl just saved your daughter's life and dozens of other people. How do you explain your logo associated with animal smuggling? What are you going to do about this, Mr. Chua?
First of all, I'm not guilty of anything. And then, we'll help her. She will,
Move into our home. I will personally help her find her monkey.
Yes, what an excellent idea. Dewey will move into our home and we will help her find Milky the monkey. Don't worry. Chua Enterprises prioritizes client satisfaction. In fact, it's the name of my latest statue. Satisfaction guaranteed.
At least this is one they'll remember, thanks to you. And before I even knew what was happening, I was whisked off in a car and taken to Mr. Chua's mansion. His house was as big as an island, and the statues. Mr. Chua only had eyes for himself.
You get used to them. Not so many inside.
I had never gotten my picture taken before and had no idea what to do. What a lot of nonsense, I thought. They had very strong vines growing though. At least that was interesting.
As the biggest and best benefactor of this city, I pledge that I will move mountains to find this monkey. We will hold a press conference in 1 hour to go over the details. The sooner we reunite Dewey with her companion, the sooner she can return home. Safely.
Mr. Chua seemed really helpful at first, but as soon as the door shut, he changed completely.
Alyssa, show it to its room. It can sleep in the garage for now. A cardboard box should do, I think.
Did he just call me it? Wait, I need to know where Mocha is. You promised to help.
My dear little savage girl, that's what press conferences are for.
The conference will find Mocha?
Press conferences make money, not monkeys. And you're going to make me even richer. Now get out of my way.
We glared at each other, and I did the first thing that popped into my head. I snapped at his finger.
You're an animal.
I know where I've seen that scar before. I've never seen anyone stand up to my father like that. He didn't even yell at you. I need to find Mocha. Let's get you cleaned up first. We've only got an hour.
I was unprepared for what wealth really looked like on a personal level. Alyssa's bedroom was unlike anything I could have dreamed of.
It's a little much, I know, but you get used to it. I have one of these. Made it myself. Not as nice, though. Really? You're amazing. Let's get you some new clothes.
Alyssa tried dozens of dresses on me, but no matter what, we were both unhappy about the look.
Wait, I have an idea. Perfect. You look just perfect. Now, if we can just… No! Leave them! You can't look! It's okay. You saved my life. I owe you everything. You can show me. I knew it! Go away! No! Your eyes are amazing. You're so strong and brave and so beautiful. I need to find Mocha.
Believe it or not, nobody had ever been that kind to me. I've never been called beautiful in my life, and I was feeling things I had never felt. So yeah, basically, I ran away. Not so brave after all.
It appears our guest has cold feet. No matter. Let me tell you about my next big venture. I'm going to build a seawall around the city. A seawall for security.
One of those large things along the top. Statues of you?
Heavens no. They're robots that look like me. I will be watching everything, everywhere. I call it the 4 M's. Mechanical, momentous multitudes of me.
I call it a mechanical monstrosity.
It was all a bit overwhelming, even for me. I was alone in a strange city with strange people. I just wanted to be safely back home with Mocha, but my thoughts kept turning to Alyssa. I had a job to do, a job that I didn't know how to do. I would never forget the boat that kidnapped Mocha, and now, here it was, on Mr. Chua's estate. I was so out of my element. I need help.
I've been searching everywhere for you. Are you all right? I need your help. Doing what? And why do you have all those vines? Where have you been? I'll explain on the way. We have doors, you know. That's what I need help with. Come on, Alyssa. Do you trust me? I saw the same boat that kidnapped Mocha pull into that building. So my father's really involved? It's the same boat. He became so lost after Mom died. I lost my parents too. I'm sorry. If you want to stay out here, I understand. No, I have to know the truth, but I don't have the keys.
You're my key.
I still don't know what the vines are for. In my experience, a good vine can make things just fine. Help! Help! Alyssa's been hurt!
Good heavens, what happened?
She got caught in these vines and slipped into the water. I think she broke her legs.
Well, I'll go get help.
It didn't take us long before we stuffed the guard into something Alyssa called the command and security room. They had security monitors covering the entire area.
Oh no, it's true. My father is trafficking animals. Can you move the cameras? We need to find Mocha. This is very high-tech. Infrared, zoom, speakers. I can even listen from here. Yeah, I can move them. Look for an all-white monkey. Do you know how to turn off all the lights? I've got to rescue her. I think we just turn off the main power here, but how will you see? The night is mine, Alyssa. You'll need these. Be careful.
Once the lights were out, the men were basically helpless. They couldn't see a thing. I tied each guard up as I passed them. Within minutes, I had found Mocha.
Mocha! I've missed you so much. We have to get out of here. We can't save them all, Mocha, but I can.
Alyssa knew just what to do. She called the authorities. Even better, she turned over all the security footage to the police captain. Within hours, the entire operation was shut down.
We found him hiding in a statue. He wants to speak with you. My daughter, I have failed you. I'm so sorry. Please, forgive me. I...
Need help, Father. This is all so wrong. I'll see to it you get the help you need, but you must pay for what you've done to these animals, to Dewey and the city.
Miss Alyssa, what should we do with all these animals? We don't have the resources.
Like I said, things sure can change quickly. Weeks later, I finally showed up to my first press conference. Alyssa, now head of Chua Enterprises, brokered a deal with the village. My island was to become an animal sanctuary. Plenty of high-paying jobs. The animals had a place to live, and best of all, I had found someone to share my dreams and life with. We lived in 2 different worlds. Hers was ultra-modern, mine was rather primitive. But here, our 2 worlds met, and it was a place we could all call home.
Don't you look so cute? Wow, you look like a princess, Sophie. You just need a crown. I just loved playing dress up with Sophie. Even though she's a panda, she is my best friend. My name is Sue, and I'm from China. If you want to know more about my pandas, hidden treasure, and my life story, click the like button. And also don't forget to subscribe. Believe it or not, my whole family has dedicated their lives to protecting these pandas. We crash-landed here ages ago. My parents loved me a lot, but sometimes I felt they were so secretive, especially about the locked treasure chest they have hidden away.
Sue, it's time for your math class. We are learning divisions today.
Come on, Sophie, time for school. Mom teaches me every day from home, and I love all my subjects since Mom makes it so much fun to learn.
Should we count berries or cocoa beans for our math lesson today?
Cocoa beans. Going to school with a panda meant I had to count fast. Sometimes the lessons were over before they started. The bell was our alarm system. Whenever there were hunters in the village, Dad rang the bell. Mom ran out, and I followed behind her.
Shaw, take Sue inside.
But I want to come too.
You know how this goes, Sue. Your dad and I will be back as always.
My parents protected all pandas in the forest, and I wanted to do the same. So this time, I decided to follow them. The forest did a great job of protection with natural defenses, but it wasn't enough. As I hid behind the bushes, I accidentally stepped on a stick. I tried to duck away from Mom's stick, but eventually she got me, and I squealed. Mom, it's me!
Sue, I told you to stay in the house.
But I wanted to see how you catch the hunters.
Sue, you could have gotten hurt. You need to listen to us. This can get very dangerous, and our pandas need our help.
Then teach me. What if you get sick or something? Who's going to help the pandas then?
Sue, it's just too dangerous.
Sophie's family? Are you saying I shouldn't take care of my family? You take care of me. What if you need me someday, but I'm not ready? I was not one to give up. So, eventually, my parents decided to give me a chance and started training me. Why can't I get this right?
Patience, Sue.
I kept failing at getting it right, but with my parents' support, I became a pro at setting up traps after a few months.
Go.
I memorized each movement in my mind, and I had practiced so much, my body knew what to do. After a couple of months, the hunters didn't stand a chance. I cut the rope, the net fell, and bang, I caught him.
Wow, you even beat us.
Well done, Sue.
I felt so good about myself. Finally, my parents believed in me, and we were a team. After that day, my parents finally showed me what's in the chest, and I was amazed when they showed me a treasure map.
Sue, now that you are old enough, I think it's time we told you how we ended up living here.
Before you were born, your mom and I owned an antique shop. One day, we found this map, stuffed into an ancient vase. Some very bad people knew we had it, and they've been looking for it and us for years.
Cool. When are we going on a treasure hunt?
We've been waiting for you to grow up and be strong enough for the hike.
We think you're ready.
I sat gazing at this map, daydreaming about the moment we would finally find the treasure. I should have known that wherever there's treasure, there's also trouble. That night, I was startled awake by the warning bell. My parents were standing at the balcony, looking worried. And then I went to see what it was. All the pandas were gathered around our treehouse, which meant that they were scared.
We really need you to stay here this time. Understand?
But you showed me how to get hunters. I want to help.
This is something else. I've never seen them act this way. You must stay inside. Keep Sophie safe.
Mom paused for a moment and looked at me with tears in her eyes and blew me a kiss before she left.
I love you, Sue.
The next day, Sophie and I waited and waited for my parents, but they never came back. Yeah, me too. Days went by, and it was just me and Sophie. I was angry and worried at the same time. Why didn't they come back? All the food we had was gone. Sophie started sniffing for food and suddenly ran out of the house. Sophie, what is it, girl? Do you smell something? Mom? Dad? This is Mom's jacket. Where are you guys? Sophie and I suddenly heard voices. Come on, Sophie, we have to hide. There were more hunters. I was wondering how I could trap them and if they had seen my parents, when suddenly I spotted this gorgeous boy with features like Hercules. The boy kept taking pictures of trees and bushes, and then he got closer to where Sophie and I were hiding, so I pricked him on his leg with a thorn.
Ow!
Benjamin, what is it?
Yeah, it was just a thorn. I'm gonna take some more pictures at the riverside. I'll meet you at the camp.
I saw the boy moving away from the group and decided to follow him. And just maybe, he might know where Mom and Dad were. I climbed up a tree and watched him flash his camera until he flashed at me, startled, slipped, and came tumbling down right on top of him. Ah! Up close, he looked so fine, but then I remembered my parents. What do you people want from my forest?
Your forest? Ow, what's your problem?
Go back to your own territory.
Hey, relax. We're just here on a tour.
Just as the boy took one step towards me, my panda crew appeared, and his face turned pale. Not so brave now, are we?
Aren't you scared?
Nope, but you and all your people should be, unless you want to be our supper. Good one. It wasn't until we chased him off that I remembered I should have asked him about my parents. Not so good after all. After all that drama, my throat felt dry. So I went to the waterfall to grab some water, only to find a girl picking the wrong type of berries. And just as she was about to place one in her mouth, I leaped like a leopard and tumbled onto her, saving her from being poisoned.
Ah! Get off me! What is wrong with you, you stupid girl? Now my dress is all muddied up.
A little thank you would be nice.
Ladies, what's going on here?
This cow jumped on me for nothing. Look at my dress.
This cow just saved your life, you ungrateful monkey. Those berries were poisonous.
Whatever, I'm telling Dad.
I was surprised by her behavior. The bratty girl just walked off without even apologizing. But the handsome boy stayed behind.
Look, we come in peace, and we won't do anything to harm your forest, I promise.
Wait, she won't hurt you, as long as you do come in peace. I tried to squeeze my stomach to make it stop grumbling, but I was super hungry, since all the food in the house had run out.
You can join us for supper if you like. There's plenty to eat. Please?
Since the boy was literally begging me to eat their food, I decided to go with him. Plus, Sophie wouldn't take no for an answer.
So what's your name and what are you doing out here all by yourself?
Oh, I'm never really alone. My parents taught me never to give my real name away, so I quickly thought of this famous singer Dad always bragged about, Michael Jackson. My name is Michael Jackson.
Okay, Michael Jackson.
I wanted to ask him right away about my parents, but something just didn't feel right. Timing was way too coincidental with them showing up, so I thought I'd check out the camp first, before asking. While I dined with Benjamin's people, I felt a little awkward as I kept looking for signs of my parents. Then, his father started questioning me.
You seem a little nervous, Michael Jackson. So, where are you from?
From the South?
Are you sure? And your parents? They work around here?
Yes, all around here, mostly. I tried to keep my answers very short, and then I saw Dad's ring on the man's finger. My head started spinning, so I quickly excused myself. Sorry. Excuse me while I go to the loo. When I was away from the table, I started panicking, but I had to be brave for my parents. And then I saw some movement inside of one of the tents. I bravely approached the tent and looked inside, and was shocked to see my parents all tied up. Mom? Dad?
Sue! Oh, thank goodness.
I quickly started untying them, but the ropes were so tight.
Hurry up, Sue, before they come.
But I was too late. Benjamin entered.
What are you doing in here?
Stay away from me! You and your people took my parents.
No! I swear I had nothing to do with this. I am as surprised as…
Steve appeared behind Benjamin, and then his bodyguards gagged and tied him up.
This is turning out to be a nice little anti-family reunion.
What do you want from us?
Just the treasure map. Bring it to me, and I'll let your parents go. Guards, escort Sue out, and get rid of Benjamin.
But he's your son.
My brother's son. So I don't need him anymore, since his trust fund is all drained out. Now let's see about getting that treasure map, shall we?
I gave the map to the greedy old man, thinking he would give me my mom and dad back. I had a lot to learn about bad people. Here's your map. Give me back my parents.
In good time. Now you will take us to the treasure.
But you said after I give you the map, you would let my parents go.
I don't like repeating myself. Take us to the treasure.
We had been walking for many hours following the map. Then we heard Mimi screaming her lungs out, running towards us. Ah! Right behind was the king panda of the forest. He was a huge, angry, and snarling panda thundering up the trail. I instantly knew what we had to do. Run! Eventually, we lost King Panda, and we reached a place where there were 3 mountains and a high valley. We had to consult the map again. I think this is where the treasure is, in the middle cave.
Daddy, you were going on a treasure hunt and you didn't think of taking me? Hey, where's Benjamin?
Don't worry about it. We're rich now. And with all that treasure, I'm going to buy you the biggest mansion ever.
Mimi very quickly forgot about Benjamin and skipped ahead, thinking about the big mansion her father was going to buy her after stealing our treasure. You want me to go first? Make sure there's no...
Out of my way. Come on, Mimi. Let's take a look at our new treasure.
It's mine. I saw it first.
At this point, I was not surprised. I just could not understand how someone could act like that. And if this is what treasure did for people, I knew I didn't want any part of it.
Look what I found.
Look what I found.
Taking advantage of all the interest in the treasure, I started running back to camp to free my parents. I had only just started when I heard blood-curdling screams. I knew it couldn't be good. At first, I thought they were running from a monster, but when I saw their faces, they didn't look scared. They looked angry.
You tricked us. Where is my treasure?
Wow, this looks interesting. How to start your own organic farm.
You stupid girl. Where is my treasure? Or I swear I'll...
Haven't you ever heard that one man's trash is another man's treasure?
Steve was so angry, and he was making it my fault. I felt so overwhelmed until I saw Benjamin walk to us with a group of men dressed in blue.
Next time when you throw your son in the ditch, maybe take his cell phone away when you do it. Officers, arrest this trash.
The bad man and his bratty daughter were taken away, and then Benjamin hugged me, and I felt safe again.
I'm so sorry about all this.
My parents, are they okay?
Yes, they are waiting for you back at camp.
As my parents and I were going through the treasure box with all the treasure, Mom found a letter inside one of the books.
Hey, look at this.
We read the letter together, which was dated a few decades ago.
Dear kindred spirit, congratulations on finding the treasure trove. Knowledge is power. If you want to change the world, read these books. Then keep on reading. Read everything you can. Learn, grow. Your mind is your treasure. These books are one-of-a-kind personal insights from a lifetime of exploration. They will serve you well.
The letter was signed by someone named Einstein, and we all wondered if it could be the Einstein.
You heard the man. Pick one and start reading.
While reading, Benjamin popped by and addressed my parents.
I'd like to know if I can take Sue Michael Jackson on a date in the city. I have a helicopter waiting outside.
Sue Michael Jackson.
A helicopter?
After the police took the bad people away, Benjamin went back to the city. He found out that his father left a will for him, a will his uncle didn't know about. So he became a millionaire overnight.
Just bring her back safely.
Wait, let me fix her hair first.
Perfect. I held on to Benjamin's arm and went out on my first date in a helicopter. I was super excited. So where are we going?
We are going out for pizza.
Perfect. I love pizza. What is pizza? As Benjamin and I made our way, my parents stood waving along with our panda family. And as I stood there watching my family, I realized I already had the best treasure in the world, family. And nothing could ever take that away.
Hello, I'm Hamari, and I'm from Australia. Please like and subscribe to STA. Growing up, I was a fun and brave little girl, and everyone loved me. But not everyone loved Marcus, a boy my age at school. He was so nervous around kids, and because of this, they took advantage of him. There was this one time, Marcus was flying his paper plane, and then I saw a group of bigger guys snatch it away. Marcus ran away nervously, but I took him right back to the boys.
Marcus, if you keep running, these boys will always push you around. Come on, we're going back for your plane.
But it's just a piece of paper. I don't need it.
I ignored his fears, took his hand, and marched back to the boys.
You boys have something of his, and you will give it back right now. What are you gonna do, shorty?
I showed him that dynamite comes in small packages, and after they gave Marcus his plane, he asked me something.
Can we be friends? And you can teach me how to be brave like you.
Say that again.
Louder, please. We became the best of friends after that, and as we grew up, the more confident he became, and the more I grew fond of him. Marcus and I became so close that people thought we were a couple. But he was like a brother to me, and he would do anything for me, like even catch a bee in his bare hands.
Ah! Marcus, help! Got it!
I hugged him tightly, and then I quickly let go at the sound of my boyfriend's Ferrari. Aaron was my man. We met while starring in a popular teen sitcom. Yep, I'm a celebrity, but I worked hard to get there. Unlike Aaron, whose dad was the producer of the show we starred in. Aaron was also very overprotective.
Hey, babe, what are you doing here on the dirty grass?
Don't be silly, babe. Where else do people have picnics? As Aaron hugged me, I could see Marcus's mood change because Aaron and him never clicked.
I see your best friend has been feeding you crackers and cheese again. Amari, when are you gonna dump this fool? Because clearly, he has no idea what good food tastes like.
Marcus loved cooking, and he was always treating me to his meals.
Aaron, sweetie, why don't you meet me in the car, and I'll help Marcus pack up.
Okay. I can't wait till you see the restaurant I booked for us.
Aaron always took me out to the most expensive places, but this time, while we were there, a gorgeous model approached our table.
Hey, Aaron, I thought you would be at the club today. Everyone was asking for you.
I'll be there later. Just having dinner with my friend.
A friend? Is that what I am to you? Just a friend?
He looked at me silently, and I lost my mind and threw my soda in his face.
Happy Friends Day, Aaron! Jerk!
As I walked away, he ran after me, but the blonde girl was right behind him, and I became even more mad.
Amari, wait, I didn't mean it like that.
Oh, let her go. She clearly doesn't want you, but you can be my boyfriend.
I turned into a total psycho when she said that, and I jumped on the girl and started pulling at her hair. And before I knew it, reporters suddenly filled the area taking pictures of me.
Amari, you're embarrassing yourself.
It's over, Aaron! Don't ever speak to me again!
Days later, every magazine and newspaper had my face in the front page, with me pouncing on the blonde girl, and they called me the she-devil. And Mom was on panic mode, since my acting job paid half the mortgage for our house.
Amari, what were you thinking? We depend on your acting job to pay the bills. If you lose that, then I would have to work 24 hours at the hospital.
I didn't lose my job, Mom. It's just bad publicity. Mom worked as a nurse, and she's been my backbone since my dad left us when I was just 2 years old. I stayed indoors for the past few days, trying to avoid all the gossip that was going on. I refused to leave my room until Marcus entered.
Can I come in?
I immediately jumped out of bed when I saw Marcus and hugged him tightly.
Is that a cheese beanie you have on? Thank God you came, Marcus. She's been sulking in bed for days. Maybe you can also convince her to take a bath.
I'm so glad to see you. Where have you been? You look different, like you've been losing weight.
Don't worry about me. Let's talk about you.
I feel like hiding in a hole for the rest of my life.
I'm sure this will cheer you up.
Marcus knew exactly how to make me feel better. And when I took a big bite into the chocolate, I spat it out when Aaron suddenly appeared.
Mom, why did you let him in?
Listen, things got out of control that night. I shouldn't have called you my friend. You are so much more, and you know that. The blonde girl was just a groupie. Please, Amari, don't do this to us.
When Aaron wanted to get closer to me, Marcus stepped forward and mugged at him.
This is none of your business, Marcus. She doesn't want to speak to you, moron. Amari, please, let me explain.
I looked at Aaron, and my heart usually melted just looking at his puppy dog eyes. So I gave him a chance to speak to me. Marcus, it's okay. I'll see you later.
You can't be serious, Amari. He is the reason the whole country is hating on you. Don't make things worse, Mr. Cracker Cheese Beanie.
Marcus looked at me disappointed, but Aaron and I have been in a relationship for 6 months. I couldn't just throw that all away because of a blonde groupie. So, I forgave him. Aaron and I worked on our relationship, but Marcus distanced himself a lot from me. I became so focused on my acting, school, and Aaron that sometimes I forgot to check on him until I saw him running to the bathroom holding his mouth once. Marcus, what's up? I waited outside the boys' bathroom and could hear him throwing up. And when he finally came out, he looked so pale and collapsed in my arms. I remember that I did notice the weight loss, but I was so focused on my life that I forgot about him.
Everything is going to be okay, Hamari. I'm sure it's nothing big. But you didn't see how he looked, Mom. I feel like such a bad friend.
When the doctor came, I held Mom's hand tightly.
You can see him now. He just forgot to take his treatment.
Treatment for what?
Leukemia? I assumed you knew about this.
I was so shocked, and my heart raced at the thought of losing Marcus. He has been there for me like forever. Even Mom didn't have that kind of bond with me. When I went in to see him, he wasn't wearing his beanie, and he didn't look like Marcus anymore. I couldn't control my tears as he smiled at me.
Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't want you to be sad. Please don't cry. I'm going to get through this.
Marcus always put my feelings before his. I promised to be there for him throughout his sickness, and he asked me to keep it a secret. And then one day, when Aaron held a beach party just for fun, I also invited Marcus, and Aaron showed me a completely different side to him.
Why did you invite him? I thought you would spend time with just me.
Marcus is my friend, and you have to accept that.
You guys want to play a game of volleyball? Yeah, sure. Himari will be on my team. So why don't you just pick someone to join you?
When I tossed the ball over the net to Marcus, he hit it back, but it flew directly to Aaron, hitting him hard on the head. It was so funny.
Oh, so you all think this is funny?
It's just a game, babe.
I'm so sick and tired of you saying things like that. It's just a game. He's just your friend. But you guys have picnics, homemade dinner dates, and now he's here at my party. I guess all my fancy restaurant dates were never good enough for you.
Aaron, calm down. Aaron went overboard and started yelling at me. Then Marcus stepped in, and Aaron completely lost himself.
Hey, chill out, dude. I'll chill once you get out of our lives. Well, I'm not going anywhere. I was in her life long before you, and I plan on being there right until the end.
Marcus and Aaron pounced on each other, and I tried to separate them, but they were way out of control. And suddenly, Aaron pulled the beanie off Marcus's head, and everyone froze, glaring.
Oh my gosh, what happened to all his hair?
Aaron, have you lost your mind?
Are you going to defend this fool?
Look around, Aaron. You're the only fool here.
I left Aaron after that day, and my love for him immediately disappeared. I felt like such a fool to love a jerk like that. Because of Aaron, I lost my acting job, and Aaron did all that he could to convince his father to get rid of me. Months down the line, we lost our house. We had to move into a tiny apartment, and Mom worked double shifts, while I focused a lot on school. It was the end of the year, and school fees were due, but we couldn't afford it. Is it possible for me to get an exemption from paying the school fees?
What are you talking about? It shows here that your school fees have been paid in full.
I was so shocked. I had no idea who could have done something so generous for me. It couldn't have been Marcus, since he came from an average home like me. And Aaron was so yesterday's news. And if that wasn't strange, days later, I found an envelope in my locker filled with cash. The only person rich enough to do all this was Aaron, but it just didn't make sense, so I approached him. I hated being anywhere near Aaron after we broke up, since he started dating a new girl every day just to make me jealous. But it never worked.
Hello, Hamari. Have you met my present girlfriend?
Oh, wow. Lucky you, Aaron. Now, did you leave something in my locker?
Yes, I actually did. Your poor mother paid me a visit and begged me to take you back, since your life is falling apart. So I paid for your school fees and donated some cash. I'll take you back on one condition. Tell Marcus you want nothing to do with him.
But you're dating me now.
Sorry, honey. I thought I told you that this was a short-term contract.
I was shocked out of my mind after what he told me, so I threw the envelope of cash in his face.
Sorry to burst your bubble, Aaron, but no amount of money can buy me.
I was so mad at my mom that right after school, I went to her workplace and found her sleeping on the job.
Great! So just because you can't keep your eyes open at your job, it doesn't give you the right to go behind my back and speak to Aaron.
Hamari, I did it for your own good. Life was good when you and Aaron were together.
Mom, how could you?
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I'll fix it.
No! Just stay out of my business!
But I'm your mother. I will always be in your business.
I felt so betrayed by my mom, and the only person that could comfort me in this state was Marcus. So I went to his house. But when I got to his house, I was surprised to find him sitting with a girl.
Hamari, is everything okay? You look like you were crying.
Oh, no. I just have a slight flu. Who's your lady friend here?
This is Amy. She's an intern at the hospital where I get my treatment.
Oh, is she here to give you your treatment at home?
Haha, no. We're actually here on a date. I cooked her one of my best meals. There's some left over if you want.
I was so speechless at that moment. I don't know why I felt so jealous. Nice to meet you, Amy. She looked like a sweet girl, but there was this thing inside me that felt like pouncing on her and telling her to leave Marcus alone because he was mine. I decided to leave before I did anything crazy. The next day, when I saw Marcus sitting alone in the cafeteria, I made my way to him, but stopped when his girlfriend got there before me and sat on his lap. I almost dropped my tray feeling so frustrated, but then Aaron appeared in front of me.
Are you lost? You could sit with me if you want to.
I'd rather eat worms than sit with you. Aaron became such a nonsense, especially after seeing that Marcus had a girlfriend. He even got his father to offer me my job back, but I had my pride. I was shocked when his dad started making small talk. After school, when I was about to jump into my Mini Cooper, Aaron's father suddenly appeared in the parking lot. Talk about being desperate.
I'll give you 2 popular shows you can star in. Just give Aaron one more chance.
With all due respect, sir, you should really stop spoiling your son. How will he survive if your existence comes to an end? After rejecting the job offer to be back on the screen, I decided to start my own little channel on YouTube. Don't be afraid to try different colors, everyone, even if you're struggling to match them up with your cute outfit. Subscribe to my channel for more ways you can have that glam. Within months, I had 1 million subscribers and started earning an income again. I was more than happy, and the only thing that was missing was Marcus. He spent a lot of his time with his new girlfriend, and I became almost invisible to him until our high school graduation.
Amari, before you go, can I have a word with you for a moment?
Yeah, sure. Marcus looked so handsome in his gown, and when he held my hand to take me aside, I felt so many sparks between us. And then he pulled out a paper plane, the same plane that I saved when a group of mean boys surrounded Marcus when we were little. Wow, you kept this all this time?
Yeah, it was the first day we became friends. And I hope that we are still friends, even though I'm with Amy.
When I looked into his eyes, my heart pounded with so much love for him that I did the unthinkable. I leant over and kissed him softly, and just then his girlfriend appeared, and Marcus pushed me away.
Why did you do that?
Yeah, why did you do that? I thought you were just his friend.
I found the courage to tell him how I felt, right in front of his girlfriend. Marcus, I think I have more than friendship feelings for you. It looked like he was going to say the same thing back to me, but then his girlfriend whispered in his ear.
I'm sorry you feel that way, but I see you as just a friend.
I never felt so humiliated and broken down before. I spent days crying about Marcus and looking back at all the memories we shared, until Mom became tired of me moping around.
Okay, that's enough, young lady. Remember, the sea is filled with fishes. Now that you're done with high school, you can go out there and explore.
Are you chasing me away?
No, silly, but you need to spread your wings. You're already earning a good living doing that YouTube thing, so why not enjoy life at the same time?
Mom was right. Maybe going on a trip would help me forget about Marcus. So I traveled to China, South Africa, Italy, and when I got to New York, I made some connections with Hollywood producers. And the next thing, I was producing movies. I became a big-time producer, and one day, I decided to fly back to my hometown in Australia on a talent search for a star actor for my up-and-coming production. And Aaron suddenly appeared, and he was auditioning for my movie. If we consider you for this role, are you willing to travel?
Of course. Acting is my passion.
He looked and sounded more grown up, and I was impressed with his performance. I decided to give him the lead role, and then we sat down to discuss the contract.
I'm so glad to see you again. I can't believe you are a big-time producer now.
Yeah, and I can't believe you auditioned for my production.
Well, I'm glad I did. I grew up a lot after high school, and I want you to see that.
Once I felt the discussion was going sideways, I made it very clear to him that our relationship was professional. He seemed to understand, and then Marcus suddenly showed up standing at our table and Aaron looked so angry. Marcus, how did you know that I was here?
Your mom told me that you were having dinner with Aaron, and I had to see you before. We are in the middle of something very important here.
I was shocked at Aaron's actions, but what was happening reminded me of high school. Marcus, I'm in an important meeting. Can we catch up later?
No, I need you to know something. When we were in high school, Aaron threatened to ruin your YouTube channel with bad publicity. He was gonna make up some story about you cheating on him, so I agreed to be in a fake relationship with his cousin Amy.
My heart raced with so much rage when he told me that. I know Marcus would do anything to protect me.
He's lying. don't believe him. We are meant for each other.
I threw my soda in Aaron's face, tore up the contract, and walked out with Marcus. Marcus and I had a lot to talk about, and I was happy that the leukemia was gone and he looked so much stronger.
I'm sorry that I wasn't with you throughout the worst stages of your illness.
Every time I thought of you, I fought harder. Omari, you're not only my best friend, but also my soulmate.
His words made me cry, and my broken heart for so many years was finally healed. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New York. Please like and subscribe to STA.
Woohoo! And I win once again.
That's so unfair. You always cheat.
Don't be a crybaby.
Annie, do you always have to behave like a barbarian? Michael could have injured himself badly.
It was an accident.
I'm fine. We were just playing. Oh, I know how wild Annie becomes. She just doesn't know when to stop.
Sometimes I wished I didn't have a mom because she was always saying horrible stuff to me. I did the total opposite of what my mom desired. For instance, I played soccer and I was the best at it.
Annie! Annie! Annie!
My best friend was a boy. Michael and I were like peanut butter and jelly, and sometimes we even dressed like each other, which drove my mom up the wall.
Annie, what on earth are you wearing?
Hello to you too, Mom. What's in the bag?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Look, I found this cute dress for you. You have such a great figure. I'm sure you will look so cute.
Ew, Mom, you know I hate pink.
What did I do to have a daughter who likes being a tomboy? Your mom is so dramatic.
More like annoying. If it wasn't for you in my life, I would probably be the most miserable person in the world.
You mean a lot to me too, Annie.
Well, our happy friendhood was short-lived, because all of a sudden and out of the blue, I saw moving trucks at Michael's house.
We're moving back to Italy.
Why do you guys have to move to another country?
My parents are separating now, so Mom has to move back to Italy.
How am I going to live without you?
Hey, we can still see each other over the internet.
That's not the same.
Well, long story short, Michael and I contacted each other a couple of times, and then I stopped once I went to high school. Even though I was one of the smart kids at school, the friends I had were a group of bad girls who got up to mischief all the time. They took up most of my time, and usually I ended up in trouble.
Annie, come on. It's your turn to splash paint all over the principal's car.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
The next day, Mom was called to school, and she was so disappointed in me.
I am so sorry about Annie's behavior. I promise it won't ever happen again. Annie is actually one of our top achievers, and the only problem we have with her is her behavior. I have a suggestion that might help. I would do anything to help Annie be more disciplined. Take this. It's information for the exchange student program. Since she is a smart girl, I think she would qualify.
Mom seemed eager for me to try the exchange program out, as if she was eager for me to get out of her space.
Annie, I think your principal is right. This is exactly what you need.
Oh, you have been waiting to get rid of me for years. I'm not going anywhere.
Fine, suit yourself. Oh, and by the way, the trip was in Italy.
Michael was in Italy, and it got me thinking. I sent Michael a message, letting him know about the exchange program. I thought he would ignore me since I didn't talk to him for a while, but he was happy to hear from me. So I packed my bags and took the offer to explore Italy. When I was finally there, I looked around the airport searching for Michael, and then a hand touched my shoulder, and stood before me was a gorgeous guy. I couldn't believe how much he had changed.
Wow, you turned out to be quite the hunk.
And you look super gorgeous as always. Welcome to Italy, my friend.
I felt so happy to see him, and when he took me to his house, his mom was even more excited to see me. I missed her cooking. She cooked the best pasta ever.
So glad to have you here. Come on, I made your favorite.
Michael looked at me differently, like he liked me, and I wasn't sure as yet if I felt the same, even though he looked so fine.
Do you still play soccer?
No, when I got to high school, a lot changed.
I can see, but you shouldn't give up on what you love.
Michael had a point, and I was going to use my time in Italy getting back into my love for sport. The next day, I was going to start my first day as an exchange student, and when I entered with Michael next to me, girls looked at me sternly.
Looks like you have a lot of admirers in the school, Mr. Charmer Boy.
Yeah, but none of them are my type.
Oh yeah? What is your type?
You.
My face turned red when he said that, and because I wasn't looking, I accidentally bumped into another guy who looked like he stepped out of a popular rock band.
Watch where you're walking, girl.
Before I could apologize, he cut me off and looked viciously at Michael.
And you! Don't think I forgot about what you did. I'm still going to get you back for that.
Hey, are you okay? What was he talking about?
That's Brent the jerk. He's my stepbrother.
What? How come you never mentioned him before?
Because I only found out when we moved to Italy. My dad chose to go back to Brent's mom, and my mom followed him here, trying her best to convince him not to leave us, but Brent's mom was rich, so he chose her. Wow, I'm so sorry you had to go through all that. I'm okay now. Brent is a spoiled brat. He tried to steal test papers from the principal's office, and I saw him, so I told the principal. That's why he's mad.
You did the right thing. Don't feel bad about it. Later after school, I had to wait for Michael to finish his football practice, and then I saw Brent sneaking into the change room, so I followed him. I found him fiddling with one of the lockers, and then I bravely stood behind him.
What do you think you're doing? None of your business.
What are you doing in the boys' change rooms?
I asked you first. What are you doing? I don't have to tell you anything. Just because you're rich and spoiled, don't think you can always have your way.
Brent suddenly came close to my face, and I felt almost taken by his hazel brown eyes and his strong jawline. But then I remembered what Michael had told me.
I'm not scared of you.
Don't believe everything my stepbrother tells you.
Later that afternoon, while Michael and I were doing our homework together like old times, I felt a little awkward because every time he completed an answer, he glared at me.
I miss this, us doing homework together.
Me too, but if you keep on staring at me, you'll have no homework to submit in class tomorrow.
I can't help myself. You are…
Michael, there's something I need to tell you. While you were at football practice, I followed Brent into the boys' change room.
Did something happen between you two?
No, of course not. I saw him fiddling at one of the lockers and then I told him off.
Good. He's always up to no good. It's best you stay far away from him.
Yeah, Michael surprised me with a kiss, and I was speechless.
I really like you, Annie.
Well, I don't know what to say.
What? You don't feel the same? Do you like someone else?
Huh? No,
You don't think I'm good enough?
Michael, we're friends.
Date me, please. I think we're meant for each other.
I felt so under pressure. I didn't want him to feel bad, so I said yes.
Okay, I guess.
Dating Michael had to take some getting used to. Every time he kissed me, I felt so weird. And then the next shocking thing happened at the school parking lot.
Are you all right? Oh my gosh, babe, are you okay?
Yeah. That guy would have knocked me if it wasn't for…
I didn't get a chance to say thank you to Brent, and apparently the scooter guy's brakes were not working. And as for Michael, he didn't even want to acknowledge how Brent saved me.
Brent kind of rescued me. Did you see that?
I would have rescued you too, but it happened so fast.
During lunch break, Michael was at football practice again, so I was on my own. I tried to find a quiet spot to sit, and then I saw Brent sitting under a tree. This was my chance to thank him.
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for coming to my rescue this morning.
No worries. So, how is dating my stepbrother going for you?
It's good.
What did he tell you about me?
I think you already know. You like drawing?
Yeah, it keeps my mind off negative people like my brother.
Well, I've known Michael from childhood, and there's nothing negative about him.
Huh! That's what you think. He is very good at manipulating people.
Before I could say another word, Michael startled me from behind.
Didn't I tell you to stay away from this guy?
Michael, I thought you were at football practice.
Yes, I was. And then I got a message from a friend that you were talking to this jerk when I told you to stay away from him.
Michael started raising his voice at me, and Brent got up to defend me.
Hey, you can't just shout at her. And you're the jerk, not me.
Brent and Michael started at each other fiercely, and then Michael pushed Brent against the tree.
Michael, what is wrong with you?
Come on, let's go.
No, you're acting ridiculous. I came here to thank Brent for rescuing me this morning. Why are you acting like such a jerk?
You calling me a jerk? After all that my mom and I have done for you. We invited you to our house. I was your best friend when your crazy mom kept nagging you for being different.
You're so selfish.
I felt my anger build up, and then I slapped Michael. And as I blindly stormed off, I bumped into a pole and collapsed. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I opened my eyes, I was happy to see my mom.
Hey, sweetie.
Mom, what are you doing here?
You blacked out for 2 days, hon. Of course I would be here.
You came all the way to Italy for me?
Yes, you are my everything, Annie. While you were away, I became lonely. Do you want to come back home?
Not just yet, Mom. I signed up for a top-class girls' soccer club. I'm waiting to see if I got in.
Soccer? So that's what you want to do for the rest of your life?
It's what I love, Mom. I never stopped you from being a beauty queen.
You're right. I'm sorry for being a horrible mom.
You're not a horrible mom. I'm sorry for not being the daughter you always wanted.
Hey, you're perfect just the way you are.
It felt good to hear Mom say those words, and while we were bonding, Michael entered with a lot of balloons and flowers.
I'll leave you two now. Take care of my baby girl, Michael. Hey, babe, I'm so sorry about what happened. I didn't mean for you to end up in hospital.
It's not your fault. The doctor said there was a lack of iron in my blood.
Every time Michael randomly kissed me, I felt so awkward. I didn't feel any chemistry with him.
What's wrong?
Michael, I don't feel what you're feeling. I've always liked you, just as a friend.
So you were playing with my feelings? Or maybe you like Brent the jerk?
Michael started acting irrationally again, and then Brent surprisingly entered the room.
You should stop calling me a jerk, brother. I did nothing wrong to you. What are you doing here? Get out, now!
I want him to stay.
I told you he is not a good person. He lies, and he does all sorts of bad things to people. That's not true, and you know that. The only reason he's angry at me is because his mom lied to my dad. He was never my dad's son, but he still loves you. I don't have a problem with you. Stop lying!
Michael then went bizarre and grabbed my drips pole and charged after Brent.
Michael, stop!
No, I won't let him have you too!
When Michael refused to listen, I pressed a button next to my bed. The security guards ran in and held Michael back from harming Brent. Later that evening, the hospital let me go home. Mom had to rush back to New York, and when I was at Michael's house, he was not around, and his mom opened up to me.
This is all my fault. I lied to Michael about who his father was because I didn't want him to learn the truth about his real father, who ended up in prison when I was only 3 weeks pregnant.
Yeah, he seems to have a lot of anger.
When Brent's father found out I lied, he left us and came back to Italy. I had no choice but to also come back home. This was my mother's house.
Everything will be okay.
When Michael eventually came home, he didn't say a word to his mom or me. He hardly even ate his dinner. And after I helped Michael's mom with the dishes, I decided to face him.
I don't want to talk to you.
Well, I want to talk to you. I know you're hurt inside because of your dad not being your real dad, but you can't just blame Brent for that. He was just born, and none of it is his fault.
You don't know anything.
I know you, and I know that you are a good person. Don't let your parents' mistakes determine who you are.
It's hard. It's been so hard to understand. I was also just born into a lie, and when I found out, I just lost it.
I know, but you are not alone, and no one hates you. You need to accept the truth and then move on.
Thank you. I'm sorry I pushed you to date me. When I saw you, I felt like my old self again, and I
understand, and I'm still here.
The next day at school, when I saw Brent, I sat down next to him and things seemed cool between us.
I'm so glad to see you're out of hospital. How do you feel?
I'm great. Listen, I'm sorry I judged you before.
It's okay. And that day in the change room, I was opening my locker. Believe it or not, I'm also on the football team, but I never play. I'm their standby guy.
Thank you for clearing that up.
When Michael appeared at the table, Brent got up to leave because he didn't want any trouble.
I'll just go now. See you around, Annie. Wait, you don't have to leave. I'm sorry. I was wrong to be angry at you. Okay, thanks. I guess I'm sorry too.
Aw, this is so overwhelming. I guess we can all be friends now.
Or more than friends. Hey, don't push your luck now.
I finally received the phone call I've been waiting for. I was accepted in the biggest soccer club as an intern. My dreams were coming true, and I was sure glad to celebrate the great news with my 2 best friends. Hi, my name is Bridget, and I am from New York. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. When I was born, my dad used to take me to the aquarium all the time because that's where he worked as a marine biologist. Hanging out in Dad's aquarium made me fall in love with all the animals. And one day when I was around 7 years old, my dad took me into the water to meet Tulip. She was a dolphin, and she touched my nose with her long mouth.
Dad, I think she likes me.
I think so too, sweetie.
You know, when I grow up, I want to be just like you.
I loved my dad so much. I also had a great mom too, but she was always out working since she was a top lawyer in the country. My life was perfect until I came home from school one day and found my mom crying. What's wrong, Mom?
Bridget, I don't think your dad is coming back.
What do you mean he's not coming back?
His job called and they sent out some lifeguards to search for research crew they sent out at sea, and they can't find him.
Mom broke down again, and I wanted to comfort her, but I was also breaking down. So I ran to my room and turned on my rock music up loud. This was my way of ignoring the facts. 2 years went by, and my dad still never returned. And I became the geek who covered her face with her hair and walked around with a hoodie and books. And then, in my senior year, the school wanted to take us on a 1-week trip to the Atlantic Ocean, but my mom refused to let me go.
I'm sorry, Bridget. I already lost your father to the ocean, and I'm not losing you too.
But Mom, this is my opportunity to explore the best sea creatures in the world. Mom stood her ground and stuck to her decision. But when I told my biology teacher, Mrs. Jam, she immediately came to my house since I was her top student and she adored me to bits.
Hi, ma'am. I came to speak to you about Bridget. If it's about that trip to the Atlantic Ocean, my answer is no.
Mrs. Jam was a very persistent person, and somehow she managed to convince my mom. I was so excited! The last time I felt this happy was when Dad took me camping.
Please stay safe.
I will, Mom. She hugged me tightly and almost didn't let go. The ship that we sailed on was huge, and on the first night, the kids in my school organized a party on the boat. But I didn't have many friends, so I sat by myself next to the edge of the ship, reading a book, until suddenly I spotted a dolphin. Hey there, little guy. I leaned over to touch him, and then all of a sudden I toppled over, almost falling into the sea, until the hottest guy in school caught me and pulled me up. His name was Shane, and this was my first time being this close to him.
Wow. What were you doing at the edge of the boat?
I saw a dolphin that I couldn't miss.
Haha, okay, that's cool. Just don't fall in again unless you want to be swimming with the dolphins tonight. And how come you're out here alone when everybody is having a good time at the party?
I just wanted some fresh air. A gush of breeze lifted my hair from my face.
Wow, you must be a Vogue model.
My face turned red, blushing at what he said. And then this girl, Jessica, approached us. She was one of the popular cheerleading girls at school with a massive attitude.
There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
She clung on to Shane and smirked at me.
What are you doing with her?
He wanted to talk to me. Do you have a problem with that?
Well, yeah. He is my boyfriend.
Well, maybe you should write your name on his forehead then. That way we will all know that he belongs to you. Shane looked at me, speechless. I was very quiet in school, but not stupid. When the snobby girls gave me an attitude, I gave it right back. After that scene, the teachers called it a timeout, which meant we all had to go to bed. And while we were fast asleep, there was a sudden bang, and then screaming.
Everyone, we need to get off the ship. The ship is sinking.
When I put my feet on the floor, there was already a puddle of water. I ran with all the other kids and we got onto a lifeboat and rowed the whole night until we came to an isolated island.
Oh my gosh, my hair is so damaged.
Jessica and her crew of cheerleaders looked like recycled Barbie dolls without their makeup. And then Shane suddenly appeared in front of me.
You still look the same. I guess natural beauty pays off in the end.
Shane, come here, I need you.
Jessica was such a control freak. She wanted Shane to hug her because she felt emotional, and him just popping up and randomly calling me beautiful was also a little strange, but I wasn't complaining. I looked up at the sky and saw that the clouds were heavy, and I remembered my dad showing me how to build shelter with banana leaves and sticks. And when I started gathering the sticks and leaves together, Jessica started mocking me.
What on earth are you doing?
Building shelter. Do you want to help?
I would never do something so degrading like that, because I'm a lady and ladies like me could never do a maid's job.
So we're stuck out here in the middle of nowhere, and all you can think of is your lady self. I guess you're not only selfish, but also very dumb.
Ha! How dare you? It's not like we're going to stay here forever. Oh wait, I forgot you finally made it home, where you can be all alone and live amongst the sea creatures. You're such a geek.
All her friends laughed. Then Mrs. Jam gave me a hand and Shane joined in.
This is actually a bright idea because it looks like a storm is caving in.
After we built the shelter, it didn't take long for it to start pouring down, and Jessica and her minions ran to the shelter. Wow! Looks like my geeky little shelter is now useful! Jessica smirked at me. Then she stood next to Shane, pulled him closer to her, and kissed him madly. A part of me did feel jealous, which I didn't understand since she was her boyfriend after all. Later that night, as we fell asleep, I had this strange dream about my dad. And then suddenly, I woke up and heard someone shouting in the woods. I bravely got up to see what it was, and then I screamed when someone touched my shoulder. Ah! Oh my gosh, Shane, what are you doing here?
I saw you get up. What are you doing out here?
I heard someone shouting. Did you hear that?
Yes, now be quiet.
We walked further into the woods until we reached a cave. We didn't have any torches, so we didn't go in. But when we turned around to go back, we were surrounded by some strange people who carried spears and dressed in animal fur. Oh my gosh, please don't hurt us! They poked us lightly with their spear and then took us to their campsite where we had to bow down before their chief. The chief pointed at me and then he asked his people to smell my hands as if they were about to eat me up. And then they tied me to a pole and started a fire. My heart pounded with so much fear. No, please! I taste like mermaid! Please don't eat me! Ah! Just as they were about to set fire to the pole, a man appeared.
Stop!
His face was covered with a beard, but I noticed his eyes. They were just like mine. Dad?
Bridget!
He cut me loose and hugged me tightly. Dad! I thought you were dead! We hugged each other, crying and smiling and feeling so overwhelmed. The strange people of the forest adored him because he saved them from pirates once, and ever since, they took care of him. How come you never came back?
I tried, but there's no way out of here. We're stuck here.
The strange people also let Shane go, and we slept in their campsite for a night. The next day, before we could go back to the rest of the kids, I woke up early in the morning to find a spot to pee. While searching for a spot not too far from the campsite, I suddenly came across a ship beached on shore. It was abandoned, so I went inside to check it out. Wow, we could actually get back home with this. While talking to myself, I felt an ice-cold sword on my cheek.
Hi there, little girl.
When I turned around, a tall, dirty man with a pirate hat stood before me, and then 3 other men joined him. I come in peace? As they tied me up, I wondered if maybe these pirates were just like the ones we watched on TV, so I tried my luck. If you let us use your ship, I can show you where the treasure is. They looked at each other, and then the captain came closer to me with his smelly breath.
Hi.
What does I mean?
Show us the treasure.
Only if you allow me and my schoolmates, plus my dad, to board this ship. They grouped together to discuss, and then they agreed. But when I took them to the campsite where my dad and Shane was, the pirates suddenly changed their minds when they saw my dad.
If that man is your dad, then no.
Dad, what did you do to them?
I just kind of exploded their camp with a little bit of dynamite.
Oh my gosh, Dad, that's dangerous!
Annabelle, are you sure about this? These pirates are not to be trusted. They've taken a lot from the people of the forest.
It's our only way to get back home. I got Mrs. Jam to talk to the Captain Pirate, and once again she worked her charm, and we all boarded their ship and sailed off to find their treasure. As I sat alone on the deck, Shane came and sat next to me.
If it wasn't for you, we'd all probably be stuck on that island, turning into savages.
Yeah, what can I say? I got it from my dad. I'm so happy I finally found him. Jessica then appeared in front of us.
Why is it every time I look for you, you're always with her?
Jessica, wait for me inside. I'll be there soon.
She rolled her eyes and stormed back inside. Why do you let her control you so much?
I don't know. I guess because she's so popular and I just got sucked into being that cool guy who gets the hot girl thing.
And do you like that?
No, if I could create my own school, I'd rather have more girls like you around.
He always had a way with words. 2 days passed, and we were still sailing. And then one day, as I stood up on the top of the ship, looking through binoculars, the Captain Pirates and all his mates surrounded me.
Where is our treasure?
We still need to get there.
Stop lying or else we will throw your dad in the ocean.
I didn't know what else to come up with, since there was no real treasure. And then to show me that they were serious, they pushed my dad into the ocean and I ran screaming, "Dad!" When I looked down, there was a shark, and then I jumped. Since my dad and I were really great swimmers, we swam underwater and stayed really still. This was something my dad taught me about sharks. They won't come near you if you remain still. After the shark swam away, Shane let down a rope and we climbed back up, but the pirates were not too happy. Okay, your treasure is in New York. Once we get there, I'll show you exactly where it is. The pirates gave us a chance, and when we eventually reached home, the kids screamed for joy and thanked me.
Bridget, you saved us.
Okay, enough of your happy screaming. We still want our treasure.
When they pointed their swords at me, the security at the harbor saw this and came to our rescue. The pirates were arrested and we were all safe. When Shane came to talk to me again, Jessica immediately pulled him away. But this time, he pushed her away.
I'm breaking up with you, Jessica.
What? You can't do that. Every boy in the school wants to date me.
No, we don't.
A few boys walked past her and laughed at her hair, now that she looked like she was electrocuted. Jessica screamed her lungs out, angry at Shane for breaking up with her, and stormed off. Shane turned and smiled at me.
I guess I'll see you at school.
Yeah, I felt butterflies in my stomach after he left, and then my dad touched my shoulder.
Are you ready to go home?
Yes, I can't wait. When we walked into our house, Mom cried and ran into Dad's arms.
Oh, how are you here?
Bridget saved me.
We all had a big family hug, and later that evening, while we were eating dinner, there was a knock on the door. Dad opened it and then said it was for me. When I went to see who it was Shane.
Hey.
Hey.
I was wondering if you would go to prom with me.
And you couldn't wait till tomorrow to tell me this?
No.
He looked so cute when he was shy, and this time I pulled him closer and kissed him. Of course I'll be your date. Hi, I'm Frida from New York, and this is my story. I've always been a lucky, beautiful child, born to parents who adored me. Dad worked as a scientist for a large corporation, and Mom was a small fashion designer. Our lives were sailing smoothly until Dad's company was robbed by a notorious criminal family, and he was forced to testify against them in court. Because of his brave testimony, the government awarded him a huge sum of money, but at a very dire cost. His testimony landed our lives in danger, and we had to move from one city to another each year. It caused a rift between my parents.
I'm leaving with our child if you move to one more city.
For God's sake, this is the last city. You're safe here.
True to his word, that was the last city we moved to. After 8 years of living there, my parents found their footing in the city and grew popularly wealthy with all the money they made from the court case. And I launched a modeling career that propelled me to stardom because of their influence.
Frida! Frida! Frida!
Everyone loved me, but the thing they loved most was my hair. I had the most perfect red hair. It was long, curly, and soft like silk. But one day, that changed. It all happened the night Dad had been working on a serious project in his lab when I walked in.
Hey, Dad, can I borrow the limo for tonight?
Out of the way, honey. I'm busy.
He walked right into me, spilling the entire glass of his experiment on my hair.
My hair!
I screamed and hurried out of the lab to the bathroom for a deep wash. The events of that night passed by in a blur, but when I woke up the next morning, I had the biggest shock of my life. My beautiful red hair was missing. Dad's chemicals had totally fried all the hair from my head, and Mom went ballistic.
You ruined her perfect hair! You ruined everything! No one will hire her looking like that!
I felt terrible for Dad, but I didn't say anything to help him. After all, he'd ruined my hair.
I know my presence in the house isn't helping, so I'll leave to give you two some space. I'll miss you terribly.
Dad left that day, and we never heard from him again. After a few days without him, I began to feel guilty about his absence from the house. I attempted to contact him, but each call went to voicemail. When I told Mom, she sounded so unconcerned.
Frida, I don't want to hear another word about your father. That man destroys everything he touches.
After that day, I never mentioned Dad again. All I could do was secretly wish for his return. The week after Dad left, I had a professional shoot planned, and Mom made me put on a customized wig, exactly like my hair.
I made this just for you, Frida. Never take it off.
I kissed her goodbye and ran out to meet my super hot, wealthy boyfriend, Davies. He was my partner for the shoot.
Something for my princess?
Oh my god, it's so pretty!
He was also a really sweet boyfriend. He got me so many expensive gifts, I could barely keep count.
I love it!
The necklace was too heavy for my neck, but I endured the weight. I'd do anything for him because he's so perfect.
My name complements your skin so well.
During the shoot, everyone couldn't stop admiring how great Davies and I were together.
You two look like the perfect power couple. Now, stroke Frida's hair gently.
Davies did as he was told, but I felt my wig coming off and stopped the shoot immediately with a lie.
I think I have a headache.
Let me take you home, babe.
Davies' chauffeur drove us home, and during the drive, I felt it was time to confront Davies with the truth. I held his hand and looked him in the eyes with all the love I could muster as I said,
Babe, would you still love me if I changed?
How?
Like, say, I grew a mustache or extra legs or...
He placed his hand on mine and looked at me with concern.
Your hands are shaking, babe. Tell me, what is it?
The soothing way he spoke to me gave me all the confidence I needed, and I spilled the truth. I lost my hair. I took off my wig and explained everything to him, but to my shock, Davies instantly switched. He snatched his arm from mine and moved away like I was a monster.
What happened to your beauty, Frida?
I couldn't believe he reacted this way, since I always believed that true love should always be kind.
I think we should break up. I can't be seen with you looking like that.
So you never loved me?
Oh, come on, Frida. You know we're together because we're perfect for the media. And now what's the point?
You're a jerk, Davies, and I never want to see you again. Here's your stupid, heavy, fake necklace.
I hurled the necklace at him, and then I angrily stopped the car and found my own way back home. Breaking up with Davies had taken a toll on me. I refused to go anywhere until I got my hair back. Every morning, I'd look in the mirror hoping to see some improvement, but there was none. Mom had to drive me to several top hospitals.
The hair follicles are completely damaged. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do.
Over time, I had to learn to live without my hair. I became reliant on wigs, wearing them to every fashion event and show. Nobody could tell the difference. One day, after walking the runway for the New York Fashion Week, I received a call from a strange number. I excused myself to pick it up.
Hey, babe.
It was Davies!
Don't even think about it. If you don't want your secret exposed.
I'd rather eat rocks than be scared of you, Davies.
Really? I wonder what everyone will say once they find out you've been lying to them about your hair.
What do you want? Spill it!
$500,000 delivered to me in cash.
What do you need $500,000 for?
It's none of your business, princess. I'll send the location to you, and I expect to see you in an hour.
He hung up the call before I could say anything, and I headed back to the red carpet with a fake smile. When I finished with the paparazzi, I called my manager for the money. I went to the location with it. When I met Davies, I noticed he looked different.
Where's the money?
Tell me what you need it for. He looked around like we weren't the only ones there. It scared me.
Quit joking around and give it to me.
He snatched the briefcase from my grasp and hurried away. Not even a thank you. I drove away from the scene, angry at him for blackmailing me. But as time passed, I became so preoccupied with shoots and interviews that I completely forgot about him. Then school resumed, and I was swarmed by a horde of obsessed students on the first day.
Oh my god, Frida! I want to be exactly like you. What do you use on your skin?
Someone suddenly grabbed my arm, yanking me away from the crowd. It was a girl I'd never seen before. She wore enormous glasses.
Pardon me, but I noticed you needed saving.
I did. You're like an angel sent from heaven. Thank you.
I'm Mindy, and I'm new here. What's your name?
I'm Frida.
Glad to make your acquaintance, Frida.
You could just say friend, you know.
I wouldn't want to profess intimate conversance with your person so early.
I just knew she was a big nerd with all that word salad. I nodded along like I understood her.
By the way, would you mind showing me around?
Of course. As I showed Mindy around the school, we talked about a lot of things and instantly clicked. She became my best friend. One time, we were on our way to the gym when we bumped into Davies, the last person on Earth I wanted to see.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the princess and her new crony.
Don't speak about my friend like that! Can't you leave me alone?
Remember, I know your secret, Baldy.
Only because I told you. Don't act like it's a groundbreaking discovery you made yourself, pea-brain.
Speaking about pea-brains, I have an assignment for you.
If it's money to do whatever shady thing you're up to,
You and I know you've taken more than that from me.
What do you mean taken? I didn't ask you to spend money on me.
This is different. I need you to do my school assignments.
Before I knew it, he dropped a hefty sack of books into my arms. And as if that wasn't enough, he audaciously brought his face close to mine as he said,
Also, my lips have missed yours. I'm sure yours have as well.
I'd rather make out with a piece of wood than you.
Why don't we check that out?
Before I could react, Mindy's arm came from behind me and punched him in the face, throwing him back. She stood in front of me like my knight in shining armor.
You dal cop! You have no right to kiss a lady against her will!
Davy's face went red with embarrassment. He got up, about to attack her, when some students rushed out of the gym in front of us.
I'll get you for that!
As soon as Davies left, I turned to Mindy and hugged her.
Thank you.
What does dal cop mean anyway?
Oh, it's just a silly old English word for a stupid person.
You could have just called him an idiot.
Sorry. Seeing the buffoon mess with you made me really mad.
I thought about telling Mindy my secret as well, but I decided to keep it to myself. I wasn't ready to lose another friend, and Mindy was a great friend. I took her to all my fashion events, and we raided my closet together whenever she visited the house.
I like this!
That's my mom's signature diamond gown. It's the only one in existence.
Ooh, sounds expensive. I'll put it back.
Well, you can have any other clothes you want. I gave Mindy a makeover, and when we showed up to school that morning, everyone was drooling all over us. The school year came to an end, and I received an email from a famous fashion brand asking me to model for them and inviting me to their show in France.
$1 million every month? This is the request of a lifetime!
I invited her on the trip, and together we began to plan for it. But one day, I got the most shocking news from the fashion brand canceling their offer. They claimed I had sent them an email offering my spot to a model named Elaine Holt, whom I had never met. Someone was obviously attempting to sabotage me. This has to be Davy's handiwork. He's the only one with access to my emails. I headed home and gave Mom the news, leaving out the part of Davy's blackmailing me, and she gave me a brilliant suggestion.
You should go to France. If the organizers see you, they'll want you back.
I quickly packed up my suitcase and flew to France. The model show was that night, so I styled myself in a pretty red dress and showed up at the event. And you wouldn't believe who I saw. It was Mandy, dressed in Mom's signature diamond gown. She was without her glasses and looked so different. And she was with Davies. Anger filled my body as I walked over to them.
If it isn't the two little thieves! Took you time to finally find us out, huh? Pretending to be your friend was so exhausting. And all that English was hurting my mouth. Also, thank you for the gown.
So you're together?
Together? No, she is my sister.
I don't understand. Suddenly, a woman who looked exactly like Davies walked into our conversation.
Frida, it's nice to meet you again.
We've never met.
We have, child. Years ago, when your silly father gave that testimony against my family in court, stealing everything from us, we went into debt. And Elaine here came up with the brilliant suggestion of Davies dating you. We're going to steal everything from you, just like you did to us.
Mandy was Elaine? That was when it dawned on me. She was the one who stole my deal.
But Davies was losing his grip, so I had to step in.
You know, I'm still not over that punch you gave me.
Oh, get over it, big head.
I blanked into pure rage and attacked Mandy. We both landed on the floor, drawing everyone's attention. In the midst of the fight, Davies stepped in and pulled off my wig, revealing my bald head to everyone.
Everyone, Frida is an imposter.
That silly girl attacked my child for confronting her about her lies. Throw her out!
I was thrown out of the event, and I flew back home in disgrace. When I got home, I was surprised to find Dad. When he saw me, he opened his arms for a hug, and I ran into them with tears in my eyes.
Oh, Dad! I've missed you so much.
I've missed you more, honey.
I was so overcome with emotions that I started spilling everything that happened.
Those criminals finally found us. This is all my fault, honey. I'll fix this.
Meanwhile, word of my fake hair went viral. Companies were canceling invitations to me. I couldn't go anywhere without being followed by the paparazzi. But one day, Dad came up with a plan.
Honey, I need you to find a way to make Davies or Elaine confess on tape to their crimes.
That night, I called Davies for a meetup with the pretext that I wanted to apologize for my family.
Finally realized your mistakes?
Yes, and I'm sorry for everything my family did to yours. Saying the words to him was so difficult, but I needed to put on the facade for just a short while until he confessed.
You're not upset about me blackmailing you? And Elaine, posing as your friend to steal your spot in the model show.
Bingo!
You know what? I'm angry, and you and your sister can eat dirt for all I care.
My switch in attitude startled him, and I smiled as I walked away. As soon as I got home, I gave Dad the recorder, and the next day, he came into my room with big news.
Davies and his family have just been arrested.
I threw myself against him in a hug, and Mom suddenly walked in with remorse written all over her face.
I have something to say. I'm sorry for the way I treated you, darling. I'm sorry for taking your father away from you. Will both of you ever forgive me?
Come here, baby.
Dad opened his arms wide, and Mom joined in the hug. The news of Davies and Elaine's arrest spread quickly. Suddenly, I began to receive modeling offers again. My fan base grew, and everyone felt bad for how I was blackmailed. Bald models reached out to me, giving me encouraging words. I confidently stopped wearing my wigs and began to appear to more shows in my natural state. I even received several awards, proceeds of which I donated to charity.
I dedicate this award to everyone like me who is still trying to come to terms with their real self.
There was one thing I learned in all of this, and that was to love myself no matter my flaws. I wasn't made to be perfect. I was made to be me. It was a lovely sunny day, and my school held a Father's Day event. I brought my mom along since I didn't have a dad. And while we sat there enjoying the festivities, suddenly two of the school's most annoying boys came to bug the heck out of me.
Hey Mia, if you haven't noticed, this is a Father's Day event.
Yeah, I know that.
So are you the father? Because we only see your mom.
What did you just say?
He called you a father.
One thing about me is I had a very short temper, but they didn't stop teasing. So I got up and twisted their ears so hard they cried for their mothers.
Mommy!
The teachers then came and asked me and Mom to leave.
These boys were teasing her. You have to be reasonable. This is not the first time Mia reacted after just a little bit of name-calling. Once she tripped a girl who called her something silly, and we looked past that. Please, try to get your daughter some professional help with her anger issues.
Mom was so upset with me, but she knew that if anyone messed with my family, that was the wrong button to press. Later, after the picnic, I was still so mad about what happened at school, so I went to talk to Mom about something that was heavy in my heart. Mom, why don't you ever talk about my dad?
Because he's not that important. He left when you were just a baby.
Mom always felt uneasy talking about who my dad was. I usually changed the subject when I could feel the vibe between us become a little awkward. Okay, it's almost time for our telenova. Mom and I loved watching our favorite French telenova, Longing for Love. And Mom loved the lead actor, David Barrow. Mom, you're drooling again. I loved Mom so much. She was like my best friend in a way. So eventually, I stopped asking her about my dad. And then when I turned 16, I got the surprise of my life. After I blew out the candles on my birthday cake, Mom kissed my cheeks. And then all of a sudden, this famous actor from a popular TV series stood at our table. Mom, did you hire David from the Longing for Love to perform for my birthday? Mom looked at the actor in front of us for a moment, and then she looked at me.
David and I used to go to school together. Yes, your mother and I were actually high school sweethearts.
Mom, how come you never told me that you dated a famous actor? Mom was lost for words. And then the surprise came.
Because he is your father.
Even though I saw his face like a million times on TV, I froze, just staring at him, and then I turned angrily to Mom. I asked you so many times about him, and you said he ran away!
Mia, I can explain.
Mom had 16 years to explain, and I was too angry to even be next to her, so I ran off and waited for her in the car. After the big reveal, I stayed angry with Mom, and then my so-called actor dad paid a visit to our house.
I would like to get to know Mia, and I want her to come back with me to France. Oh, no, you can't just take her to another country. You kept her away from me, and now it's my turn to get to know my daughter.
Mom and Dad started arguing, and then I entered. I agree with him. I want to go.
Mia.
Mom was hurt, and I really felt bad for her, but I wanted to get to know my dad. So I flew away with him all the way to France. My mouth dropped when I saw Dad's house. It looked like a castle. Wow, is this your house?
Yes, I've already asked the staff to prepare a room for you.
Inside, the mansion was like a fairy tale, and my room was fit for a queen. Thank you so much. Should I call you Dad, or...
I'd love if you called me Dad.
I felt like we were really connecting, until two people entered the house with shopping bags. A tall woman and a girl my age.
Oh, you must be Mia. Wow, you're gorgeous.
Thank you.
Mia, please meet my sister and her daughter Felicia. They live in the mansion with me. Felicia, why don't you say hi to your cousin?
Hi. Don't worry about her. She takes time to get used to people.
When I went to my room, Felicia was there, sitting on my bed. Felicia, can I help you with anything?
I just wanted to apologize for not being welcoming.
She had a poker face when she said this, like she never even tried to smile. Oh, it's okay. Would you like to take me on a tour through this beautiful city?
My mom and uncle won't allow us to leave the gates without adult supervision.
After she said that, she left the room, and since I was exhausted from the flight, I dozed off. The next day, I found Dad in his study, and he looked super busy, but I was too excited to stay indoors all the time. Dad, I want to go out and explore the city.
No, not today. We only have family outings on Saturday. Today is a reading day.
But it's the holidays, and I only read during school days.
Well, things are different here. We live a very disciplined life, Mia. You'll learn. Now choose a book and go read.
I left his office extremely upset, but he didn't seem to give a fudge. And when I sat in my room, I decided to play some music from my phone. And while I was dancing alone, Laura suddenly barged in, grabbing my phone and breaking it into pieces. Hey, what are you doing?
We don't play music in the house on a weekday. Everyone must be quiet. Reading.
Are you crazy? You just broke my phone!
We'll get you another one over the weekend.
I didn't know whether to cry or to run. I felt like I was in a crazy house. Later that night, I was starving since I ended up falling asleep the whole day. But when the chef revealed my dish, I found a snail shell. What's this?
Escargot. It's just a starter. Try it. You will enjoy it.
Oh no! I've seen snails crawl up the walls in our backyard! There is no way, even in paradise, that I'm gonna put a snail in my mouth!
Mia, you will eat what we eat.
No! I won't! I don't eat this! I've never eaten snails in my life! Please understand!
Mia, you have to learn to adjust.
This is ridiculous! I'm going to my room! After telling my dad off, I left the table and cried for the next hour or so, wishing I never came here. And then there was a knock on my door. I tried to ignore it, but then I heard Felicia's voice.
Mia, open up, it's me.
I ran to the door and found her standing with a plate of sandwiches.
I told the chef to make you a sandwich. Please don't say anything.
Oh, thank you so much. I let her in, and she sat with me while I ate the delicious sandwich. How do you manage to follow all the rules in this house?
It's the way my mom and uncle were raised back in the USA. My mom is not that bad, but because your dad is rich and we struggled back at home, we had no choice to come and live here.
So my dad is the controlling one. No wonder my mom kept me away from him.
Yes, he lives by a set of rules, and we all have to follow them, or we don't get to enjoy this luxurious life. I have to leave now. Bedtime is soon.
I already slept enough during the day, and when I looked out the window, the night looked so beautiful. And as I was looking at the stars, I could feel someone looking at me. It was a boy from the house opposite. He stood on his balcony and just glared at me. And then I quickly closed my curtains when Laura entered without knocking again.
Lights off, it's bedtime now.
I want to go back home.
Don't let your father hear you say that. He really wants to get to know you.
Well, I don't like who he is, and I don't care about his money. After Laura left, I peeked out the curtains again, and the boy was still there, looking directly at my room. Early the next morning, I needed some fresh air, and since I woke up much earlier than everyone else, I made myself some coffee and went outside. While I stood on the porch, I noticed someone throwing plastic bottles over the wall. Hey! What are you doing? Ow! Hey, stop throwing your trash over this wall!
Well, it's not my trash. When I woke up, I found all these plastic bottles on my turf.
And who says that's our trash?
Because all these bottles are at the edge of the wall. So who else could it be?
It was pointless starting an argument with this boy, who was actually very cute, by the way. So I started throwing all the bottles back.
Hey, you can't do that.
Oh, yes, I can! Oh, Dad! Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up.
What are you doing outside so early in the morning?
I just wanted some fresh air.
Come on inside. The chef made you some breakfast.
I hope it's not snails again.
No, that's not a breakfast meal. Just your traditional bacon and eggs this time.
After breakfast, Felicia and I sat outside drinking lemonade. So what happened with you early this morning? I heard noises outside.
Oh yes, it was this boy from…
Before I could tell Felicia about the boy from next door, he popped his head over the wall.
Hey, is the bottle war over?
Well, that depends if you start it. He disappeared for like a second, and then he appeared with a hose pipe, spraying both Felicia and I wet.
Well, I've started it.
How do you know, Liam?
We had a bottle war this morning. Do you guys have a hose pipe?
I think so, but I don't know where it's kept. We should go inside and get dry.
Oh, way. Not until we get Liam back. Come on! Felicia was so scared to break my dad's rules, but I told her to relax and have fun. So we went into Liam's yard with buckets of water. When Liam came out from his garage, Felicia and I threw 2 buckets of cold water all over him.
Got you!
Before we could run off, he held my hand and drew me closer to him. And my heart started racing just looking into his shiny blue eyes.
You're brave coming over here. Felicia never steps foot outside the house unless it's for school.
Yeah, we should really go now.
I guess I'm not scared of anything. After that fun event with Liam, Felicia and I tried to sneak past Dad's office without him noticing. But he was already standing by the stairs with Laura, who looked so nervous.
I'm very disappointed with you, Felicia. You know the rules of this house, but instead of leading Mia in the right path, you've shown her that being rebellious is okay. For that, you and your mom will leave my house.
What? But it was my idea! I took Felicia next door and there's nothing wrong with that! We were just being normal kids!
My decision is final.
Dad's heart was as cold as ice. He had no mercy on anyone. Laura and Felicia cried in each other's arms, and I felt so bad for them. I had to do something to help. Later that night, I waited for everyone to fall asleep. And when the house was dead silent, I got up. I managed to sneak outside and jump over the wall to Liam's house. I started throwing stones at his window to wake him up.
Liam! Liam!
You again?
Yes! I need your help.
Okay, I'm coming.
Liam came down and helped me sneak up to his room. I was amazed to find he was a musician. He had posters of famous artists all over his room, and he had a very fancy guitar. I'm so sorry to bother you, but I really need to borrow your phone.
Is everything okay?
No! My dad is a control freak, and I really need to contact my mom. When I called Mom, she was so happy to hear my voice, and I immediately cried and told her everything.
So I guess your mom will fetch you soon.
Yes, I hope so. Thank you so much for your help.
I'm going to miss you. Even though I hardly know you, it was nice having a friendly neighbor.
If you call having bottle wars and water fights friendly, then I'm going to miss you too. The next day, I overslept and got up so late. And when I went downstairs, I could hear Mom's voice.
I kept her away from you for this very reason. You are a control freak. I won't let her go. She's my daughter too.
But I want to go. I'm not happy here.
I guess we're all leaving then. I'm tired of being your doormat, brother.
But I helped you when you had nothing.
But Dad, you told her to leave! How long did you expect her to beg for your help?
Dad looked at all of us silently for a while, and then suddenly he started crying.
I'm sorry. I know I have a problem, and I promise I'll get help. Just don't leave me alone in this house. Please.
I actually found a job back home, so I really want to start afresh. Felicia deserves that.
I hugged Aunt Laura and Felicia as they left. I'm so happy that I have a cousin and an aunt like you. I'll call you.
I'm going to miss you, Mia.
After some time, Dad got all the help he needed, and Mom gave him a second chance.
Your Aunt Laura and Felicia just called. They will be visiting us during Christmas.
Oh, I can't wait to see them.
My family was complete, and I was so happy.
Hey, I just got back from the gym. Am I late for the barbecue?
Yes! You were supposed to be here ages ago!
Here, I brought you an ice pop to cool down your hot temper.
I also saw a therapist for my short temper, and he told me to take deep breaths every time my temperature started rising.
What are you doing?
I'm breathing so I can calm down. Liam, my parents are here.
Sorry, I was trying to calm you down.
Liam was crazy, but I loved him so much, and so did my parents. And I eventually did learn to cool my temper down, because when you really care about your loved ones, you sometimes learn to compromise. Hi, I'm Princess Jana of Estonia, a tiny kingdom somewhere in Europe. My parents, the king and queen of Estonia, always made sure I had everything except freedom. I couldn't go anywhere without someone watching me, and I hated that. All I wanted to do was experience life like a normal teen, and that chance finally came on my 17th birthday when they surprised me with a trip to the Maldives. But as they say, be careful what you wish for. The private jet waited as our limo pulled up. My best friend Emma, my boyfriend Sebastian, and I got out of the limo and walked to the plane. Mr. Boris, my bodyguard, pulled our suitcases.
OMG! I can't believe this is real! Somebody pinch me!
Sebastian pinched Emma playfully and they laughed. I liked that they got along.
It's just a private jet, Em. My dad owns like 3 of them.
Show off!
Emma was my only friend. She'd been picked by my mother and introduced to me on my 5th birthday. My mother had called her my birthday present. Crazy, I know. Sebastian, on the other hand, was the son of a wealthy businessman, and we met when his family visited the palace. Do you guys want to go bungee jumping? I've always wanted to try it. Bungee jumping? Are you insane? The queen will never approve it. She doesn't need to know.
Seb, what do you think?
You can go, Jana. We'll cover for you with Mr. Boris. We are good at keeping secrets, Right, Em?
Yeah, totally. A few hours later, I stood at a huge bridge as I eagerly awaited my turn to jump. Just then, I spotted a cute guy carrying some jumping gear and figured he worked there. Hello, I'm Jonna. You work here, right? It's my first time doing, well, anything. So I guess we'll need to be strapped together for my jump?
Sure. You can strap yourself to me any day. My name is Nicholas, by the way.
What a flirt! Anyway, as I was busy blushing, he squatted and strapped my ankle to his.
I know we just met, but you're going to have to hug me for this one.
I mean, I knew it was for the jump. Why was my heart beating so fast? Without thinking too much, I wrapped my hands around him and closed my eyes.
Ready?
Yes!
Here we go! Hold on tight!
And that is exactly what I did. When we jumped, I squealed all the way through while he laughed. It was the most exhilarating experience of my life. After my adventure, I sneaked back into the hotel, excited to tell Sebastian and Emma all about it, but they were not in the room, so I went looking for them. A few minutes later, I spotted them lounging by our suite's private pool and was about to open the door when I heard Emma mention my name. I'm so sick of Jonna. If I hear her complain one more time about not being able to live a normal life, my ears will bleed.
Right? And I'm only dating her because the king requested my dad that I do it as a favor to him.
Wait, what? I thought you were into her.
No way! I can't even stand her. Besides, you're way hotter than her.
I think you're hot too. You can do way better than her entitled highness. I watched in shock as Sebastian moved towards Emma and kissed her. Enraged, I stormed into view and they jumped apart.
Are you freaking kidding me? How could you do this to me? And how could you say all those awful things about me? Well, everything you just heard, it's all true. We can't stand you.
She wasn't even sorry.
And it's not my fault that Seb likes me better than a whiny little brat like you.
I was so mad I lunged at her and we fell into the pool.
A whiny brat? How dare you? Let me go!
Whoa, ladies. Let's all calm down and talk about this, please.
There's nothing to talk about. I'm done with both of you.
I got out of the pool, angry, and as I walked away, I slipped and fell.
Ow!
As I lay there clutching my knee, Mr. Boris came rushing in.
Jonna, what happened here?
I caught them saying mean things about me. Then they kissed and
Please, take a deep breath. Everything will be fine, darling. But right now, we have to go back home, so your personal doctor can check your knee.
As he carried me out of there, I felt safe, like everything would be okay. Mr. Boris always made me feel this way. He was more of a father to me than the king. Thank you for always being there for me, Mr. Boris. When we arrived back home, Mr. Boris wheeled me into the living room. When my mother saw me, she got off her chair and rushed towards me.
Jonna, what happened? Jonna went bungee jumping. We tried to stop her, but she didn't want to listen to us. Have you completely lost your mind? Mother,
She tried to take us with her, but we refused.
Sebastian and Emma really wanted me to get into trouble.
How could you be so reckless? We trusted you this one time, but you failed. And you... How could you let her do that? You're so lucky I can't fire you.
I followed her and watched her. She was not in any danger, Your Highness.
What? I thought I was alone.
You're never alone, my girl.
Go to your room, now! Don't you mean my prison cell?
As Mr. Boris pushed me out of the room, I couldn't help but wish that he was the king. A few days later, Mr. Boris and I were out on the lawn when he knelt next to me and handed me a necklace with a locket on it. What's this?
It's my birthday gift to you. I'm sorry your trip didn't go as planned.
Wow, thank you so much. It's beautiful. I'm never taking it off. As Mr. Boris helped me put on the necklace, we saw my mother walk towards us, a bunch of servants following her closely. Mother, is everything okay?
Yes, Jonna. I'm here to introduce you to your nurse. We hired him just a few minutes ago.
Nurse? I don't need a nurse. My knee is much better and My words died in my throat when a familiar guy moved from behind the servants and stood right in front of me.
Hello, Princess. I'm Nicholas. It's a pleasure to meet you, for the first time ever.
Clearly, Nicholas didn't want the queen to know we'd met before because she'd probably fire him. On second thought, Mom, I don't mind being pushed around and taken care of. I don't want to strain my knee too much.
Very well, Jonna. I'll see you later. And please do everything Nicholas asks.
You heard her.
This was going to be fun. A few minutes later, Nicholas pushed me down a paved path, and when we were far enough, I asked him what I'd been dying to ask.
How are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in the Maldives?
Because I live here. I was just in the Maldives for vacation.
Why didn't you tell me you weren't the jumping instructor?
You looked scared, so I figured I assist the damsel in distress.
Whoa! There's no damsel in distress here.
If you say so, princess.
Whatever. Just wheel me back to my room now. I'm quite tired and I need to rest.
First day, you're already inviting me to your room?
Fine, I'll just wheel myself.
I wheeled myself away from Nicholas, and just when I rounded a corner, I saw Sebastian and Emma kissing in front of the palace fountain. I took out my phone and took a picture of them. When I got a chance, I'd use that against them.
Disgusting! Careful, you might hurt your other leg and die of jealousy altogether.
And then, all of a sudden, when Emma noticed Nicholas, she threw herself at him like a groupie.
Hi, handsome. I'm Emma. And you are?
Not interested.
As much as I was enjoying Emma's embarrassment, I noticed something much more interesting. The main gate was wide open, and without thinking, I took off.
Hey, where are you going?
Anywhere but here. I can't look at these two anymore.
I expected him to stop me, but to my surprise, he smiled.
Okay, well, just wait here while I go get my car.
As he walked away, I felt so excited. Nicholas was my ticket to freedom. Nicholas drove us to a movie theater, and when we arrived, he parked his car and took his shirt off.
What are you doing?
Relax, princess. It's not that kind of date. I'm just changing into regular clothes. I can't go to a movie in scrubs.
Of course. Makes sense. Did you say date? I've never been on a date before.
What about Mr. Casanova back there? I assume he was your boyfriend at some point?
He was, but we never went out anywhere.
Well, that's his loss. Let's go. They're showing a new horror movie. This should be fun.
He was right. It was fun. For him, at least. I, on the other hand, screamed and covered my face so many times, much to Nicholas's amusement. After the movie, Nicholas pushed me out and was about to help me back in his car when I stopped him.
Wait, will you do me one last favor?
Oh, God. Please stop doing that. You look like you're having a seizure.
I really thought I was being cute.
Okay. What do you want?
I want to drive your car.
Absolutely not. You're hurt.
Just then, I stood up from my wheelchair, snatched the car keys from Nicholas, and climbed into the driver's seat.
What the heck? You can walk?
Yeah, my knee is all healed. It's a miracle.
Now get in.
Okay, so let me get this clear. You could walk this whole time.
Yeah, sorry. You're not mad?
What? No. It's obvious you pretended just so you could keep me around. You like me.
He was right, but there was no way I was going to admit it.
Shut up!
As soon as I stepped on the gas, the car jerked backwards and rammed right into a tree.
Nick, are you okay?
Yes, princess. I'm okay. I can't say the same for my car.
I'm so sorry. My parents are gonna kill me.
You're right. They are.
Nick and I turned to see Mr. Boris standing there.
Mr. Boris? Where did you come from?
I found you through the mobile tracker on your phone.
Of course my phone had a tracker. I wasn't even surprised anymore.
Don't worry about the car. I've already called a tow company. I need to get you home now.
I'm really sorry, Nick.
As soon as we walked into the living room, my father walked towards us, angry.
Boris, you were supposed to bring Jana back hours ago. And wait, you can walk? Your Majesty, the princess went to a movie, and I didn't want to interrupt because she looked happy for once.
Are you saying that she's unhappy here? Yes, that's what I've been trying to say all this time. I even had to pretend just so I could spend time with Nicholas. You ungrateful girl! We should have never adopted you in the first place!
Of all the things I expected her to say, that was not one of them. And as if summoned by the devil himself, Emma and Sebastian chose that moment to walk in.
Oh, she walks!
I knew it. She was faking it so she could keep that stupid nurse around.
Shut up, both of you! Did you just say I'm adopted? What? This is too good.
I knew all along you didn't have royal blood in you.
You two need to get out! Don't talk to your friends like that! Friends? These two betrayed me and you didn't even bother to ask for my side of the story! Oh, honey, I'm sure it was a momentary lapse of judgment on their part.
Seeing how clueless my mother was, I fished out the picture I took of them earlier and showed it to her.
See what my so-called friends have been doing right under my nose?
She took one look at the photo and grabbed Emma by her ears.
Is this what I paid you for? I am so sorry, Your Highness. Quiet! Both of you, get out!
Emma was finally getting what she deserved. But I couldn't take the tension anymore, so I stormed out. I thought my day couldn't get any crazier. Boy, was I wrong. After I stormed out, I went to the palace garden, and as I sat crying, Mr. Boris joined me.
You look so much like your mother. You know? Your real mother, I mean.
You knew my mom?
Yes, she was my wife.
What? I don't understand.
As I waited for Mr. Boris to explain, he reached into his pocket and took out a necklace that looked exactly like the one I was wearing.
This belonged to your mom. The one you're wearing belongs to me. We had them made when you were born. This is a picture of you and your mom.
But I don't understand. Why did you give me away?
I had no choice. When you were born, your mother and I could barely provide for you. One day you became very ill, and I decided to seek help from the king and queen.
Mr. Boris continued to explain that the king and his wife, who couldn't have children, agreed to help him on one condition, that he let them adopt me.
I only agreed as long as they allowed me to stay by your side. Your mother was so angry that she left us.
I stared at the photo and sobbed. Mr. Boris was my dad. It all made sense now why he was always there for me, why I always felt a connection with him. Just then, our moment was interrupted by a blood-curdling scream.
What was that?
Hurry, let's go find out.
We hurried to the front lawn and found Emma in a heated argument with an elderly couple wearing tattered clothes.
Emma dear, please don't be upset. We are so happy to see you.
Who the heck are you? You're mistaking me for someone else.
Emma, my daughter. I know you were just a small girl when we gave you to the queen, but you can't forget your parents.
Emma tried to take Sebastian's hand, but he shoved her off him.
Don't touch me. I don't want your poverty rubbing off on me. Security, come throw this trash out.
Guards grabbed Emma and her parents, but before they could throw them out, I stopped them.
Stop! I'll take it from here.
Hi, I'm Jonna. Please come with me. As soon as we walked into the queen's office, she screamed and took a step back.
Who are these people? Are we being robbed?
These are Emma's parents. You need to help them.
And why would I do that? I already spend a lot on Emma's stay here. Besides, she's been busy messing around with your chosen suitor. I don't owe them anything. They need to leave now. How can you be so cruel? You just don't get it, Jonna. If we helped every charity case that came to us, we'd have nothing. I can see now we made a poor selection when we adopted you for an heiress. You know what? You don't have to regret your selection anymore. I'm leaving the palace. Look, I know we probably have not been the most attentive parents, the king and I, but we have only wanted the best for you. Why would you want to leave us? Because even though Mr. Boris was just my chauffeur, he was more of a parent than you guys were. All you did was lock me up and set me up with people who didn't even genuinely like me. I want to be more myself, be free to do whatever I want. I wasn't meant to be an heir. You said it yourself.
The queen surprised me with a hug. I hardly expected it, but she had never hugged me like this all my life. Was she sad?
I am so sorry I failed at being a mom to you, Jonna. I was overprotective, and I didn't give you a chance. You're right. You deserve to be free, and your dad will take good care of you. Just promise you'll come visit us from time to time.
I will take good care of her, Your Highness, and make sure she visits.
Thank you, Boris. You've always been kind. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call me.
The queen kissed my cheek and left. I was still trying to process her reaction when Mr. Boris took my hand.
Come on, honey. We have some packing to do.
A few hours later, Mr. Boris and I drove to a cabin outside of town, and imagine my surprise when I saw Nicholas waiting. I was so excited, I ran up to him and hugged him.
Nick, what are you doing here?
Mr. Boris called me and asked me to meet you here.
Thank you, Mr. Boris. Dad, for everything.
So, Princess, are you ready for your new life?
You know I'm not a princess anymore.
You'll always be a princess to me.
That's so corny, Nick. I felt a sense of peace, as I knew with Nicholas and my dad by my side, I would always be okay.
Hi, I'm Myra from Kentucky.
and I lived a pretty average life with my ordinary mom and dad who I thought were good, honest people. I was so wrong, but we'll get back to that. I was an only child, so I got all their attention and I got my way most of the time. When I was 12 years old, I begged them to let me go to summer camp because I heard that Ron was going to be there and he'd been my crush since kindergarten. Rumor had it, he liked me too, and this was going to be the camp that would seal the deal forever. Little did I know that my romantic aspirations would land me in a hospital bed surrounded by confused doctors and nurses. This story gets even crazier, so don't go anywhere.
Is she dead?
No, she's just unconscious, but she's breathing. More hives are popping up. Oh my gosh!
I've never seen this before. What do you think it could have been? Poison ivy? A snake bite?
I try to remember what happened right before I passed out. I was walking hand in hand with Ron. We had just explained our feelings to each other after sneaking away from some silly kind of scavenger hunt. There were trees all around us. We looked around to make sure no one was looking, and then he kissed me. It was so amazing. I felt butterflies, stars, bliss, and then I blacked out. My parents arrived while the doctors were trying to figure out what was wrong with me. They tried everything they could, but I wasn't able to go home for another 3 days. When I got home, my parents decided to interrogate me, and I didn't realize it then, but they seemed a bit suspicious. Where were you when you blacked out? Who were you with? What were you doing? I just sat there in silence because obviously I couldn't tell them I was in the forest kissing some boy. Anyway, summer ended and I couldn't wait to go back to school so I could see Ron again. I spent 3 hours choosing my outfit so he could be impressed and ran out the door on Monday morning. As soon as I saw Ron in the hallway, I dragged him into an empty classroom. I missed you so much, Ron. I think we should continue from where we left off. I missed you too, Myra, but I didn't allow him to finish. I pressed my lips onto his and went in for another deep kiss. Then suddenly, the room went black. And yep, you guessed it. I woke up in the hospital again. I was covered in hives, but this time I had a terrible headache and I was throwing up. My mom was already by my side. What were you doing just before this happened? We need to know so we can find out what's causing this reaction. It was only then I realized I was allergic to kissing. But of course I told my mom I ate some bad fish and she left it at that. Throughout middle school, I had to avoid boys. Ron had moved on, but I didn't really care because I had joined my school's cheerleading team and I was too busy cheering to think about boys. A few years later, I started high school and I continued avoiding boys as usual. I joined the cheer squad and I was having a great time. But after cheering during a basketball game one day, I noticed this super hot guy checking me out.
He is totally checking you out, Myra.
My best friend Crystal whispered into my ear.
Why don't you go talk to him?
I don't chase, I attract. If he's interested, he'll come to me. It was almost like he heard me because he walked up to me that minute. Hey girl, let me tie your shoes because I don't want you falling for anyone else. What makes you think I've fallen for you? I don't even know you. Well, why don't we change that, babe? Let's go out later. Send me your address and I'll pick you up. By the way, my name is Tyrone. I'll learn yours later. He walked away before I could reply. Gosh, he was hot. So what do you think I did? Of course I went out with him, and we had a great time. He drove a Ferrari, and after a few weeks of dating, I realized that his family was really wealthy. He bought me all kinds of gifts and treated me like I was a princess. We eventually became a couple, but something was different about him. He felt comfortable with me hanging around his guy friends. Most guys don't like their girlfriends to be around their boys, but he wanted to bring me everywhere. I was totally in love. His friends were always at his house, especially his best friend Marvin, who was a total goofball. But because his house was so big, Tyrone and I would still have a lot of privacy. And well, I guess privacy is what caused our problems because... Come closer, I want to hold you. Okay, Tyrone, but don't try anything, okay? What do you mean? Nothing. We hugged for about 5 minutes, then he looked me in the eyes and lifted my chin towards his mouth. I quickly turned away. I just remembered that my mom asked me to be home by 5. I have to go, sorry. And this was how I dodged Tyrone for months. I just had to escape whenever he tried to kiss me. But the sad thing is that I could see he was becoming less interested in me. We started hanging out less and less, but it hurt me so much because I seriously loved him. I felt like there was nothing I could do because how exactly do you tell your boyfriend you're allergic to kissing? I was feeling down one day and my mom made me her famous chocolate muffins. She made them every month and I always felt better after having them. That day, I decided I wouldn't take it anymore. I would tell him the truth. When I got to his house, Marvin was in the living room with 2 of Tyrone's other friends, and he looked shocked to see me there. What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I came to see my boyfriend. Is he in his room?
Yeah, no, I don't think you should go up there.
Why?
Hang out with us instead.
I thought that Marvin was just being his usual silly self, so I ran up to Tyrone's room. The door wasn't closed, so I peeked in and I'll never forget what I saw. My best friend was in the arms of my boyfriend and they were making out. She was doing things to Tyrone I only wished I could do. I wanted to scream. Crystal, you home-wrecking piece of...
Myra, it's not what it looks like.
Crystal picked up her things and ran out of the room. She didn't even try to explain herself, but what Tyrone did next really broke my heart.
She does all the things you don't. I think we need to break up. Let me explore my options.
Tyrone, you're a jerk. But don't worry, you're going to regret this. I left his house angrily, and when I got home, Crystal was there. She tried to explain that she noticed that Tyrone was losing interest in me, and she was only trying to persuade him not to leave. The kiss sort of happened in the middle of all that. I pushed her outside and slammed my door. I definitely didn't need fake friends like her in my life. Anyway, one thing I like about guys is that they're super easy, and I figure that if Tyrone could run around with my best friend, ex-best friend, like that, I'd do the same to him. I started texting Marvin until I got him interested enough to go out with me.
You know I always liked you. I just couldn't say anything because you were in a relationship with my homie. But I think you're really pretty, and you look really nice in those cheerleader outfits.
Wow, thanks, Marvin. We were strolling through a park after a wonderful date. I asked him to come to my house because I knew my parents wouldn't be there. He sat on my couch watching TV while I texted Tyrone telling him I was in tears and I really wanted him to come over so we could talk. I even told him I'd make out with him if he did. I explained that the door was open and I was in the living room so he could just walk in. When he texted back,
I'm on my way.
I could have jumped for joy. I started whispering sweet nothings into Marvin's ears and we were getting pretty cozy. When I heard the door open and footsteps come towards the living room, I put my head close to Marvin's to make it seem like we were kissing. But when I looked up, I saw my dad staring straight into my face.
Myra, what are you doing?
Stop that right now.
What do you think you're doing making out with boys in my house?
Then to add more trash to the dumpster fire, Tyrone walked in and it was clear that he had heard everything.
You were making out with Marvin? Marvin, how could you? You're supposed to be my best friend.
He burst out into tears, and it was so satisfying that I didn't even care that my dad had walked in on me pretending to make out with a boy. Marvin, we'll talk later.
Get out of my house, both of you. And you, young lady, go to your room.
It's the first time I was actually excited about being punished because I knew I accomplished something remarkable. I sabotaged Tyrone's greatest friendship, and I didn't regret a thing. I scrolled through my phone and deleted his number along with Marvin's and Crystal's. Now I just had to deal with my parents who eventually burst into my room to give me what I thought would have been a lecture.
Good job, sweetheart.
I'm proud of you, and it seems you've learned your lesson. What are you talking about, Mom?
Well, I know you didn't kiss either of those guys. You're a good girl.
Okay, but how do you know that, and why does it even matter? I'm 16.
We have something to tell you, honey.
You know these chocolate muffins I always make once every few months? The ones you love? Yeah? Well, they've got a substance in them which makes you react if your mouth comes into contact with anyone else's saliva. Basically, we made you allergic to kissing. What? That's insane! But why? So you wouldn't kiss anyone. We want you to remain pure and innocent because we've already promised you to someone. Basically, your marriage has already been arranged, but his parents are very traditional, if you understand what I mean. The purer you are, the more money we can get for you. They've promised us a handsome sum. You're joking, right? No. You'll meet him when you turn 18. We've arranged everything. But what if I don't want to? Then we will stop taking care of you. We won't pay for college, we won't support you financially, and we'll simply disown you. We're your parents, so we make the rules. I couldn't understand what was going on. I ran out of my room and onto the street with tears in my eyes. How could they do this to me and think it was okay? I was so blinded by my tears that I didn't see a car heading straight towards me. I felt unimaginable pain surging through my body, and then I blacked out. When I woke up, I knew I was in a hospital, but something was different about this room. I was freezing, and when I opened my eyes, I saw nothing but darkness. I tried to lift my arm, and it was then I realized I was in a body bag. I started screaming, but stopped to think of what this could mean for me. If my family thought I was dead, this could mean I could start over and escape from it all. So that's exactly what I did. I snuck out of the hospital and ran as far as my aching legs could take me. I'm still trying to figure out my life now, but I'm free.
Hi, I'm Melody, and I live in LA. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, rumor has it that my dad took one look at me and said I was an alien. You see, I was born with scales like a fish covering my whole body.
Oh my god, those scales! Please take her, I can't!
The nurse was so frightened by my skin that she fainted while holding me. Mom grabbed me from her just in time or else she'd have dropped me. From that day onwards, my dad avoided being in contact with me, and as I grew older, his disgust for my skin condition worsened. One time, he got a promotion at work and he came home more excited than I had ever seen him. As soon as he saw Mom, he ran to her and hugged her tightly. Excited, I also ran and joined in on the hug, but my dad shook me off so hard that I fell flat on my face.
I told you not to get close to me!
She's just a child! How can you be so ruthless to your own child? Shh, come here, my little mermaid. You're okay. Mom loved me very much, and she had tried for so many years to show Dad that I was harmless, but never succeeded. When she took me to kindergarten, the other kids cried and cowered in the corner, so I had to be withdrawn from school, and my mom homeschooled me. Unfortunately, she got very sick and passed away when I was 8 years old, leaving me all alone with my dad, who wouldn't even look at me. Barely a year later, Dad married this woman named Paula, and she and her daughter, Charlotte, moved in with us immediately. The first time Charlotte and I met, I thought she would run away, but she looked more amazed than shocked.
You look like a real-life mermaid. I bet many people tell you that.
Well, I haven't met many people.
And it shall remain that way. You're not leaving this house. Ever.
But Mr. Hopkins, how will Melody go to school?
Dad ignored Charlotte's question. Instead, he turned towards her and his stern face transformed into a huge smile.
Call me Dad, please. We're family now.
Unbelievable! Clearly, Charlotte was the daughter Dad had always wanted. And if it wasn't already obvious he preferred her to me, he gave her my room. And where did I sleep? The basement. The only company I had was Charlotte, who sneaked into my room every night to hang out with me and bring me treats, books, and anything else I needed. You know, you could get into trouble with Dad if he finds you come here.
I know that.
And you're not worried that you'll
catch something?
We laughed as she combed my hair.
I can't believe Dad said that. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Now can we listen to some music? Every night, Charlotte would put on some music and we'd dance and sing along. Sometimes, I imagined myself performing in front of an audience.
You have a great voice, Melody. You will become a star one day.
Ha! What a joke! I can't even show my face in public. So how could I become a star? TikTok.
Duh!
What's that?
Oh my god, you've never heard of TikTok?
Did you forget that I live in a basement? Charlotte looked so sad.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to sound so insensitive.
I burst out laughing and she hit me with a pillow. Come on, I have a TV, remember? Of course I know what TikTok is. Anyway, you think I'd be famous on TikTok?
Definitely! All we have to do is create an account and then post videos of you singing.
But everyone will see me.
Not if you don't want them to. You can just wear a mask and sing.
Charlotte, that's brilliant!
Let's do it! Yay! I even have the perfect name for the account. How does masked melody sound?
Charlotte was right. It was perfect. The following night, she came to the basement with a bedazzled mask that covered my whole face. It was the happiest I'd ever been in a long, long time. For the next couple of weeks, I sang my heart out as Charlotte recorded and posted dozens of videos to the Masked Melody TikTok account. The account kept growing, and I was shocked at the number of song requests I got from my fans. That's right, I had over 1 million fans! One night, Charlotte and I were in the middle of our recording sessions when Dad burst in. Charlotte was so startled that she knocked over the phone stand and the phone fell. Dad picked it up, and we knew we were in trouble. Dad had not been in my room for years, and the look on his face told me that he wasn't here to hug and make up.
Is this what you've been up to this whole time?
Dad, I can explain. Melody has a really beautiful voice and…
I don't want to hear it! Take the account down immediately!
But…
Do as I say, Charlotte, and stay out of the basement! To your room! Now!
I'm so sorry, Mel.
And just like that, I lost my only source of happiness. I was back to being lonely, and I missed Charlotte very much. And my fans too, to be honest. After a few nights, I couldn't take it anymore, and so I took matters into my own hands and sneaked into Charlotte's room. Bad idea. Charlotte let out a scream and attacked me with a hairbrush.
Shh, it's me. Mel, I almost killed you.
With a hairbrush?
I doubt it. What are you doing here? Could you open another TikTok account for me?
Pretty please. She looked at me and hesitated. Pretty please. Even I knew she couldn't resist my charm. She laughed and finally grabbed her phone.
Here, let me show you how to create one and how to post so you can do it for yourself. You can use my spare phone.
Why? Can't you do it with me?
I would love to, but your dad threatened to kick Mom and I out if I kept helping you.
After Charlotte walked me through it, I hugged her, took her spare phone, and went back to my room. Just like my deleted account, the new one gained popularity quickly. Fans were excited and they asked me to cover songs by famous artists, including my favorite singer, Jonas. Jonas was every teen girl's dream, and his account had over 100 million followers. Doing a cover for his song kept me up all night. I kept deleting my recordings, but finally, I made a perfect one and posted it. Little did I know that it had just changed my life for good. I woke up to thousands of notifications. Before I could check them, Charlotte burst in looking breathless like she had ran here. Are you crazy? You can't be here. And don't you have school? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Charlotte, breathe! What happened? Jonas commented on your video! Now it was my turn to stop breathing. What? See? Charlotte shoved her phone in my face, and sure enough, there was a comment from him saying he'd like to see me audition for an upcoming talent show he was working on. The show was a big deal, and I couldn't believe he thought I was good enough to be on it. What do I do?
Reply and tell him you'll audition.
I can't. I knew that if I agreed to do it, it would mean that I'd have to show my face to the public. All I could think about was how fast I would lose my fans if they saw the face behind the voice. Days later, I still hadn't responded to Jonas, so you can imagine my shock when he posted that he had met Masked Melody, and she had just agreed to audition for the latest show. He posted a photo posing with Masked Melody, but she was not facing the camera. Of course, it wasn't me in the picture, but I'd recognize that girl anywhere. It was Charlotte! Charlotte admitted that she met Jonas and pretended to be me, but insisted that she did it to help me.
I told Jonas that I have severe stage fright and will only audition if they allow me to sing with a full mask on and costume. And he agreed that since I am masked Melody, maintaining the mystery of my real identity will be good for the show.
I couldn't believe it! They will really let me perform with a mask on?
Yes, and costume. What do you think of a mermaid costume? You do look like a mermaid after all.
Charlotte was a genius! We spent several nights designing the perfect mermaid costume, and Charlotte had tailored it just as we had designed it. I had to make sure I was perfect for the audition as well, so I practiced tirelessly day and night. Everything was perfect until one night. My basement door burst open, and instead of Charlotte, her mother Paula was standing there. What was she doing here?
Melody, your father and I are getting separated.
What? I thought they were happy. Apparently not. Paula explained that she could not be with him anymore and was leaving him for good. But who will I stay here with? You guys are the only ones who actually care about me. Charlotte told me everything you two are planning, and I'm so happy for you and want to help, but I can only do that if you leave with us tonight. Yes! I was so done with that basement. Also, the thought of living alone with my dad made me cringe. I immediately started packing, and Paula helped too. A few minutes later, we snuck out, and I was surprised to see a trailer house parked around the corner. Charlotte was already inside, looking so excited.
Look what I got from the costume shop today!
She held my mermaid costume, and I was in awe. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. How did you even afford to pay for that? It's the least we can do for you. Thanks so much, both of you. Where are we going? I own some property outside of town. We'll park the trailer house there as we wait for the audition and decide what to do next. For the first time in my life, I was outside and free to enjoy the fresh air without worrying about who would see me or what they would say. Paula's property turned out to be an open field with lots of grass. I spent hours outside every night stargazing and enjoying the cold breeze. I worried constantly if my dad was worried about me or if he would even look for me. How would he react if he saw me outside? Or if he found out I was going to an audition. When audition day finally came, Paula hired a car and drove me to the auditions. My mermaid costume was a perfect fit, and when I finally walked on stage, the crowd went wild. I had never received that much attention in my life, and I was freaking out. Just then, I saw Charlotte in the crowd, and she gave me a thumbs up. As someone in the crowd shouted,
"Nice costume!"
I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and sang like my life depended on it. And it did. By the time I was done, the crowd was on their feet clapping, cheering, and giving me a standing ovation. It was magical, and I couldn't believe I'd done it. Within an hour, my TikTok account had gained 100,000 more followers. As soon as I left the stage, I rushed to the car trying to get away from the crowd, like Cinderella running away from the prince before the clock struck midnight. By the side of the car, I was surprised to find Jonas waiting for me with a bouquet of flowers. That performance was perfect, Melody, and this costume made it even better. Before I could even say anything, he hugged me and I felt butterflies. Just then, I spotted Charlotte, but she saw Jonas and disappeared into the crowd. Phew! If Jonas saw her, he would realize he had met a fake Melody, and that would be the end of my career. The competition was going well, and I made it to the top of each round. One day, after an exceptional performance, Jonas waited outside for me and asked me out on a date in front of eager fans.
Say yes! Say yes!
Okay, sure. Fans went wild, and the story broke out in the tabloids minutes later. But I was a little sad. Of course, it was Charlotte who'd be going on the date. I wasn't jealous or anything. Okay, maybe a little. Jonas showed up at the trailer at exactly 7 p.m. Charlotte had spent all afternoon getting ready, and she looked stunning. When she walked out, Jonas took her hand and opened the car door for her. I watched them drive off, and a tear fell down my cheek. When they came back hours later, my heart sank as I watched Jonas kiss Charlotte. I wanted it to be me kissing Jonas so badly. As time went by, Charlotte and Jonas grew closer, and she would not shut up about him. She told me details of every date, and with every date they went to, I became more resentful. One day, I couldn't take it any longer and I just blew up all that pent-up anger at Charlotte. He doesn't even like you. He's only with you because he thinks you're masked Melody.
That's not fair! I am literally doing this for you!
How's kissing the guy I like doing it for me?
Well, it's not my fault you're not brave enough to show him the real you, Melody.
The fight got really ugly, and Charlotte and I didn't talk to each other for a few days. On the final day of the talent show, I was almost certain I would win before I even got around to singing. Sure enough, I gave a show-stopping performance, and I won!
Ladies and gentlemen, your winner for the $1 million prize money and 12-month recording contract with Jonas record label, Masked Melody!
My dream had finally come true! I wanted to hug Charlotte, but she and I were still not talking, so I stood on the stage alone, still in my costume and mask. I was about to begin my acceptance speech when the crowd started chanting something that freaked me out.
Mask off! Take it off! Take it off!
Well, are you going to give your fans what they've wanted all season?
I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. I bolted and disappeared into my dressing room backstage.
Melody, wait!
Charlotte ran in after me and hugged me.
You don't need to do it if you're not ready, but someone has to go out there. Can I?
I nodded hesitantly, and she waited for a few minutes, then stepped onto the stage as the crowd cheered at her. I switched on the TV in the room and watched Charlotte smile and wave to the crowd. How long was I going to hide? I needed to show my real self. I took off my mask and costume and put on a dress that showed a lot of my skin. When I walked onto the stage, the whole place went silent, apart from a few gasps and whispers. All I could hear was my heart beating. When Charlotte spotted me, she smiled and handed me the mic.
Sing, Mel. Do what you do best.
And I did just that. I closed my eyes and ignored some of the horrified looks in the crowd. By the time I was done, everyone looked confused, and no one clapped or made a sound for a while. Just then, someone in the audience broke the silence as he stood up and started clapping. I squinted my eyes to see who it was, but I couldn't believe my eyes. Dad? After him, everyone else followed suit, and I got the longest standing ovation of my life.
How's that for a twist? Ladies and gentlemen, the actual Masked Melody!
The cheers were deafening. I was swept off my feet literally by a pair of hands that turned out to be my dad.
Melody, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I only wanted to protect you.
But you were terrible to me and hurt me badly. Please forgive me. I will be a better father from now on. I need time to think about it. He begged me to go back home with him, but I couldn't trust him anymore. I couldn't help but feel that he only apologized to me because I was famous now. I am happy with Paula and Charlotte. Even though he looked hurt, he respected my decision and left promising to keep in touch.
So, you're Melody.
I turned to see a confused Jonas eyeing me curiously. Yes, and you already know my stepsister, Charlotte. I'm sorry we lied.
Oh, it's okay. You have no idea how famous we're about to get.
He pointed to a bunch of reporters taking photos and fighting to interview us. Charlotte was loving every minute of it, and so was I. The end.
Turn around, sweetie. Yes, just like that.
Can I go now, Daddy?
Just a few more shots, honey. We are almost done.
Hi, my name is Tasha, and this is the story of my crazy life. From the moment I was born, I was doomed. My parents set their eyes on me and saw nothing but a beautiful baby they could use to make lots of bucks with. They signed me onto a modeling agency as soon as I could walk, and I wasn't allowed to do much else than pose for crazy photos all the time.
I'm hungry, Mom. Can you stop the stupid photos and give me some food?
That was my older sister by 1 year, Morgan. For some reason, I didn't understand then why she was always super angry. She threw tantrums anytime she was present during my photo shoots.
Oh, Morgan, just a little more. We need to have perfect shots for your cute sister.
Suddenly, I felt something cold all over the front of my beautiful dress. I looked down to see the mango juice Morgan had been sipping all over my body.
Morgan, why would you do that?
I'm hungry. She's making me wait.
That's it. You're grounded, young lady.
I couldn't even be angry with her because her actions successfully ended the photo shoot. But over time, my sister just continued to be a big meanie.
Oh, look. Bimbo is reading. Are you even allowed to do that?
Stop that. And I am not a bimbo.
But guess what? That's what girls like you who don't know anything else but twist around like a snake for a camera are known as.
You just can't accept that I am pretty as well as smart. Just then, Morgan jumped at me and we began to fight like cats. Thankfully, my mom came and separated us.
Oh my god. Morgan, look at the big gash you got on your sister on her face. Go into your room and don't come out until you are ready to say sorry.
Morgan never did, and my parents had to give up and let her out or else she'd starve. At school and everywhere else, everyone was the same way as my parents about my looks. People would stare at me and sing praises for my looks.
What a cute button nose.
Look at her skin. How clear.
Hi, can I take a picture? I would love you to be my screensaver.
My life seemed to be constantly in the spotlight, and it annoyed me to no end. Fact was, by the time I turned 12, I was more than certain that being a model wasn't what I wanted to be. But Mom and Dad wouldn't hear of it. They had me doing so many different modeling shoots and campaigns that school was beginning to take a back seat. My parents wouldn't even let me eat any junk food, so I didn't get fat.
Oh, honey, a hamburger? Throw it away right now. It's greasy and will ruin your skin.
One hamburger won't hurt, Mom.
A flood starts with a drop of rain, dear. Listen to your mother and throw that away.
You can give it to Morgan.
Oh yes, throw it into the dustbin, otherwise known as me.
My turning point came when I turned 13. Mom and Dad threw a big party for me, but when I unveiled the cake, my jaw dropped to the ground. A freaking watermelon? Instead of the yummy cake I was expecting, my parents got a watermelon.
Honey, a cake is nothing but a trap full of calories. This is much healthier and…
Embarrassed tears filled my eyes and I cut her off. I am done! I'm not doing this anymore! This modeling stuff, I hate it! I've had enough! To their horror, I grabbed the knife I was supposed to use to cut the watermelon and sliced off a chunk of my hair.
Oh my god, she finally lost it! Her hair is like a duck's butt!
My parents and the other guests were still speechless with shock, but I ignored them and went to my room where I shaved off all of my hair. The next day, I came downstairs wearing the baggiest clothes ever. My parents begged me like their lives depended on it with a truckload of cake.
Dear, you could eat all the cake in the world you want. It's okay if you get fat. You're still pretty. And there are fat models.
I will eat all the cake in the world, but I am never going back to modeling. I want to be a doctor, Dad.
A doctor? Oh dear, you will be touching blood and stuff. No. Please reconsider. If it's the hair, you could wear a wig.
Nope, no way. Mind made up.
Don't worry, Mom. I'll be your new model.
My eyes almost fell out of their sockets when we turned to look at Morgan. She was dressed in one of my designer clothes, hair made into a tight braid, and face full of makeup.
Is that you, Morgan?
The makeup helped a lot, but who knew you had it in you?
I felt sorry for Morgan with the way my parents rushed over to her, taking pictures of her and asking her to turn this way and that. Morgan caught my eye and smirked as if she had won a trophy. Well, I certainly wasn't jealous. I was free as a bird. I wore wigs to school till I got to the 10th grade. Then I convinced my parents to transfer me to another school so I could really start afresh. Morgan insisted she switch schools with me just to show off, and my parents agreed. She was in the 11th grade.
Watch how I become the queen of our new school. No one will even notice you.
Honestly, that would be a relief. I'd appreciate the break for once. Go ahead.
Shut up, you four-eyed baldy.
Actually, my scalp was full of hair now, but Morgan kept calling me a baldy. I had also taken to wearing glasses just to disguise myself further. I ignored her and focused on my studies. At my new school the next day, I was surprised to see that no one seemed to recognize me. A few glances came my way, but no one tried to suffocate me asking for autographs. Students, however, flocked to Morgan, who was by now a fast rising model, and she soaked in the attention.
Hi, I'm a big fan of yours. Can we take a selfie?
Well, since you are a fan, I will grant you that privilege.
I was really happy to be out of the spotlight at school and hurried off to my class.
Class, this is our new student. Her name is Tasha.
Oh no, I couldn't let the class know my full name. Tasha Smart! My name is Tasha Smart. The teacher shot me a weird look for taking my family name, but thankfully he kept quiet. I threw myself into my books, thwarting any attempts from anyone to befriend me. But after 2 weeks at my new school, I met someone who stole my breath. I was coming out of the library when I ran smack into someone. When I got a look at him, I gasped. He looked like all these hot male characters from my favorite animes.
I know I am hot, but can you try not to bump into me next time you want me to notice you?
What?
Girls, very desperate set of creatures.
Every atom of attraction I felt for him died on the spot with his rudeness. Well, not every atom per se. At home, I couldn't stop thinking about the handsome guy I bumped into. I was struggling to focus on my studies when my sister barged into my room.
You witch! What were you doing with my Nick?
What are you talking about?
My minions saw you with him at the library. They said you were about to kiss him.
Oh, so the rude guy from earlier is Nick. Do your friends know you call them minions?
Doesn't matter. They will still worship me regardless. Stay away from Nick. He's in my class, and he's mine.
I felt my eyebrow tick in annoyance, but I forced myself to be calm. I wasn't going to let my sister rile me up and distract me from my studies. In school, my grades were getting really high, and teachers and students alike began to notice me for it. It was much better than being noticed for something as superficial as beauty.
Hey, Tasha, you're so brilliant. Would you want to take part in a science competition?
What? That was the ticket to achieving my dreams faster! I quickly said yes!
Great. You'll be studying with our other brilliant student, Nick.
Nick! It turned out that prior to me coming to the school, Nick was the one excelling most in school. He looked me over when I met him in the library as instructed by the teacher. Gosh, he really was so handsome.
Ugh, not again. Go away! Shoo, I'm expecting someone. No time for fangirls.
And very rude. Unfortunately for you, Nick, I am the one you are expecting. And no, I am no fangirl of yours. You seem to be so desperate for one that you pinned the title on any girl unfortunate enough to bump into you. That shut him up, and he finally focused on the task we had together. But truly, Nick was popular amongst the girls. Even at the library, girls would hardly let him breathe in peace, but Nick knew just how to give it to them.
Oh, Nick, could you check my temperature? I think I'm running a fever.
I believe you know where the first aid room is. Or are you blind too? Nick, there is a spider on my desk. Please come and save me. Spiders make good seatmates.
He was actually funny, and at a point I couldn't help but start laughing at his attitude with the pestering girls. No wonder he seemed to hate me from the start. When we were done studying, I turned to pack up, but Nick stopped me.
Tasha, I'm sorry about earlier. I just made my usual assumption about a girl, which, by the way, hadn't failed me until now. Can I apologize by taking you out for ice cream?
Oh boy, could today get any better? I pretended to consider it for a moment, so as not to give him the impression of being all over him. I can spare some minutes. I think I have done all the studying I need for today. He smiled, and I almost fainted. He had dimples! How much prettier could a boy get?
Let's go.
When I went back home, Morgan was fuming.
You? How dare you go out on a date with Nick?
I just went to get ice cream with him. It wasn't a date.
But you would like it to be right? You love him, don't you?
Like I was going to answer that. Can you just leave me alone? You're a model now. Aren't you happy? Sure, she wasn't a big shot model like I was before, but I thought she would finally be off my back to at least be one. Instead, she seemed to be getting more and more frustrated.
Oh, just you wait. I'm only just starting. I have a modeling gig by next month, and if I bag this, I will win millions of dollars and I will make sure you don't get a penny. I bet you this. When I become a big shot model, even guys like Nick would beg to date me.
With all my heart, I wish you the best. Nick and I continued studying together, and we kept drawing closer together. One day, we were going through some chemical formulas together when his phone beeped. He opened it and gasped.
Tasha, is this you?
My mouth went dry when I saw the picture he was showing me. It was one of my pictures as a model from an unsaved number I quickly identified as Morgan's.
You are Tasha Williams, the famous model who suddenly went MIA.
I quit for a reason, Nick. Can you bring your voice down?
Why did you quit?
I didn't want to be a model, okay? I love maths and science. I want to study and become a doctor. Walking on runways, staying up to date with the latest fashion, and not eating what I love for fear of getting fat. It's just not what I wanted. I want to live a life like a normal girl.
Whoa.
I know I'm not as fancy or fashionable as when I was a model, but I will never go back to that. To my surprise, he beamed at me.
Trust me, I completely understand. It must not have been easy to quit.
It definitely wasn't.
Tell me about it.
I began to tell him the crazy drama that took place when I quit, and Nick laughed all the way through, especially when I told him about the watermelon cake. Morgan's attempt to break us up actually backfired, and soon we started dating. His personality was much better than what I had previously thought of him, and so when he asked me to be his girlfriend, I said yes. Soon, the competition came around. We answered question after question, and we were declared winners! We won for our school! Mom! Dad! I won the competition! Nick and I won!
Oh, honey, aren't you the prodigy? Winning everything you set your mind to. I'm so proud of you.
If only Morgan would be the same. She lost the gig we worked hard to get her. I am sure you would have won if it was you.
It was then that I noticed Morgan in the corner, and she looked like she'd been crying. But when our eyes met, she clenched her jaw and ran to her room. Mom, Dad, I think you owe Morgan an apology. She works so hard to impress you, but you're always letting her down. Stop comparing her to me. My parents immediately looked remorseful. I will talk to Morgan. I followed Morgan to her room, and she was sobbing like I had never seen before.
Why am I such a big loser? You've stopped modeling. You wear the ugliest clothes and nerdy glasses. You're not as popular as I am now yet. You're so happy, and I'm not. Even the school's prince is always hanging out with you. You're pretty, you're smart. What am I supposed to do?
But Morgan, you are pretty and smart too. Boys fall over themselves for you. Or does it have to be Nick? Do you really like him, or is it because you noticed I do?
Because I noticed you do.
You see, you are always competing with me. If you can focus on yourself and think of what really makes you happy, I am sure you will see a big difference.
Oh, I think you're right. Truth be told, I really hate this modeling stuff.
Finally, something we have in common.
I'm sorry, Tasha. I've been a horrible sister. You deserve every good thing because you're so hardworking. Can you forgive me?
Trust me, I have never had a grudge against you. We hugged each other tight. What do you say we watch some storytime animated videos to pass the time?
Sounds like fun.
Hi, my name is Latoya and I'm from the Caribbean. I never expected I'd have the school bully wrapped around my finger. If you're new here, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to our channel. When I was 5 years old, my parents died in a car crash and I was sent to live with my grandmother. That's where I met Keegan, my best friend and our neighbor. In our town, everyone knew we were pretty tight-knit. I loved our quiet little part of paradise. In 4th grade, everything changed when the Pillage family came to town. They bought a few of the stores and turned them into large shopping malls. Not only was our town no longer quiet and peaceful, but the Pillage's son, Victor, was in my class, and he became the school bully, even to the teachers. During 5th grade, Victor stuck a sign on my back which said, "Pinch me." Every person I passed in the hallway that day pinched me until Keegan pulled it off. Once, on a field trip in 6th grade, Victor locked me in the bathroom. The janitor unlocked it about 30 minutes later, and I got detention for a week for separating from the group for over 5 minutes. Can you believe it? Then, in 7th grade, during the talent show while I was singing, Victor rigged a bucket of ice water to fall on my head during my Stella performance. I was sick for 3 days. In 8th grade, he stuck glue to my chair, and when I stood up, my skirt ripped. The entire class laughed at me as I shimmied out of the class with books covering my behind. I had to wear boys' pants from the Lost and Found. Ew. It didn't matter what Victor did, he always got away scot-free because his parents donated large sums of money to the school. One summer, Keegan and I sat on the swings in front of Grandma's house. I wish I didn't have to go back to school. I can't stand Victor. Why can't they just send him to a boarding school or something since they have all that money? Victor isn't so bad. Isn't so bad? May I remind you of everything he's done to me since his family set foot in this town. Before I could ramble on, Keegan leaned sideways in the swing and captured my lips with his. When we pulled apart, I was breathless and speechless. My. Keegan chuckled. I think I found the secret to snatching your words away from you. I pulled Keegan in for another kiss, and it was his turn to be speechless. I've had a crush on Keegan since I was about 5, but I didn't want to ruin our friendship. I was just happy that he felt the same way about me. That summer, Keegan and I were inseparable, and Grandma kept telling me it was just puppy love. I couldn't wait to walk to school hand in hand with my new boyfriend on the first day of school. But that didn't go as planned. When I got to Keegan's house, his mother, Mrs. Hines, said he'd already left. When I got there, I realized his hurry to get there. His tongue was wrestling with Harper. What the freaking heck, Keegan? I thought you were my boyfriend. LaToya, did I ever ask you to be my girlfriend? No. Harper, will you be my girlfriend? Sure. And they began to kiss again right there in front of me. I ran all the way to the girls' bathroom and hid in a stall. I heard a notification on my phone and checked it. A shiver ran down my spine as I played the video. Someone recorded what just happened between me and Keegan and posted it on social media. A tiny logo on the side of the video read Victor's Videos. I stormed out of the bathroom in search of Victor, and when I found him, I wanted to punch him in the face. I found Victor chatting with a group of boys. Victor, you jerk! I swung at him, but he sidestepped and I landed in the bin behind him. He and his friends laughed and walked away. This year was supposed to be my best year yet. It was only the first day and already my year had gone to trash. Or so I thought. One day, the district superintendent, Mr. Flynn, was to pay a visit to the school. Our principal, Mr. Burns, ensured that the school was spick and span for his arrival. That's when I saw Victor spray painting a picture of the principal with his finger up his nose on the back of the school wall. Ahem. Victor spun around. It seems as though you're somewhat in a predicament here, Victor. I wonder what Mr. Burns will do if he sees this video. My lips curled into an evil smile. I've waited for a day like this forever, and I wasn't gonna let it slide. My parents own this school. I can do whatever I want. Okay, I shrugged and walked away. Later that morning, when Mr. Burns found the painting, he was furious. He called an emergency assembly to address the school.
The person who vandalized the school wall needs to step forward immediately. The longer you wait, the worse your punishment is going to be.
Mr. Finn shook his head and grabbed the mic from Mr. Burns.
This is a very serious matter, punishable by law. When you are caught, the police will be called.
I spotted Victor in the crowd and his face was white. After the assembly, he approached me. Name your price. I thought your parents owned the school. Name your price. The price is you, Victor. Enjoy today because tomorrow, you're mine. I patted him on the shoulder as I brushed past him. The next day, boy did I have fun bossing Victor around. He had this coming for years. I made him do all my homework, feed me at lunch, and wipe the side of my mouth, and give me piggyback rides to class. I also made him apologize to every person he'd ever been mean to. I don't want to do this anymore. Victor looked at me after 2 weeks. What will Mommy and Daddy think about their perfect little boy being dragged away by police officers? I don't think that'll be a good look for their business. Do you? Victor cringed, then went back to feeding me grapes. One afternoon, while walking home from school, Keegan rolled up beside me on his skateboard. Hey, LaToya, how have you been? I ignored Keegan. Come on, babe, we used to be such good friends. I heard that Harper dumped you. According to her, you don't have what it takes to keep her. I looked Keegan up and down. You witch. Keegan pushed me into the road and skateboarded away. I heard the sound of a horn followed by screeching tires and a bang. I opened my eyes to see a car smashed into a tree. It must have skirted away to avoid running me over. I ran towards the car. it was Mrs. Hines. My eyes clouded with tears as I flagged down an oncoming car. "Please, help her!" I screamed. It was Victor. Victor and his driver hopped out of the car. While the driver called for help, Victor held me. Once Mrs. Hines was safely in the ambulance, Victor offered me a lift home. We sat silently in the back seat as tears continued to stream down my face. Keegan's mom could be dead because of me. Well, also because of Keegan, since he was the one who had pushed me onto the road in the first place. Victor took my hand and held it until I reached home. "Thank you." I hopped out of the car and ran inside to tell Grandma about Keegan's mother. Unfortunately, Mrs. Hines didn't make it, and Keegan had the audacity to blame me. I thought Victor was bad, but Keegan was 1,000 times worse. After what happened to Mrs. Hines, I had a change of heart towards Victor. I figured life was too short to keep enemies. I preferred to have friends. Here you go.
What are these?
Cupcakes. I baked them myself.
Do they have laxatives in them or something?
No, silly, I just wanted to say thanks for what you did a few days ago. And I'm releasing you from your servant duties. I promise I won't tell anyone that you painted the principal on the school wall. Victor and I heard a gasp behind us, and we spun around. So, you're the culprit, huh? LaToya may not tell your secret, but I will. Keegan, you can't. I can and will, but I'll make an exception if you give me a kiss right here and right now. I stepped towards Keegan and he smiled. I was about to kiss him when Victor pulled me away and punched Keegan in the stomach. The boys wrestled on the ground until Keegan was able to get away from Victor. I'm gonna tell Mr. Burns, you're both going to pay for this. Keegan sprinted in the direction of Mr. Burns' office, and Victor and I chased behind him. The three of us burst into Mr. Burns' office at the same time. I was the one who painted the picture of you on the wall. I blurted out before Keegan could say anything. Keegan and Victor were chased out of the office. A few minutes later, a police car arrived and I was taken to the station. Shortly after, Grandma arrived at the station, followed by Victor and his parents, who looked furious. I watched as Grandma pulled Victor's parents to the side and chatted with them. Victor stared at me from across the room, but he didn't make any attempt to come towards me. Grandma and I left 15 minutes later, but Victor and his parents were still chatting with an officer. Later that night, the doorbell rang and I answered.
No one has ever stood up for me before, not even my parents.
Maybe it's time to change all that. Before I knew what I was doing, I leaned forward and kissed Victor. I was super happy when he kissed me back. Suddenly, I was yanked away and I heard the front door slam.
After what that boy just put you through, you're standing out there kissing him. You better get some sense quickly, LaToya. You need to stay away from that boy. He's a troublemaker.
But there was something about Grandma telling me not to do something that made me want to do it even more. So, I did. Victor and I began to spend a lot of time together before and after school. I thought finally life was going to be smooth sailing from now on, but it definitely wasn't. At the championship congratulatory party for our football team, Keegan approached the mic. First, he congratulated the school on their team win, and then he said something that changed my life forever.
I have a question for the crowd tonight. Have you guys and gals ever dated a member of your family?
The crowd began to boo and jeered at Keegan as cups and soda cans made their way to the stage.
You guys and gals might think it's gross, but Victor and LaToya don't think so. Victor, my man, how does it feel to date your niece?
Victor and I looked at each other, startled. The crowd booed us and began to throw trash at us. They chased us out of the school compound. Do you think what Keegan said was true?
Nah, babe, I think he's just messing with us.
We got to Grandma's. Let's go inside. I'm gonna ask Grandma. Victor hesitated, but he followed me inside. I found Grandma in the kitchen.
What is he doing here?
I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Why did Keegan just make an announcement to the entire school that Victor is my uncle? Grandma seemed shook. She sat on the chair and folded my arms across my chest and tapped my foot. Well, we're listening. Grandma sighed. Then she explained everything.
When Granddad was away on business for 2 years early in our marriage, I had an affair and had Victor's dad. I didn't want the baby to ruin my marriage, so I put him up for adoption.
All this time, my father has been mistreating me because of his abandonment issues that you caused?
But why didn't you say something after Granddad passed away?
Because I didn't need to. It's my business.
We're dating, Grandma. I've been dating my uncle for 6 months.
Victor is not your uncle. He's not his father's son. His father got into an accident as a young child, and because of it, he'll never be able to have children of his own.
I spun around to speak to Victor, but he was gone. I ran out of the house and saw him running down the street. Victor! Wait! Victor hadn't heard that last bit that Grandma had said. Victor still thought he was my uncle. I had to tell him the truth.
Hi, I'm Abigail, and I'm from Kentucky. My sister is better than me at everything, and it's so annoying that I decided to put an end to it once and for all. But before I go on, make sure you like and subscribe. My childhood was miserable because of my sister Mandy. In 3rd grade, we had to bring a creation of our own to class. I brought this paper ball I had turned into a model of the Earth. I was pretty proud of it.
Oh, that's cute, Abigail. Why, oh my God, that's amazing!
My teacher turned from my creation to look at Mandy's. She had made a humongous globe made of Lego pieces. I stared in shock. It wasn't fair. Mom had paid for that, but when I asked for help, all she said was, "Do it yourself." Even though parents aren't supposed to have favorites, my mom definitely loved Mandy more than me. And it's not like it's because we're really different. In fact, we're identical twins. But Mom, for some strange reason, prefers Mandy, and it's been this way for as long as I can remember. I'm pretty sure when Mom gave birth to us, she took one look at us and said, "I'll keep this one. The other one you can give to charity or something." I'm sure you can guess which one I was. Anyway, for the first 10 years of my life, I didn't mind that Mom loved Mandy more. That's because my dad loved me more than Mandy. Mandy had Mom, and I had Dad. That's how it was. Until one horrible night. It was actually our 10th birthday, and because of what happened that night, my birthday was ruined forever. Dad went out to buy me a birthday cake because the one Mom got had peanuts in it, and I was allergic to peanuts. You know, I'm pretty sure Mom got that cake on purpose just to spite me. Anyway, Dad went out to get me a cake that I could eat, but, well, he never returned. The police didn't know what happened to him. The last time anyone had seen him was at the bakery where he had picked up the cake from. After that, he had disappeared, as if out of thin air. Sometimes I dream about Dad coming back home, alive and well, but it's been 6 years since that horrible night, and I've had to accept that Dad's never coming back. Now, with Mom spoiling Mandy and leaving me behind, life got pretty miserable. Mandy didn't do anything about Mom's unfair treatment, and she seemed to love being better than me at everything. I started to believe I would never be happy again until the day of the donuts. You're probably wondering what the heck I'm talking about. Well, one day after school, I went to the donut shop because I love me some donuts. I ordered one and they handed me over the fluffiest, most delicious donut you can imagine. I pulled out my wallet to pay, but I had no cash. I forgot that Mom had taken my pocket money from me earlier that morning so that Mandy could buy these new pair of boots she really wanted. I stood there frozen in the line. I had already taken a bite out of my donut. How was I gonna pay?
"What's taking so long back there?"
Oi, hurry up!
I started to lose it until I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder.
"That's okay. I'll pay."
I turned to see Robert Pattinson's doppelganger beside me. Seriously, he was so hot. The dude paid for my donut and I stood there speechless because he was just so dreamy. We moved away and I finally gathered up the courage to thank him.
"Hey, no worries. I love the donuts here. Do you come here often?"
"I do. I live for these donuts. What's your name?"
"Mac."
"Like the cheese?" He laughed and I felt my knees buckle. He had the cutest laugh.
"What's your name?"
"I'm Abigail."
"It's nice to meet you, Abigail."
"It's nice to meet you too, Mac." And the rest is history. Well, not quite. I'm not done with my story, but you get the gist. We hit it off right away. Within the week, we had already said the L word to each other. For those of you who don't know, I mean love. And we were officially boyfriend and girlfriend. I didn't care if Mom didn't love me and if Mandy beat me in everything. Mac was the one for me and I was so happy. But then, like all things in my life, it all fell apart. I was by my school locker. Suddenly, everything went black. Someone was covering my eyes.
Guess who?
I smiled. Is it my cheesy baby? That was my nickname for Mac. Weird, I know, but it was our thing, okay? Don't judge me.
Yep.
I turned around and kissed him.
Last night was amazing.
I frowned, confused. Last night?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty surprised to see you at my house in the middle of the night, but man, the rest of the night was great. I think that's the best kiss I ever had.
I was so confused. What was Mac talking about? Last night, I had been at a dinner with my friends to celebrate one of their birthdays. I hadn't gone to Mac's house. Right? Surely I hadn't forgotten. But then my eyes looked to the side and I saw Mandy walk by. It suddenly hit me. Oh no!
What? What's wrong?
Mac, that wasn't me last night.
What? What are you talking about?
I can't believe this. You cheated on me with my sister. Some of the students around us stopped and stared. Mac looked so shocked.
Wait, that wasn't you last night?
No? All the color drained from his face.
Oh God.
Ugh, I can't believe this. I backed away from Mac. I can't believe I had just kissed him. It was so disgusting. My sister had been kissing him last night.
Wait, babe, please, you gotta forgive me.
No, how can I forgive you? You cheated on me.
But I didn't know I was doing it.
You should have known. Are you telling me you can't tell the difference between me and my sister? Mac was lost for words.
Please,
Enough, we're through. And I walked away. It was the hardest thing I had ever done, but I just couldn't be with him anymore. Not now that Mandy had had a piece of him. When I got home, I saw Mac had called me at least 50 times, but I ignored the missed calls. I couldn't speak to him. I walked into the living room and found Mandy sitting there. She smiled at me. Hey, sis. I was boiling with hatred inside. How could she sit there innocently after what she had just done to me? She had ruined the only thing that made me happy, my relationship with Mac. Suddenly, all the anger, the years of anger that had accumulated from all the times she ebsted me and humiliated me, tipped over the edge. That's it. I pounced at her. I punched at her and clawed at her face, pulled at her hair. Ah! You worthless brat! This is what you deserve. Abigail, stop! What's gotten into you? You slept with Mac. What? I would never. You did, don't lie. But I'm not lying. I was with my friends last night. We went to the cinema. Ask them if you want proof. I froze mid-punch. Wait, really? Right at that moment, Mom walked in. When she saw me on top of Mandy, she freaked. Get off of her. Mom pulled me off and slapped me in the face. I saw stars. Mom, don't hit her. She deserves it. She's nothing but a piece of trash. I stared at Mom, tears in my eyes. Mandy looked at me. Was it with sympathy or smugness? I couldn't tell. I ran up to my room and slammed the door. It wasn't until an hour later that someone knocked on my bedroom door. In came Mandy. No! Get out! Get out! Get out! Sis, please. You have to hear me out. I didn't betray you. Look! Mandy showed me a picture. Sure enough, it was of herself and her friends at the cinema, and the phone dated them as last night. She couldn't have faked that or edited that, so it was true. Mandy didn't betray me. So then why had Mac lied? It didn't make any sense. I asked Mac about it and he insisted that somebody who looked identical to me had come to his room. If it wasn't Mandy, then it had to be me. Was I losing my mind? How had I forgotten something like that? But no, my picture was with my friends at the diner proved I wasn't there. What was going on? I decided to see a psychologist. Maybe that could help me out. When I arrived at their office, I sat down at the desk and they spun around in their chair to face me. You won't believe who was sitting in that chair. Me! Well, someone who looked identical to me. Hello, Abigail. Oh! Oh, please. Why act so surprised? You're the one that tried to kill me. What? What are you? I'm so confused. Oh, Abigail. The girl who looked identical to me stood up. Ever since you tried to kill me, I've been determined to ruin your life. That's why I tricked your boyfriend. That's why I'm here right now. You're not leaving this psychologist appointment alive. Let me tell you that. I don't understand. Who are you? The girl stopped. Playing dumb, are we? Well. That won't save you. It's a pity. The girl raised a knife. I started to tremble. I wanted to have fun while killing you. The girl pounced and I screamed. But then, right at that moment, Mandy burst into the room and tackled the girl. They rolled around on the ground and clawed at each other while I stared in absolute shock. The knife slid across the ground and I grabbed it. Stop! I have a weapon! They both froze and slowly stood up. Get her, Abigail! It's the evil twin! I looked at her. I know it's you. You're wearing therapist clothes. I forgot. Mandy and I tied the girl up. Give me that! Mandy pointed at the knife. I gave it to her with shaky hands. Then I took a deep breath. You, I said to Mandy, explain everything now. Fine. And Mandy explained everything, but I was not ready for this shock. This is our twin, or I guess triplet, Samantha. I discovered Mom had secretly had another triplet when she gave birth, but she had given it away because they couldn't afford another baby. Samantha grew up in England, but she discovered about us and came over to visit. She met me secretly and called me Abigail. I don't know why, but I just let it slide. I used your identity as a shield. Samantha wanted to meet Mom, but I couldn't let her. Mom gives me so much attention. If Samantha came, then I would get none. I saw what happened to you, Abby. Mandy, how could you? I brought Samantha to a cliff edge. I tried to push her, but I failed. She ran away. Wait, Mandy tried to kill me, not Abigail? Shut up! Samantha cowered under Mandy's threat, and I looked at my sister with new eyes. She was a monster. I have another confession, Abby. What? Mandy started crying. I killed Dad. My whole world felt like it was spinning. What? I cut one of the wires in his car that night he left. When he drove back, I guess he must have slid off the cliff edge and died, lost in the ocean. I'm so sorry. But why, Mandy? Because... I flinched. Who was this girl? He took some of Mom's attention from me. I'm the favorite. I deserve it all. I looked at Mandy sadly. No, Mandy, you don't. I pounced on her, grabbed the knife, and tied her up. I untied Samantha. I looked at her, then at Mandy. You want to steal her identity? Samantha seemed shocked, but determined. Yes. Now we just need to work on Samantha's English accent.
Hi, I'm Amelia. I've always felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I had the best parents who were both doctors. In school, I was a top achiever, and I did what I loved best, basketball. I was the star in my team, but apart from all the greatness I had in life, there was one flaw. I was born with a condition called hyponachia, meaning I didn't have nails on all my fingers. As a child, I thought it was cool because my parents said so, but soon noticed that other kids treated me funny because of it.
Hey, what happened to your hand? It's always been that way. Super cool, right?
All of them ran away like I had a disease. When I figured out that my hand actually freaked other kids out, I refused to leave the house.
Why can't you just heal my hand so I can be like other kids? Everyone treats me like an alien.
It's not something we can reverse, dear. It's your own perfect flaw.
When my parents saw that I wasn't ready to reason with them, they bought me a pack of fancy gloves to wear to school.
Your hands are awesome, but if this makes you more comfortable...
It does. Thanks.
For me, as long as no one saw my hands, my life was perfect. Then, the new neighbors arrived. I was throwing out the trash from the house one day when I saw them moving into the house next to us. I went over to help them and hopefully make new friends.
Hi, I'm Amelia, your next-door neighbor. Hi, I'm Crystal, and that's my mom.
Crystal seemed really friendly, unlike her mother, who looked like a hissing snake.
Crystal, quit the chit-chat and move those things!
Let me help.
I went to pick up a box from the van, but the woman grabbed my hand.
If you know what is good for you, you'll stay away from us.
I just want to help.
Oh, maybe you just want to meet Jackie.
Jackie? Is that your child too?
Yes, my favorite child. Jackie! Jackie!
When I saw Jackie, I died and resurrected. Jackie was nearly a 4-foot hound. He looked like he wanted to eat me. I ran home screaming for my mom. Later in the evening, when I told my mom about the woman next door, Mom was furious.
I could definitely sue her for the threat. Maybe she was just playing. How can you say that? In fact, I'm going to give her a piece of my mind right now.
How about we bake a pie instead and give it to her as a welcome present? Maybe she just wasn't in a good mood.
Dad supported the idea, and since Mom always listened to him, the next morning, Mom and I baked a pie and carried it over to the neighbors. Crystal was the one who opened the door.
I'm so sorry for what my mom did to you that day. She's a bit crazy.
That's okay. Is she home? The porch suddenly felt icy when Crystal's mom appeared at the doorway.
How may I help you? Hi, I'm Amelia's mom. We baked this pie to welcome you and your beautiful daughter.
To my relief, the woman's stony expression melted off.
Oh, really? This is so sweet. I'm Mrs. Freeze.
She took the pie, and we happily turned to go. And that's when I felt something warm and soft hit the back of my head.
Ow!
Mom and I turned to see that Mrs. Freeze had just thrown the pie at me.
Stay away from my property and keep your stupid pie.
She slammed the door shut, and I had to hold Mom back from attacking the woman.
You hurt her. I don't want you anywhere near her.
I swore to stay away from the new neighbor, but fate had other plans. At school some days later, our school's principal announced that we had a new basketball coach. But when it was time for our new coach to arrive, the lollipop I was sucking on dropped to the floor at the sight of Mrs. Freeze coming into the basketball court.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be your new coach. Please treat me well.
She didn't even act as if she recognized me. Emily, a girl in my team who was very jealous of my success, was soon tripping over her feet to impress her.
Welcome, ma'am. At least no one will be more favored now.
What do you mean?
The former coach treated Amelia here specially. That's not true.
Who asked your permission to speak? Off the court now.
What?
Or would you prefer to be dropped off the team?
Upset, I went to the bleachers, and everyone else started playing. My team won, but I was so furious that I didn't get to play, so I decided to confront Mrs. Freeze and set things straight with her. But when I got to her office door, Mrs. Freeze was crying over a baby picture. I was so stunned I turned around and bumped right into Emily.
Came to bribe your way onto Mrs. Freeze's good side. Can you drop it? I don't need to bribe any coach. I'm a natural. Well, we have scouts coming in for our next game this weekend. We will see who is awesome then. Glove tag.
Being picked by the scouts was a big step towards my dream of playing in the WNBA. Even though I was confident of my skills, I practiced more so I could impress them. But something happened that risked everything I had been working hard for. The morning before the game, I went to the bathroom to wash up, but slipped and fell. I sprained my right hand, but what hurt the most was what my parents said next.
Well, this means no game for you today.
Dad, this is a golden opportunity to be a big sports star.
And how are you supposed to do that with one arm? Besides, I doubt that witch you have as a coach would let you play at all.
There was no winning the argument with them, so the moment they left for work, I dressed up and hurried to the city's basketball court. I was already late. They were just about to start when I arrived.
Is that bandage a stunt to get the scouts' pity?
She's not faking. I knew a broken arm when I see it.
I worked hard for this, ma'am. A broken arm won't stop me. I expected Mrs. Freeze to get mad and order me out of the game, but to my shock, she asked for a handshake.
You're either very stupid or very brave. Either way, I'm beginning to like your guts. Reminds me of my much younger self.
Just as I was about to accept the handshake, I noticed that Mrs. Freeze had Hyponachia too.
Hey, your hand. It's just like...
What? Never seen a nailless hand before?
Actually,
Take your position. Game time.
And just like that, she went back to being cold. Despite my one-handedness, I scored more points than any other player. It was a pain, but it was worth it because the scouts signed me up for a national game next year. Emily was green with envy. Later that night, I was struggling with how I could tell my parents about the offer I had gotten when Dad burst in angrily and threw some flowers at me.
Mrs. Freeze gave me this at the porch to give you for playing so well today. You snuck out to the game? And when did you become all chummy for Mrs. Crazy to give you flowers?
I felt the color drain off my face as both parents glared at me.
Have you taken off your gloves since you met her?
No. Why?
Never mind. For your disobedience, we are moving out of this neighborhood tomorrow, and you will change schools.
Like, pack our bags and go to a new house kind of leave?
Exactly. Honey, that's too sudden. Then next week.
Dad's behavior and decision was completely odd, but it was just the beginning. After that day, he began to act super paranoid. He became strict about dropping me off at school and picking me up. And if I had to go anywhere, Dad would tag along as if he felt someone would steal me away. His actions made me super suspicious, so I decided to investigate Mrs. Freeze. One night, I crept out of the house to hers and knocked on Crystal's window.
Hey, Chris, can I see you for a sec?
She came out and we sat on the grass. I just wanted to ask about your mother and send her my thanks for the flowers.
She got you flowers? Seems like you're beginning to grow on her. My mom never gets flowers for anyone.
So she's always like super cold to people? To you?
Hey, don't blame her. She's living up to our family name, Freeze. Being cold should be our family mark. Strangers. Anyway, she says a stranger stole something very important from her, so she doesn't trust anyone.
We talked some more, and Crystal revealed she was being homeschooled because of a health condition that made her weak.
I have to go now. Mom will freak if she sees me out here.
Just as she was about to go, she suddenly had a bad cough, and her mom appeared looking angry again.
You! What did you do to Crystal?
Nothing, ma'am. We were just talking.
In the middle of the night? I knew you could be a bad influence. Don't ever come near my daughter again.
I watched speechlessly as Mrs. Freeze went inside with Crystal. I couldn't believe she was the same person that gave me flowers. Despite her warning, I planned to go check on Crystal in the morning. But the next morning, I woke up to Dad and Mom packing things into a truck.
What are you guys doing?
I told you, we're moving this week.
I thought you were just kidding.
Kidding? We're leaving the country today.
My head spun at Dad's words.
Dad, you can't do this. I just want a chance to play in the Nationals. Mom, please talk to Dad.
Dad says he has serious bad vibes about staying here with Mrs. Crazy next door, or as your coach. Go in and pack. Essentials only. We need to leave here before she comes back from work.
Dad just didn't make sense. So when they turned their backs, I broke out in a run towards school.
Amelia, get back here!
At this point, I could bet all my money that Mrs. Freeze was Dad's ex, and he didn't want us to find out. Well, I was going to. However, at the moment I stepped into school, I was cornered by Emily and her friends.
I can't put it past me that you beat me with one hand. Told ya, I was born and soaked in awesomeness. Or your gloved hand is hiding some kind of magic you're cheating with. Just admit that I'm better than you and get over it. Prove me wrong then. Show us what's beneath the gloves.
I knew Emily was going to use force if I didn't cooperate. To make things worse, half of the school was now gathered around us, and I just couldn't let them all see my hand. Just then, I saw someone who could get me out of this mess.
Mrs. Freeze, please save me!
She ignored me as if she didn't know what was going on. Obviously, she was still mad at me from last night. Emily and her friends jumped on me then and succeeded in pulling off my gloves.
OMG! E.T. has got a sister!
The laughter was deafening.
Ew, it's like a toad's hand!
Just when I felt I would faint, Mrs. Freeze barged into the circle and grabbed my hand.
Amelia, are you okay?
She's a freak, ma'am!
If she's a freak, so am I!
She raised her hands, showing her nailless fingers.
Freaky, freaky! Now run, before I put all of you in detention!
She helped me to the school garden, where I finally caught my breath.
Amelia, I am so sorry.
I called you to help me! You ignored me!
It's you. You're the only one in the world with those hands. My baby. Please forgive me.
Your baby? Don't touch me!
You heard her! Don't touch her! You have some guts to say that to me after stealing my daughter!
Dad? What's she talking about?
He's not your dad! And she's not your mom! I am.
What?
I told you to stay away from this insane! No, she's right. We are not Amelia's parents. Her daughter, Crystal, is our real child.
Mom and I went white with shock. My ears were ringing.
15 years ago, I went to a park with my months-old baby. A man came with a baby in a stroller too. We made small talk, and then I needed to use the public restroom. When I returned, he had taken my baby and replaced mine with his own.
Dad, that man was you?
Honey, tell me she's lying, please. What was I supposed to do? You were in a coma for months after you gave birth. Then I discovered that our baby was very sick. I thought she wouldn't make it past her first birthday, and I didn't want you to go through that. If I knew she would survive, I would have never—
This is why you wanted us to leave!
Yes. The day she gave me those flowers, I saw her hands and recognized her as your real mother. I'm so sorry. For years, I searched for you, Amelia. Losing you turned me into a bitter and unhappy person.
Crystal arrived then, and from the look on her face, she had heard everything.
What is all this I'm hearing? You are not my real mom?
Crystal, what are you doing here?
I saw and heard all the commotion this morning at Amelia's place, and I was so curious I had to follow.
I don't believe this. Is that enough proof for you?
Mrs. Freeze gave my mom a copy of my birth certificate, and written in it was my condition in details. With this alone, Dad's fate was sealed. That same day, Mrs. Freeze called the cops on Dad. It hurt to see him arrested, but he had to pay for his crimes.
No! Amelia is my daughter.
My heart broke for Mom, and I hugged her. Of course I still am. There's more to being related than blood, right? But today, you have found another daughter. Show her some love. It was the most emotional moment of my life. Dad went straight to jail from there. It hurt to see him arrested, but he had to pay for his crimes.
Will you move in with me now?
How about we all move in together?
Whatever you want, dear, as long as you're there.
The four of us rented a bigger house, and even though it was super awkward at first, over time, we all drew closer together. Somehow, the experience made me stronger. I stopped wearing gloves, and thanks to having Mrs. Freeze as my mom and coach, I became even more unstoppable at basketball. But I still had one more enemy to defeat.
So, you got my beauty, my basketball talent,
and your spooky nail thing.
Thanks to the spooky nail thing that I was able to recognize you the moment you pulled off that glove.
Just then, Emily walked in and her face soured like limes. What's going on here? I'm bribing the coach, who happens to be my mom.
Your mom?
Yes, I am. And you know what a mom hates most in the world? A person who picks on her child. I'd run if I were you.
Emily went red in the face and picked race. She gave me a wide berth from then on. I learned that you should embrace whatever imperfection you have. No one can ever hold it against you. And if you do bad things to hurt others, it will come back to bite you in the nose. It's just a matter of time. Hi, I'm Audrey from Los Angeles. Despite coming from a poor family, a great part of my childhood was filled with happy memories thanks to my best friend, Gift. Our love for fashion drew us together. As kids, we drew clothes just like in the magazines, and then we would imagine being rich and wearing our own designs.
Aw, so cute. I want to make clothes like this someday. Me too, Gift. We will get there. Just don't stop dreaming.
Gift was really sweet, and I loved her to bits, even though she was shy. At school, we were the poorest, and our schoolmates didn't really like us. Once in 8th grade, Gift came to school with lunch for 2 of us, since we couldn't pay for the cafeteria food. We were about to eat when Britt walked up to us. She was the school's troublemaker, and especially loved to make fun of us, and Gift was very afraid of her.
Ew! Cover that up! It stinks! But my mom made it. So? She's a bad cook. Now cover that up!
I grabbed Gift's hand before she could and took a big mouthful. The meal was a choke full of salt, but I forced it down. No way was I supporting Britt calling my bestie's mom a bad cook.
So yummy!
And are you eating a hamburger today again? Watch out, it's telling on your tummy.
What?
Like every other girl obsessed with her body, she ran away to check her actually very flat tummy in the restroom. We ate our salty food in peace, but Britt just wouldn't let us rest. I mostly endured her nasty remarks and attitude, but in 10th grade, she did something that made me lose my cool. Gift and I were in the library sketching when Britt grabbed our sketchbooks from us.
Britt, give that back! Oh, what's this? You two want to be designers? Poor people can't be designers, honey. So let me help you get rid of this dream.
She raised the sketchbooks and tore them apart, and I saw red. I brought my foot up to kick some sense into her, but before it could land, my sneakers ripped in the front and my toes poked out.
Everyone, look! Audrey has a rotten shoe!
Everyone laughed, and for the first time in a long while, I wanted to cry from how humiliated I felt. But then Gift took off her sneakers and gave them to me. What? You will go barefooted?
I guess I'll be the school's Bigfoot today.
That day, in my eyes, Gift was like an angel, and I promised myself to do something big for her someday. The following weekend, I mended my old shoes and went to give hers back. But on arriving to her house, I saw that they were moving.
Gift, what's going on? Oh, hi, Audrey. I was just about to come and give you this.
She had bought me a brand new pair of sneakers.
Gift,
that was super sweet of you. But may I ask, where did you get the money for these?
My parents are super rich now.
Gift's parents won a $1 million contract, so they were moving to a better neighborhood. I'm going to miss you so much, Gift.
Oh, don't worry, I'll see you at school. I told my parents I don't want to change schools.
I was happy that Gift was at the same school, but the next day at school, the news was all over that Gift's parents had hit the jackpot. And when Gift finally arrived with a brand new Ferrari, everyone stared as she walked into school with sparkly designers. Even Britt.
Hey, Gift, over here!
She made to come to me, but Greg, one of the most quiet students in our class, smacked into her and spilled the juice in his hand. Britt was beside them in a second.
OMG! Greg! How dare you ruin my bestie's jacket? Lick it now!
I am sorry. Please, let me just wipe it.
Hey, it was an accident. And since when did Gift become your bestie?
Since she became rich! Gift, you don't need to hang out with a poor loser like Audrey anymore.
I expected Gift to reject Britt's shameless attempt to wiggle into her good graces, but what she did next shocked me. She pulled off the jacket and shoved it close to the guy's face.
Lick it. Are you crazy, Gift? It's a leather jacket that can be cleaned. Stay out of this, Audrey. Unless you have $5,000 to buy me another jacket. I don't think so.
I was so mad at her that I plucked out $10 from my pocket and flung it at her.
That should get it cleaned.
Without looking back, I grabbed the guy and we entered class. Well, Gift turned her back on me from that day and began to hang out with Britt and her friends. I knew they only liked her for her money, but she was too glad to roll with the popular crowd she couldn't see that. I was sad to lose a friend, but I took comfort in my mom, who always tried to motivate me. One day, we were cleaning out my house when she caught sight of my old sketchbook.
Hey, I remember this book.
Yeah, I'm not sure I can ever be a designer, Mom. Britt said it's not for poor people.
And since when do you care about what Britt says? With what I see here, you're already one.
Looking through the book reminded me so much of my days with Gift and made my heart ache. But Mom was right. My drawings were awesome. And even if Britt said I didn't have a chance because I was poor, I wanted to try first. But where could I start from? My answer came days later in the form of someone sharing flyers for a teen fashion training competition during the approaching summer. The winner was going to get $1 million and have a one-on-one tutorship from an unnamed popular designer that would be unveiled at the end. When I told my mom about it, she was rooting for me to go. She even asked that I tell Gift.
Why would I do that? She's not my friend anymore. Maybe you'll be friends again if you do. Come on, I know you miss her.
And what if she comes in and wins?
Well, competition is the best form of motivation, and whether you win or not doesn't matter. The experience alone is what truly matters.
Mom was right. I really missed Gift. It was the only thing that made me go to her house the next day.
What are you doing here?
I came to give you this.
What is this junk?
It's a chance for us to be designers, like we used to dream.
Look, I don't need to be a designer anymore since I can afford designers now. So get lost!
She slammed the door in my face, and I felt so embarrassed and angry. I was definitely not talking to her again. Summer holidays came by, and I went to the address on the flyer for the training competition. I was shocked to see Gift there as one of the trainees.
I thought you wouldn't come. Like I would let you become a designer before me.
What's your problem, Gift? Why did you let money change you like this?
Everyone changes at the taste of money, Audrey. Everyone.
I was just about to give Gift a piece of my mind when a rickety old woman arrived.
I think you missed the old people's home.
No, I'm here for the competition.
Everyone gaped at her. The trainees' chairs were filled up.
Well, nowhere to sit, old lady. So shoo!
Don't talk to her like that! I stood up from my chair and gave it to her.
Bless you, child.
The instructor soon came, and I had to stand for the rest of the class. My legs hurt, and Gift made sure to stick her tongue out at me all through. When class was over, the woman handed me a bunch of handmade, beautiful fabric flowers.
You'd be needing this.
Thank you. I didn't understand what she wanted me to do with it, until some days later, we were asked to make our first real outfit. The best 5 would continue to the next stage. I made a lovely dress, but when I added the flowers to the dress, it immediately stood out. I won first place, and Gift won 3rd. The old woman won 5th. I couldn't help but wonder why the old lady didn't use the flowers for her dress. So when I saw her waiting outside, I approached her. Thank you for helping me, but why didn't you use the flowers for your design?
I don't like poke noses. Don't worry, I won't help you again.
I didn't mean to. My jaw dropped as a G-Wagon stopped before her and 2 guards got out.
Time to go, ma'am.
I could only stare. Who was this old woman who has bodyguards and a G-Wagon? The woman was about to enter the car when her hair turned to a strange angle. Ma'am, your hair… She fixed it back quickly, and the guard slammed the door before I could see anything else. But I was sure what I saw. She was wearing a wig. Was she bald? I had little time to dwell on the strange woman because our training got harder, and soon I had only Gift to go against for the final winner to be decided. That was when I had a strange encounter with Gift. I was shopping some secondhand clothing from a thrift store when I noticed Gift there too. Hey, I think you lost your way. The rich people's boutique is across this one.
Oh, really? I must have lost my way. Of course, what am I doing in a thrift store? I wear brand new designers only.
I knew she was lying about losing her way. Maybe she just wanted to save up some of her fat allowance by buying some cheaper summer clothes. It was her problem though. I was totally focused on the final competition, which was finally a day away. Then something happened that threw me off my feet. I was getting ready for the last day of training week when I heard a thud. I rushed to the kitchen and found my mom curled up on the kitchen floor where she had fallen from a slip. Everything else happened in a blur. I called the ambulance and Mom was rushed to the hospital. We needed a lot of money for a massive surgery since she broke several bones. The day of the final competition between Gift and I arrived, but I didn't have it in me to go because Mom was still in the hospital.
Just go to the competition, honey. I will be fine.
Mom, I can't leave you.
You have to, Audrey. It'll be much better if you do.
And so I went, but because I was so distracted, Gift beat me by a whopping 5 marks. The second round was the deciding one, and we were asked to take a short break before we start. While we waited, I went to use the washroom hoping to clear my head. Gift came in seconds later.
I would just go home if I were you. I'm going to win this.
Sorry, Gift. I won't make it easy for you. Honestly, I was quite nervous Gift could win. I hadn't dwelled on the money I could gain if I won this, but with Mom needing money for treatment, the money was all I could think about now. Sometime after Gift left, the old woman came in. I hadn't spoken with her since the last time she left with a fancy ride.
Seems like your head isn't in the game, child.
I'm having a really bad day, if you couldn't tell.
She slipped a tiny pair of scissors into my hands.
Ruin Gift's final outfit, so only yours gets to shine. Easy win.
With the way things were going, it was a very tempting suggestion, but I won't hurt another person for me to win. If I win fair and square.
Suit yourself!
Minutes later, Gift and I were back on stage making our dresses. I forced myself to think of nothing else but doing my best. We finished in the evening and went home, waiting for the judge's arrival and decision tomorrow morning. I stayed by my mom all through the night. The next day, the judges arrived and Gift and I were asked to present our dresses. But when I unveiled mine, it was in ruins.
Is this a prank or what?
I swear, it wasn't like this, but… I turned to Gift, who was struggling to hide a smile.
Gift! You insane lizard brain! You did this!
I didn't do anything.
Oh, yes, you did.
Everyone turned to watch the old woman walk in.
I now proclaim Audrey the winner of this competition.
Huh? Somebody please take her to an old people's home. She's losing.
Everyone watched in shock as the old woman pulled off her disguise. She still has a few gray hairs, but she was not as old as I thought.
Laura Gaga?
Was Gift saying the old woman was Laura Gaga? The most elusive and creative designer in the planet?
Right as rain, kid. I want an heir that has talent, good character, empathy. Gift, you're talented for sure, but you're too selfish and proud. Audrey refused to cheat, even though she saw signs you could beat her in a fair game. But you didn't think twice about it.
I was amazed to discover that the scissors stuff had just been a test, and that old woman was the designer we were all competing for. Laura Gaga threw me a small celebratory party that day and signed me a check of $1 million. We would also have a one-on-one tutorship after school hours. With some of the money, I paid the hospital for Mom's surgery, and we deposited the rest in the bank. I wasn't gonna spend it till we had a foolproof plan of how to invest it. When school reopened, I got to school in my favorite thriftwear and sneakers, but somehow everyone had heard that I was rich. I was barely surprised when Britt walked up to me and put her hands around my shoulders.
Look who's a millionaire now! So what's the first thing on the list? Shopping, party, designer clothes?
I was just about to shove her away when I saw Gift curled up in a corner, crying. Gift, what happened?
Apparently, her parents only won a lottery, wasted their money. Now they are back to being square one. I just gave her a small welcome back to poverty.
I was so mad at Britt, it felt like I would explode.
Why are you laughing? I thought she was your friend. Was. Not anymore. You're my new bestie, Audrey. I'd rather have a pig as a bestie. Get lost!
Britt glared at me and left, and I sat beside Gift. Hey, so you weren't in that thrift shop by accident, huh? Yeah. Audrey, I'm really sorry. When I learned that my parents had gone bankrupt, I was desperate to win, so I agreed to ruin your dress when Lara Gaga suggested it. I'm so ashamed of myself. Well, it wasn't easy for me to reject the suggestion, too. You deserve the win, Audrey. You deserve every good thing. Please forgive me. Looking at her, the image of her walking barefoot because she lent me her shoes came to me. Despite what she'd done, I couldn't forget that. Well, I won't be touching the money I won till the next 5 years. So if you're coming to spend it, sorry. Thank you. I missed you, Audrey. I missed you too. No matter what you become or have tomorrow, be yourself. Be humble, make friends that stick with you through thick and thin, and be that friend. One more thing, guys. Spend wisely.
Hi, my name's Pamela, and ever since I was a little girl, basketball has been my thing. Well, that's because Dad was a famous basketball player a long time ago, and now he's a coach.
When you score, you stand with one leg in front, one in back. Hold the ball like this, and then you score.
Like this?
Well done, baby girl. One day you're going to be a pro, just like me.
Dad loved winning, and because of him, I grew up and became the best in my team, until I started having these strange dreams. I've been waking up from my sleep for 6 months now, and I haven't told anyone. My gut told me that was not going to last.
Pamela, come to us.
Oh! These dreams again. Wild, right? I'm from Kenya, born and raised here. I'm just your typical high school girl, determined and confident. But these dreams are something else. Please make sure you subscribe and give this video a thumbs up. Sometimes people think I have a big ego, but I just like making my dad super proud. Not everybody was happy about that, especially Sandra, a pretty girl in my team. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy?
Why didn't you pass the ball? I called out like a million times. You always want to take the win.
Chill out, girl. We still won the game. When she was about to push me again, the rest of our team lifted me up in the air, and Sandra just sulked like a rotten apple. After the game, I went straight to the shower room, but when I was done, all my clothes were cut into pieces, and I had no choice but to wrap myself up with the shower curtain. This girl had no shame. She looked at me with her cunning eyes, and I was so mad.
What's the matter, Pamela? You've run out of clothes.
This is not funny, Sandra. You can be expelled for what you did.
I'll just say it wasn't me.
I had enough of her. So I pinned her down, and then Bradley, my boyfriend, appeared and pulled me off her.
Pamela, what are you doing?
This she-devil cut all my clothes.
She's lying. I think your girlfriend has lost her marbles.
Bradley pulled me away and started lecturing me as if I was his child.
We have a reputation to keep. You can't run around acting like a crazy person.
Whatever, Bradley. Bradley and I ended up dating because our fathers were good friends. I liked him sometimes, but most of the time he was so annoying, and I couldn't really be myself around him. Once he drove me home after school, I felt like singing to the music, and he just turned it off. Hey, that's my favorite song.
You're a basketball player, not a singer, Pamela.
Whatever.
You can't be angry about what I said. We need to know our priorities, and singing is not one of them.
I sing for fun. See you at the family dinner, I guess. Bradley was a bit of a control freak. Like I said, I couldn't be myself around him. Later that evening, my family went to Bradley's house for a family dinner we normally have every Friday. And this time, my dad had an announcement to make.
Everyone, can I have your attention? I just want to say how proud I am of my one and only daughter, Pamela. She just got accepted to study at the most prestigious university in the USA. And with some extra motivation, she will be joining the biggest basketball club.
I was a bit upset that Dad opened up my letter before me, but it was also an exciting moment. Wow, this is great news.
And I'll be there, right by your side.
My dad had some good connections in the USA for me to kick off my career in basketball, so all eyes were on me to do exceedingly well. That night, we were all great until suddenly I felt like a hammer was banging on my head. Bradley brought me a tall glass of water.
Here, drink this. It helps with my headaches all the time.
Water?
Yep, water. It cures the pain like magic. If the first glass doesn't work, try 3 more. You'll be fit as a horse.
Just hearing him talk made my headache worse. So my mom, who was the sweetest woman alive, kindly took me home. After I got home, I crashed on my bed. I must have dozed off because hours later, I could hear my mom's voice calling me from far away.
Pamela? Pamela, wake up!
Eventually, when I woke up, I was sweating and shaking. No idea what was happening or even where I was.
Pamela, I'm worried about you.
I keep having these dreams about the ocean and some people calling me into the water.
Okay. And how's your head?
I feel okay, except for my neck. And sometimes I get these really bad stomach cramps.
Oh, that doesn't sound good. We are going to the doctor first thing in the morning.
The next day, Mom took me to the doctor. I could tell something was wrong by the way he kept looking at the charts. Imagine my surprise then.
Everything seems to be fine with her. Healthy young woman. I can give you something for the headaches.
How can you not find anything wrong? I've been in pain for over a week. I have these nightmares. I need you to fix this. It just didn't make sense. How could he find nothing wrong? I got so mad that I just stormed off. When I got home from the hospital, my grandma was there. I hadn't seen her in years.
Oh, you've grown so much.
Yeah, Gran. It's nice to see you again. I've missed you.
Your mom tells me that you have been having some headaches, stomach cramps, strange dreams.
It's been a rough couple of weeks. Probably just a phase.
I want you to come with me to the village. I think I know someone who could help.
Someone like who?
A village healer.
Gran, I don't believe in all that stuff.
I think you should go with your grandmother.
I could see the worry in my mom's eyes, but I didn't want to go there. And just when I was about to reject them, a soaring pain went right through my back.
Come, we need to go.
Mom and Gran got me to the village as quickly as they could. Normally, I would have been thrilled to visit. Not so much today. Honestly, I couldn't believe what was happening to me. I was scared but didn't want to show it. My mouth was dry. Pain was shooting through every cell in my body. I wanted to be anywhere but here, but something deep inside was telling me it was going to be okay. Mom and Gran took me into this strange hut, and when we were inside, there was a man who was seated on a straw mat. He glared at me like a zombie. Mom, Gran, are you sure about this?
Yes, come sit.
My heart pounded as I sat down, wondering what was going to happen next.
Finally you have arrived.
Were you expecting me? Jeez!
Quiet.
This was getting creepier by the moment. No, I can't do this.
You have the calling.
I knew it.
I had no idea what he was talking about. And then he tied a black string around my ankle while my mom and Gran just watched.
There's not much time left. She needs to start the training before it's too late.
Too late? What are you talking about?
You have a calling from your ancestors to be a healer like him. It is a great honor.
What? No way, I don't want that. I'm going to the USA to be a famous basketball player.
She's still so young. What do we do to make the ancestors wait a little longer?
You cannot make the ancestors do anything.
Mom, do you really believe in all this stuff?
Yes, it's part of who we are.
Make them know. Ask them. Yes. She needs to come with me to the river and ask her ancestors for time.
This was a lovely experience, but I have a big game to practice for. I really wanted to go home, but Mom insisted we sleep over. I was tired and didn't even remember dozing off. The next morning, I woke up with another banging headache. Unfortunately, I forgot to bring my medication. Do you still have water?
This is the village. You can get water from the tap.
Just when I was about to argue with the guy for his bad customer service, a tall guy with the most beautiful brown eyes touched my shoulder.
He's right, you know. Everyone here drinks water from the tap. Tastes the same. Better, actually.
Haha, wow. I guess I have no choice.
I've never seen you around here before.
My grandmother lives here. I just came to visit.
That's nice. I'm Jeff. And you are?
I shook his hand, feeling so many butterflies rolling in my tummy. And do you live around here?
My grandmother does. I come here for my training.
Wow, you also have this calling thing too?
Yes. I'm guessing you're here because of that.
Yeah, but I don't believe in those things. I have to go now.
The pain and cramps only get worse if you don't accept it. It's actually not such a bad thing. Zenona.
So I've heard. I walked away because I still thought the whole thing was crazy. At least, that's what I kept telling myself.
Aha. You two are back. Finally. So how was the village?
Creepy. Gran took me to some healer and he said I had some kind of calling from the dead or whatever. How crazy is that?
You took her to a healer and you didn't tell me.
I had to. She was in so much pain, and she has no choice. She must answer the call.
No, this is not happening. We don't believe in that stuff.
You don't believe in it? But I do.
Mom and Dad got into an argument, and I let them be and went off to take a bath. I couldn't wait for practice. I felt good, but when I walked into the courtroom, my mind froze when I saw Sandra hugging Bradley. I couldn't believe it. Hey, what's going on?
Emma.
What are you up to, Sandra?
It's not my fault that your man is into me.
My blood boiled. I looked at Bradley, but he looked away, and then I walked up to him and slapped him. You two actually make a great match. It's like two snobs in the pod. Goodbye, Bradley. Thank goodness I drove Mom's car to school. Suddenly, my life felt like a complete mess. I sat at that intersection for 10 minutes, just thinking. In one direction, home. The other to the village.
We're waiting for you, Pamela.
I couldn't understand what was happening to me. It was like I was in another world. My head was spinning. I had to choose my path. When I got to my grandmother, she was gone. I just wanted all of this to go away. I didn't know what to do.
Emma.
Help! I need help! My head!
Come, we need to go to the healer. She needs help. Her pain is increasing. I can't help her because she won't accept who she is.
At this point, I just wanted it all to stop. I couldn't handle the thumping sound in my head any longer, so I burst out. Okay, I accept it. Just tell me what to do.
Come, we have to go to the river.
I found myself in the middle of a freezing river, wondering what might eat me below the surface. I still couldn't believe all this was happening just because of some weird dreams and headaches.
You need to talk to them.
Like how? What do I say?
Tell them what's in your heart. Ask for some time. You'll have to do this by yourself. We'll wait for you.
I was a little scared to be left there alone, talking to my ancestors. So I closed my eyes and spoke from my heart. Hi, everyone that's here listening. I want to be a basketball player, but you want me to be a healer. I've never really thought of myself as a healer, see? So this is pretty weird. So why me? I opened my eyes and waited for an answer, but there was just stillness. I accept this, but I need you to give me some time to understand how all this works. And just like that, the headache was gone. So was the pain in my back. I felt so light, like I had nothing to worry about.
They have heard you, Pamela.
They don't say much, do they?
They do if you're listening. Hey, what are you doing up so late? Don't you have practice tomorrow?
Yes, I do. Dad, I've decided to put my basketball dream on hold for a while.
What? No, you can't do that. Stop talking like that.
I'm answering the calling, Dad.
What about your future? America. This is all your mother's fault.
No, Dad. Not everything is about winning. If I don't do this for me, then I'll never be complete. It's who I am, and I accept it. Why can't you? My dad was upset that night, but I knew he'd get over it, and one day he'd be thankful. My training took 12 months to complete, and soon I was able to help other young people like myself.
I'm so proud of you, Pamela.
I would have never done this without you. Jeff and I got really close while I was training, and I kind of fell in love with him.
Where are you taking me?
To our daughter.
Don't be afraid, Dad. This is why I made my choice, so that I can help.
I don't believe in all this stuff.
Not yet. Dad eventually got better and we were speaking again. I was a healer. I saved my father and I was happy. And then one day, my ancestors came into my dreams again. Only this time, I was listening. One thing's for sure, my ancestors were not subtle, and they were kind of hard to ignore. I didn't need an interpreter to know what they were saying. It's weird how life turns out. I always thought I was going to be a rich and famous basketball player, but that was my dad's dream. My ancestors helped me find my own dream. They showed me the way to be a leader and a healer. And now, thanks to their guidance, I feel complete being a coach and a healer. Something tells me that my new life is going to be just fine.
Hi, I'm Anastasia, and I was born to the most loving parents ever. Mom was a lawyer, and we'd always play games where she pretended I was her lawyer and she was my client.
I find you guilty of drinking my cereal. I sentence you to 100 years in prison.
Oh, please have pity on me, Judge.
But then, she suddenly left me and Dad when I was 5, and we never heard from her again. I had to grow up with a dad who was obsessed with computers and electronics. Dad could fix just about anything.
Where does this go?
Right here, Daddy.
He taught me everything I knew about electronics. In no time, I started to mess with them like they were nothing. In fact, I wanted to be an engineer, just like him. But then one day, while we were busy with a robot project, we suddenly heard a loud machine noise coming from outside. When we ran out to check what it was, we were surprised to find 2 bulldozers staring at us.
Sir, this property belongs to Kent Inc. We are under instructions to demolish it. What? Tell Mr. Kent that he can kick rocks. Sir, please move out of the way. You have 5 seconds and we won't ask again.
But Dad and I were not about to let these crazy people just tear down our building. So we linked arms together and stood in front of the store courageously. The drivers ignored us and drove their bulldozers towards us without any care for our safety in the world. Dad and I had to jump out of the way. After we lost our store, Dad fell ill and went into a long coma. I stayed by his bedside every day, holding his hand and hoping for the best. Everything is going to be okay, Dad. I promise to get payback on Harry Kent for doing this to you. I didn't know how I was going to do it, but it was going to happen. I swore it. After Dad's coma, I had to move in with my mom's wealthy cousin, Aunt Jenna. Dad had no relatives, so she was my only option.
What are those?
Aunt Jenna was an upper-class woman who was always cold towards me. She hated my passion for electronics and treated my projects like trash. Oh, those are my robot models, and Dad and I used to—
Security! Please dispose of that trash!
My models were like my life! I couldn't let that happen!
Please don't throw them away, Aunt Jenna! I'll keep them out of your way! I promise!
I looked at her face, praying she'd agree.
Fine, you can keep your trash, but make sure I never see them.
I sighed, relieved. Aunt gave me the worst room in the house, the basement, while she and her daughter, Geraldine, lived like royalty in the biggest rooms. Geraldine was the spitting image of her mother, mean, spoiled, and evil. Once, while she was sunbathing by the pool, I was passing by with a glass of juice and tripped over her foot, which was in the way. She went berserk.
You clumsy oaf! You ruined my bikini!
I'm so sorry, but your shoes were in the way.
That's no excuse, you fool!
I'm actually a very smart fool, if you want to know. And then later that day, while I was fixing some robot parts in my room, the she-devil walked in and dumped a bucket of water on my robot.
Oops! I thought that was trash, just like everything else in this basement.
I saw red and immediately pounced on her. Aunt Jenna heard us fighting and showed up. She pushed me away from her daughter.
How dare you come into my house and attack my child?
I tried to explain, but she wouldn't even listen.
It's those useless robots, isn't it? I'll seize them all!
No, please! They're the only things I have left of my dad.
You should have thought of that before you attacked my daughter!
I felt like my whole world had fallen apart after what Aunt Jenna did. I wish Dad could wake up and rescue me from this house of wickedness. After nearly a month of staying with her, Aunt enrolled me in the same private high school as Geraldine, and I settled in nicely. With time, I became the top student in my class.
Anastasia, an A+ again. You should teach your cousin, and maybe her D could turn into a B.
Geraldine burned with jealousy, but that didn't bother me. She might be the queen in her house, but when it came to the books, I ruled supreme. A few weeks before summer break, my school planned a basketball game. The physics club, which I was in charge of, were helping out with the electrical system in the gym as the cheerleaders practiced their routine. I looked at Geraldine as she practiced. She looked so perfect. If only she wasn't mean all the time.
What are you staring at, weirdo?
Your makeup makes you look like Ursula. Her royal meanness stormed up to my ladder and shook it, knocking me to the ground.
How dare you, you monster!
Before she could charge at me, a nerdy kid wobbled into the gym and tripped over some wires, making the lights go off. I could hear him rummaging around the wires for 20 minutes, yet the lights weren't coming on.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I'm new here.
I found my way in the darkness towards him.
Hey, let me help.
You might shock yourself if you keep messing around with the wires. With my understanding of electronics, I connected a few wires in the dark and the lights returned. When the lights came on, I saw the boy's face clearly. And oh boy, he was handsome.
Wow, how did you do that?
It's just a fuse. You displaced it when you were going over the wires.
That's impressive. My father owns a robotics company. I could recommend you for an internship whenever there's an opening.
Wait a minute, his father? Who's your father? I asked out of curiosity.
Harry Kent. By the look on your face, I'm guessing you already know him.
Oh, I did more than know him, but Terrence didn't need to know to what extent. Yeah, sure. He's the super popular billionaire, right?
Yeah, I'm Terrence, by the way. What's your name?
I'm, Anastasia.
I hope we see more of each other, Anastasia. Hopefully, I'm not tripping over more wires by then.
When Terrence left, Geraldine suddenly appeared in front of me.
Throwing yourself with a billionaire's son is a new low for you, Anastasia.
She sounded jealous. It must be hard knowing he talked to me and not you. She fumed, but I ignored her and returned to my work. The next morning, I found Terrence in the library, and a plan suddenly struck in my head. What if I got close to him and used him to exact my revenge on his father? I put my plan in place and did the classic girl trips close to boy move. He caught me.
Are you all right?
Sorry, I didn't see you. Up close, his eyes looked kind, but I didn't let that trick me.
Hey, you're the girl from earlier. Please, let me treat you to lunch to show my gratitude.
And just like that, he had taken my bait. Sure thing, you owe me one anyways. After school, I met Terrence at a nearby pizza shop, which wasn't where I expected a billionaire's son to eat. I assumed he'd go somewhere flashier, with gold as a meal option or whatever billionaires ate.
This is now my favorite pizza place.
Really? I didn't believe him. He was putting on the charismatic attitude to fool me. Huh, too bad I was too smart to fall for it. Suddenly, he lifted his hand towards my face. What are you doing?
Relax. You have a pizza stain on your cheek.
Oh, thanks. You're so sweet. As Terrence cleaned the stain on my cheek, I felt a warm, fuzzy sensation in my tummy. His hand lingered on my cheek before he removed it with a sweet smile. Focus, Anastasia! Thank you. I appreciate the lunch.
It's cool. So, where did you learn your impressive wiring skill from?
My father, Clinton Hale. As I said his name, I looked at Terrence's face for a reaction and was disappointed to find none. After our lunch, I found out he rode a motorcycle. What kind of a billionaire's son rode a motorcycle? I began to spend a lot of time with Terrence. My guard was still up around him. No matter what, I never wanted to forget that he was the son of ultra-billionaire Harry Kent. Terrence was very nice, and his sweet gestures made it difficult for me to stick to my plan. On my 16th birthday, when I thought no one remembered, he got me a pretty necklace.
Here, let me help you.
As he placed the necklace around my neck, his fingers touched me, and I felt goosebumps. After he finished, he stared at my neck for the longest time.
You have the prettiest neck.
Thank you. One day, Geraldine discovered Terrence hugging me, and envious of our friendship, she ratted me out to her mom. Aunt Jenna was furious.
Of course you'd be like your mom, going after guys with money, I see.
That was the first time Aunt mentioned my mother. I tried to ask a few more questions about Mom out of curiosity, but she shut them down and focused on scolding me instead.
Your dad would be so ashamed of you if he was awake, hanging out with the son of the man who ruined his life. You can do better. I want you to stop seeing him.
Aunt had a point, but I was very focused on seeing my plan through, even if it meant sneaking around her to see Terrence. My dad deserved justice, and I wanted to bring it to him, no matter the risk. I told Terrence that my aunt wasn't fond of our friendship, and we agreed to begin meeting in secret. On one of the days I was supposed to meet him at our spot in the pizza shop, I found him getting yelled at by his father in a corner instead. I immediately hid behind an opposite wall and peeked out.
I've warned you to stop coming to this trashy shop. You have a company to manage, boy. Act like it. Stop making me ashamed of you all the time.
Terrence suddenly turned around and noticed me. His eyes looked sad. I quickly stopped peeking and returned to my hiding position.
You will show up at tonight's fundraiser like a proper Kent. I don't want to see your silly bike anywhere around the building. Understood? Yes, Dad.
As soon as Terrence's dad left, he approached my hiding spot. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop.
It's fine.
So what happened back there?
My dad wants me to take over his company, but I don't want to.
Why not?
I don't like robotics. I want to be a doctor instead. My mom died of cancer when I was little. I want to help people like her.
This wasn't the evil Terrence I had conjured up in my head. I felt bad about using him and was already thinking of an alternative to my plan when he said,
I can't go to the fundraiser alone tonight. I need you by my side, Anastasia.
Close to Harry Kent's mansion? That was a super tempting offer I could not refuse. I didn't want to keep using Terrence, but I promised myself this would be the last time. That night, when everyone was asleep, I sneaked out of my window and ran up to the road where Terrence was waiting for me beside a limousine. I wore a simple gown, and he wore a sophisticated suit and looked amazingly hot.
You look so beautiful.
He held the door open like a perfect gentleman, and I blushed as I climbed into the car. Thank you. We arrived at the fundraiser, and seeing all the fancy people in their fancy clothes made me feel inferior. Terrence didn't care.
You're the prettiest girl in this room.
Terrence was called up onto the stage a few minutes after we arrived, and he had to leave my side. I took advantage of the opportunity to snoop around the mansion for dirt on his father. During my search, I came across a door that seemed like Harry Kent's office and went in. I started searching the office for whatever I could find, and bingo! That's when I saw it. A folder tagged confidential right inside his drawers. I suddenly heard his footsteps approaching, but it was too late for me to hide, so I stuffed the folder inside my gown.
Anastasia? Mom?
It was my mom! But our reunion was cut short when we heard the sound of someone else's footsteps.
Jump out of the window, quick! There's a ladder under it the plumber forgot this afternoon.
I was so angry at her. After she left Dad and me, she never once cared to check on us.
Why would I listen to you? You left me for years. I'll explain everything later. Please, just listen to me. Go out, now!
I decided to listen to her and quickly made my way through the window and ran back to Aunt's house. As soon as I got home, I called Terrence to let him know that I left the party early. Then, I began to go through the contents of the confidential folder. What I found shocked me. My father used to own the company with Harry Kent before Harry accused him of fraud and kicked him out. Dad made me a major shareholder in Kent Inc. during his tenure there. This meant I was worth $1 billion. But Harry wanted to take it all. I wondered what Mom had to do with all this. Early the next morning, I was awakened by a phone call from an unknown number.
Hello? Anastasia, it's Mom. Listen, I don't have much time. Come over to the abandoned trailer park as soon as you can.
Mom sounded like she was in a haste, so I dressed up and hurried out to meet her. As soon as I got to the trailer park, Mom's car drove up to me and I got in. To my surprise, she hugged me.
Oh, I've missed you so much, baby.
I was so shocked.
I'm sorry for everything, but not reaching out to you guys was the only way to keep you safe.
How?
When your dad lost his job all those years ago, we hatched a plan. I was supposed to get closer to Harry Kent and save our family's legacy in the company. Keep your enemies closer, he always said.
Is that why you couldn't spare some time to even check how I was doing?
If I did, Harry would know where you were. You're a major shareholder in his company. He wants you out of the way. I had to lie and say I had dumped you somewhere in the Sahara Desert.
Everything she told me added up, except for one thing. Aunt. What about Aunt and Geraldine?
I pay your auntie thousands of dollars each month to look after you and keep your presence safe, which was working fine until Harry decided to relocate her.
Wow, and that selfish woman had the guts to act like she did everything for me for free. I told Mom how mean Aunt Geraldine had been to me, and she was angry.
That Jezebel! I'll teach her a lesson for messing with my daughter. For now, honey, stay safe. I have a plan, and it's nearly ready.
Mom and I kept in touch through secret phone calls. I told her everything about my relationship with Terrence, and she encouraged me to be honest with him.
I'm in love with Terrence. If he knows I was using him, he would kill me. He's a nice kid. He wouldn't.
And while I was on the phone call, Geraldine suddenly appeared and played a recording of my phone call to Mom.
I wonder what Terrence will do once he finds out you're using him.
I tried to snatch the phone from her and accidentally pressed the send button, which sent the recording to Terrence.
Uh-oh.
Terrence listened to my recording and started to avoid me everywhere. He wouldn't even let me speak to him. I was devastated, but Mom encouraged me to focus on the plan. On the day Harry Kent was to meet the board of directors to remove my shareholder status, I showed up to the meeting.
No one has seen Hale's daughter for years. Who are you?
Anastasia Hale. He looked like he was about to explode.
Prove it.
Mom suddenly entered the office.
She doesn't have to. She's my daughter. And I have proof of everything you've done to her and my husband for years.
As soon as his crimes came into light, Harry was dismissed from the company, and I retained my shareholder status. The next day, Mom took me out of Aunt Jenna's and I moved in with her.
You and your child will no longer receive a penny from me.
The look on their faces made me so happy. Years later, I completed high school and college. I kept trying to reach out to Terrence, but it was futile. Mom and I paid regular visits to Dad. Hey Dad, we miss you. So much has happened. Mom rescued me from the bad people, and I can now manage Kent Inc. Can you believe? All of your work is finally getting recognition. While I was talking to Dad, he suddenly moved his hand.
Dad! Mom! Call the doctor, quick!
When Mom came back with the doctor, Dad was already opening his eyes, and when the doctor opened his mouth, it was then that I looked at him.
Wow, this is a miracle. It looks like he's out of the coma.
Terrence, you are my dad's doctor?
Anastasia? Oh, I'm glad to see you.
Terrence, I've missed you so much. I'm so sorry for everything.
It's fine. I've never stopped loving you, in spite of what's happened. That's why I transferred here, to help your dad.
I was overwhelmed with emotions and suddenly kissed him. This was the best day ever. Hi, I'm Brandy, and I'm from Portugal. You'll never believe what I had to do to get my mom to sign me up for school. But before I continue, please like and subscribe to our channel. I grew up with a super talented mom. Not only was she a songwriter, she was also a famous singer as well. I used to enjoy going to Mom's concerts and cheering her on from backstage. But when I was 5, everything changed. One afternoon, as Mom picked me up from preschool, a man dressed in all black and a mask tried to take me away. Luckily for me, Mom's bodyguards were able to rescue me, but the man was never caught. From that day forward, Mom decided to homeschool me. When I was 8, I was singing to one of the songs on the radio, and Mom walked into my room.
Brandy, you have a beautiful voice.
Do you think I could go up on stage and sing with you one day?
I'm sure you can, sweetheart.
The next day when I woke up, there was a guitar with a red bow in my bedroom with a note that said, "Love, Mom." While Mom hired the best tutors for schoolwork and to play the guitar, I didn't have any friends. Unless you counted my stuffed rabbit, Whiskers, that my mom bought me. When I was 13, I begged Mom to send me back to school. But Mom went bonkers! I knew I had to take matters into my own hands. And that's exactly what I did. One day, I snuck into Mom's room while she was sleeping and glued all her shoes to the floor.
Brandy! What did you do?
Nothing, Mom. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Another time, Mom threw a party, and I walked into the party dressed in a clown outfit and a full face of clown makeup.
Brandy, what on earth are you wearing?
Isn't it cute, Mom?
Mom was furious. She tried to get me to change, but I told her I'd continue doing weird things until she allowed me to go to a school of my choice. My antics went on for over a year until... One morning during breakfast, Mom made a big announcement.
After much thought, I have decided to send you to the school that you requested.
Are you serious? Thanks, Mom! You're the best!
About a week later, when I entered the classroom on my first day, the kids all looked at me as though I was some type of weirdo.
Weird bunny girl.
Who brings a stuffed animal to school?
After I found my seat, I was a bit excited and nervous as I was not sure of what to expect next. During science class, the teacher asked a question that nobody was able to answer. Well, almost nobody.
Brandy, would you like to have a go at it? Which two parts of the body continue to grow for your entire life?
Oh, that's easy. The nose and the ears.
Very good, Brandy.
As the teacher continued with the class, I answered all the questions correctly. What I didn't expect was the death stares from the other students. Like, what was I supposed to do? Not answer the questions?
Who knew that Weird Bug's bunny girl was also a geek?
When the bell rang, as I was walking through the corridor, I noticed a glass case with music competition trophies. While admiring it, I bumped into someone. I'm so sorry. When I looked up, before me stood the cutest guy I'd ever seen. Not that I've seen many cute guys.
Hey, it's okay. Jesse's the name.
And I'm Brandy. Before I could get any more words out, someone pushed me from behind. I stumbled and Jesse caught my arm.
You okay, Sunshine?
I wanted to see if the geeky bunny girl would have hopped away.
Don't be a jerk, Alex.
Are you going to stop me, pretty boy?
Jesse?
Great! The trash is taking itself out.
The next day during lunch, I turned up my headphones to silence the teasing from the other kids. Just then, my favorite song came on, and I did what I always do. Belted out the lyrics like no one was listening. But someone was listening.
You sound like a horse trying to sing opera.
Before I could respond, 3 girls walked over to us.
Stuff it, Alex. Are you afraid of a little competition? She sounds amazing and you know it.
I haven't had any real competition in 3 years. Did you check the trophies in the hallways? The name of my group are on them, not yours.
Girl, where did you learn to sing like that?
I told the girls that I was homeschooled and I had had voice lessons. I skipped the part about who my mother was.
We've got some great news. We've all decided to allow you to be a part of our singing group, the a cappella sorority sisters.
Really? I'd love to.
But you'll definitely need to get rid of that stuffed rabbit, and we'll need to go shopping to upgrade your wardrobe.
Finally! I'd gotten what I've always wanted, friends! But it did come with a cost. Ever since Alex found out that I was part of Rebecca's group, he did everything to make my life a living nightmare. One time during class, I stood up to answer a question, and just as I sat down, Alex put a whoopee cushion on my seat. The farting sound wasn't the worst of it. The smell was awful. Kids at school called me Fart Girl for an entire week. One afternoon, while at the mall, I bumped into someone. Jesse, what are you doing here?
Just hanging out. Why are you coming out of the men's store?
Window shopping?
So, I heard you joined the a cappella sorority sisters.
You heard correctly.
Are you any good?
Find me a singing booth, and I'll let you be the judge of that. A few minutes later, we walked into a record store, and the guy set up 2 mics for us.
Let's make this interesting. How about we do a duet?
Ha! Is that the worst you can do? Jesse picked the song, and as the music track began to play, our voices blended beautifully. By the time the song was done, there was a crowd of people around us, and they all cheered. After Jesse and I sang, I told him I had to rush to practice with the girls. About 2 hours later, I showed up at Rebecca's, and the other girls were already there. We practiced for about 3 hours before we decided to take a break.
Do you guys really think we could win against Alex and his boys this year? We sure can, now that we have our secret weapon.
Rehearsal was totally awesome, and we decided to meet a few days a week until the competition. But what happened before that shook my world. A few days later, Angelica and I were hanging out at the mall.
Why did you go into that store? Didn't you say that your dad left when you were a baby?
To avoid her questioning, I quickly pulled Angelica over to a display window with the most gorgeous fairy wings ever. Aren't they amazing? I'll buy us a pair, and tomorrow we can wear them to school. The only thing I loved more than bunnies was fairies. I was super excited. I tried to give Angelica her pair of wings, but she insisted that I bring them to school with me the next day. As we walked into the food court, we spotted Alex standing at the front of the line chatting with the cashier.
Listen, I've got to get something for my mom. I'll see you at school tomorrow.
As I walked closer to Alex, I realized that something was wrong.
I know it's here somewhere.
I watched as Alex searched his pockets and his backpack frantically, while the girl behind the counter looked slightly annoyed.
Sir, if you don't have the money, I have to ask you to step out of the line.
I gasped as I saw Alex hold onto one end of the tray and the server held the other. Had Alex lost it?
Please, I need this. Maybe I can do some dishes or something.
I'll pay for it.
That'll be $13.49, ma'am.
I thought Alex may have been too macho to accept help from Brandy the weirdo, but he just stood there. After I paid for his food, I turned to walk away, but he held my hand gently.
Thank you. This really is, thanks.
And with that, he turned and walked away. The next day at school, I couldn't wait to show off my fairy wings, but I stopped in my tracks when I saw Angelica.
Good God, who died and made her the mother of all fairies? And she really thought I would wear fairy wings at school like a freak?
I couldn't understand school kids. Why were they so mean to people who weren't exactly like them?
Hey there, cute fairy wings. Do you have another pair in there for me?
Are you making fun of me, or do you really want the wings?
Does this look like a face that's making fun of you? Let's get these wings on. Shall we head to class, my fairy maiden?
We shall. That day was spectacular. The teachers didn't even mind that Jesse and I wore the wings. Over time, the kids stopped laughing, and they were giving us compliments about the wings. A few girls even asked where I bought them. Later that day, while Jesse and I were having lunch, Rebecca, Trisha, and Angelica walked up to us.
We heard what Angelica did to you this morning, and we're so sorry that she did that. That is not how friends act. Angelica has something she wants to say to you.
I knew that Rebecca and Trisha were trying to do the right thing, but in my heart, it didn't feel right. Angelica looked so embarrassed. I decided to take matters into my own hands. Do you guys mind if Angelica and I have a few minutes alone? Come on, Angelica. Once away from everyone, I felt as though the tension from Angelica's body just lifted. We sat for a few minutes before Angelica broke the silence.
I'm sorry about what I did. I was just so jealous of how Rebecca keeps going on about you. She's my best friend, but now that you're here, she doesn't even act like it.
Have you told Rebecca how you felt? I wanted to come to school to make lots of friends and have new experiences. I haven't gotten lots of friends yet, but the few friends I did have made me feel totally special.
Can you ever forgive me for being such an idiot?
That's what friends do, don't they? They give each other second chances.
I'm going to find Rebecca.
Hey.
Hey yourself.
I just wanted to thank you again for what you did for me the other day. I was taking that food home for my younger siblings.
I'll do that for any friend of mine.
Friend? I've been nothing but mean to you since day one, and you still consider me a friend?
Well, maybe an associate.
cute, amazing, and a sense of humor.
Did Alex think I had a sense of humor? Tell me more about those younger siblings of yours. I always wanted siblings. For the next 30 minutes, Alex and I shared things about our personal lives. Alex wasn't as bad as he seemed. His family was just going through a rough patch right now. With his mom ill and his dad working all the time, he had 3 younger siblings. Then, he told me something I never would have expected.
The reason I was so mean to you was because I saw all the attention Jesse was giving to you.
But why would that upset you?
Because, I like him.
What do you mean? Oh! Does anyone else know? Don't worry. When you're ready to come out about it, I'll be there to support you.
Thank you.
A few days later, competition night! I was a nervous wreck! When our name called and we stepped onto the stage, I knew this was what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. After we performed, someone Mom hadn't seen in years was waiting for me backstage. Dad, you made it!
You invited me, and I knew how important this was for you.
Henry, what on earth are you doing here?
Okay, don't go getting confused. You see, when I was 13, I found out that Mom actually didn't write her own songs. She stole them from, drumroll please, my dad. When Dad realized Mom was stealing his songs and didn't give him credit, he tried to fight it. But without proof, Mom's lawyers crushed him, and in the process, he lost me and his dignity. You see, I found out where Dad worked, and that's why I chose to attend Bradford High, because it was close to the mall where Dad worked. I'd visit him a few days a week after school, and I'd always buy a few things before leaving. Now it was time for Mom and Dad to settle their differences, and time for Mom to pay Dad what was rightfully his. Mom, I invited Dad because you've kept him out of our life long enough, and you also owe him for what you stole from him.
What's the meaning of this? We're leaving.
If we leave now, I'll tell everyone what you did, and I'll never speak to you again. Every girl needs their father. Why should I be any different? Mom, please.
Fine. I'll meet you at my office, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Just as Mom gave Dad the address of her office, the MC stepped towards the mic, and I held my breath.
This is the moment you've all been waiting for. And this year's winners of the musical competition are the a cappella sorority sisters.
We won! We won! After the competition, we all went out to celebrate. And the next day, as promised, Mom met with Dad and she gave him a check of $10 million. She apologized to the both of us for what she did and told us that he could visit me anytime at the house. Everything in my life seemed to be going great. I had friends, my dad was around, but there was still something missing.
There's something I've been wanting to ask you for the longest while.
Yes?
Would you like to go on a date with me?
I thought you'd never ask.
Hi, my name is Perry. Please like and subscribe. The day I was born, my parents shrieked. She is all white. I was so pale that I appeared white, with very light brown eyes and beach blonde hair. But she's so pretty. And yes, according to my dad, I was still a stunner. The doctors diagnosed me with albinism. It wasn't life-threatening, but it wasn't going to be easy either. When I was 7, I was playing in the park. Hey, can we play? Go away, Dracula. And with that, she ran away. It wasn't the first time something like this happened. My unusual appearance freaked other kids out all the time. I went to my dad in tears.
Oh, honey, the kids are jealous because you're so pretty.
Pretty? I'm a weirdo. More reason why you should always stay indoors, sweetie.
Don't say that. A few minutes in the sun won't hurt.
Mom just huffed and walked off. My dad always had my back, and I was super grateful for it. Just a few words from him, and I would be feeling like a princess. But my mom was a different matter. I wouldn't really say she hated me, but she seemed to resent any attempts I made to socialize. When I was 8, Dad got a new job, and we moved from our home in Louisiana to Texas.
Come on, honey, I'll take you to school today.
But Dad, it's your first day at work.
It's your first day at your new school, and I want to take you.
You will be late for work, dear. We didn't come all the way here for you to be fired on your first day. She can take the bus.
No, I want to take my sweet angel there myself.
Oh, Daddy. See what I told you about my dad loving me to bits? Mom glared at me as we hugged, and I stuck my tongue out at her. He drove me to school with one of his sleek sports cars, instantly drawing every eye to me when I stepped out. I was very self-conscious. Soon, the teacher called on me to introduce myself. It was my first class in 3rd grade, and I was really nervous, so I fumbled for the words for a while. Perry, my name, Just then, a kid with a bean-shaped head threw a paper plane at me.
Hey, Four Eyes, were you born in a cave?
As if a bomb had been set off, all the kids started pointing at me and laughing, making fun of my unusual skin.
She's like an ugly Snow White.
The teacher tried to bring the class under control, but they were really out of it. Just as I was about to run away from the class and find somewhere to cry, a boy stood up.
Hey, at least she's pretty, unlike you, beanhead.
That shut the boy up and quieted the class down. I was glad to return to my seat and stole glances at the boy who had defended me in class. He didn't even look my way. When I returned home, I told my mom everything that had happened.
Oh, those nasty brats. But that sweet little boy, what's his name again?
Greg.
He did well defending you. That was so sweet.
I was surprised at the unexpected comfort from her, but soaked it in happily. However, to my shock, when I came downstairs the next day ready for school, my parents told me I would have to quit school. What? Why?
It's the best way to protect you, my dear. You will be homeschooled for now.
But I want to go outside. I want to go to a school where there are other kids.
Yeah, other kids that are mean to you.
They're not all bad.
Perry, the answer is no. We are doing what is best for you and make you the most comfortable. This way, you won't have to worry about sunburns or being called nasty names.
And just like that, my life was swept from beneath my feet. My parents employed teacher after teacher to teach me. And if they so much as looked at me the wrong way, Dad had them fired. This continued for 8 years. During that time, I developed the hobby of sitting under the pomegranate tree that marked the boundary of our lawn from our neighbors. I would read, and sometimes I would fantasize about the boy from 6 years ago, Greg. It was the only time of day I could do so without fear of being burned by the sun. One evening, I grabbed a book as usual and made my way to the tree. But to my shock, someone was sitting there. Hey, that's my spot! When the person turned to face me, my heart stopped. I would recognize that face anywhere. Greg! He was even more handsome now.
It's my spot now.
He didn't seem to have recognized me. What are you doing here?
Excuse me? I live here.
What the heck? But how? The question must have sounded dumb to his ears because he gave me a droll stare and said,
Are you living underground or something? I moved in with my mom to the next house to yours about a week ago.
A week? Wow, good to see you again, Greg.
Excuse me? Do I know you from somewhere? How do you know my name?
Oh boy, I wanted to kick myself for the slip. Greg and I hadn't even spoken the first time we met, so he must be pretty freaked out that I'd know his name. I'm just really good with guessing names. I am not a stalker, I swear. You can take the spot for today. I'll see you later. I turned around to make my escape, but Greg caught my wrist and spun me around to face him. My heart raced as he looked into my eyes for several seconds before he asked in a very low voice,
Why did you run away?
Excuse me?
Who quit school after one day?
I realized then that Greg had recognized me. You remember me?
The white angel that I didn't get to see again? I never got your name.
I'm Perry, and I never got to thank you for standing up for me. Thank you.
That's okay, so why did you leave?
After I told him everything, he was really upset at my parents.
Why would they do that? 8 years without leaving the house?
It's for my own good. He didn't say anything afterwards, but I could tell he was really angry. My life became pretty much a fairy tale then. Every evening, Greg and I would meet at the tree and talk or play games. He would tell me about all the craziness of high school while I drank it up like a thirsty dog, wishing I could experience most of what he said. When I introduced him to my dad as my hero from the past, Dad was ecstatic and invited Greg and Greg's mom over for dinner. My mom was sulky about it. Seriously? He saved her like, what, a decade ago, and you still feel the need to say thank you? It was 8 years ago, Mom.
We're not just saying thank you, we're celebrating Perry's first friend.
A first friend that could still be nasty to her one day. Don't you think you're already being nasty to me?
Sorry if the truth hurts, Missy.
Despite Mom's protests, Dad wouldn't budge. Greg was coming to dinner. Dinner was super fun. Greg's mom seemed to really like me, but I could sense that she was holding some kind of anger back. The ice broke when she asked my mom,
You said you didn't have a child.
My stomach dropped, and I looked at my mom in shock. Mom, what is she talking about? Dad was just as shocked. It's still for your own good, Perry. I thought it was best for people not to come here to bother you.
but I will make an exception for Greg and his mom. I couldn't take it anymore. So you tell people you are childless because I am an albino? To my surprise, Mom glared right back at me. You think it's easy to have an albino child? Other kids go out in the sun and play like there's no tomorrow, but you? The moment you do, you are red and blotchy, and it's just so, all of the things you could be, Perry. Why did you have to be born an albino? I was speechless at the outburst. I couldn't believe that Mom had such resentment for me deep in her heart. Before I could speak, Greg's mom spoke up.
You want to know what other things your daughter could be, Mrs. Will? She could be dead.
I gaped at her, and then at Greg, but he just gestured for me to calm down and listen.
8 years and 2 months ago, I lost my first child. She was albino. So beautiful. But I did the opposite of what you are doing now. In an attempt to let her live a life like other kids, I let her play in the sun with just a bit of sunscreen because she kept complaining it made her sweat too much. Skin cancer came and, well, she's gone.
Greg had tears in his eyes and his mom spoke and I couldn't stop myself either. No wonder he stood up for me so fiercely back then in class. Oh, well, you see, I'm only doing her a favor. By telling people we are childless? Mom huffed, turned on her feet, and stormed away without so much as an apology. I didn't sleep that whole night, but stayed awake watching videos from my favorite channel, Storytime Animated. My dad knocked at my door and pleaded me to open it, but I ignored him. It was true he hadn't known about Mom's hidden hatred, but I was still mad at him for going along with her plan to shut me inside. Then I got a message from an unknown number. When I opened it, I saw it was a message from Greg, asking me to look out my window. I did, and a grin bloomed on my face when I saw that he was there in the dark, holding up a bunch of flowers. Hey, can you come down here for a bit? From my bedroom window, I climbed down and met him on the lawn. We said nothing for a while, staring at the stars. I'm sorry about your sister, I didn't know. It's the past. Is that why you are friendly to me? Because I remind you of her? I like you very much, Perry. Not because I'm fascinated with your unique coloring. 8 years ago I was, but now hanging out with you, I have come to see who you really are, and I'm in love with that person. You have such a good heart. My heart soared at the words, and I stared into his beautiful eyes. I love you too. When our lips pressed together, I could barely remember why I was upset. Did I tell you my mom is a certified dermatologist? She's pursued the career a year after my sister's death, and is soon to launch a line of cosmetic products specifically designed for the needs of albinos. She would like you to be the face of her company. What? Really?
Yes, Perry.
Really. I turned in surprise to see Greg's mom coming towards us with a kind smile on her face.
I am sorry for ruining the lovely dinner today, Perry. I just couldn't bear seeing your mother treat you that way.
It's okay. At least now I know how my mom really feels about me. She offered again for me to be the face of the cosmetic line she was about to launch, and I said yes. My rise to stardom was swift. The products Greg's mom produced was a special sunscreen that was light yet effective, and still nourished the skin and made it glow. I didn't have to wear those oversized clothes and hats anymore. Soon I was on billboards and on the front page of magazines. I was dubbed the Snow Princess. Other companies sought me out for adverts, loving how I glowed and praising my unique beauty, but I turned them down, exclusively dedicated to working for Greg's mom. Plus, she paid 10 times more than any adult could even dream of getting. At home, things between myself and my parents were still a bit tense. What would you like to have for breakfast, Perry? Nothing that you make. Mom and Dad argued a lot now. She even threw things at him and swore not to apologize to me despite Dad's pleas to. I am not saying sorry. You can ask me 100 times, she is just being a brat. Dad and I were still trying to rekindle our relationship, but Mom wasn't helping things at all. He was really happy with my modeling career. Mom was not. Yeah, you're a model now, but it's just a matter of months before people get bored of you. I rolled my eyes. By now, I had made peace with the fact that Mom just didn't like me. Nothing I did impressed her, and I was so done. You know what? Maybe I should just leave this place so you can truly be childless. Can I come with you, Perry? I couldn't believe my ears. I turned to my dad and he looked dead serious. I think I might die if I continue living with this woman. And just like that, we got another apartment. Mom didn't even apologize. I heard from Greg that she moved out a week later to God knows where. Good riddance. With Mom's nuisance absent, Dad and I were happier than ever, or at least tried to be. We both missed her a bit, save for her craziness. She wasn't an entirely bad person, but we tried to shake it off by goofing around with each other. The first day I attended school with Greg, it felt like I was born anew. I wore regular clothes out in the sun and my color remained as it were. Several people complimented my looks and many others squealed when they recognized me as the Snow Princess.
Oh my god, you look like Princess Elsa from the animation. So beautiful.
And Greg and I were going on strong with our parents' approval. We planned to go to the same university. So you said you'd tell me what you will do with some of the wealth you've acquired so far. Yeah, I want to give 70% of my earnings to the National Organism for Albinism and Hypopigmentation to help as many specially colored people as possible have access to proper skincare. Wow, see what I said? You're not just pretty, you have a good heart too. Perry, you're 1 in a million, literally and figuratively. You always make me blush. We were just about to kiss when I saw from the corner of my eye, Mom! Hey Perry, I've been looking all over for you. I really wronged you and your dad. I need your forgiveness. Seeing my mom that way, I couldn't stop the tears that filled my eyes. Truth was, I had missed her a lot. She may not have been the best mom, but we had shared some good memories. Is that all you need, Mom? No, I need us to be a family again. I miss you and your dad. Please give me another chance. Greg looked at me and gave me an encouraging nod, but I hardly needed his approval to rush into my mother's arms. Welcome back, Mom.
What's up, guys? I'm Naya, and I'm from India. My mom raised me all by herself, and she didn't have it easy. We were poor. Very poor. She worked as a maid for this super rich family, and when I was 8 years old, I begged my mom to let me work with her too so we could earn extra money. Please, Mom, I want to help. Oh, I don't know. Please. Oh, okay, honey. Thank you. Yay! I was excited, but I didn't really understand how terrible my mom's work was. When we arrived, I was so shocked by how massive the house was. It was a mansion, all white and pristine like a palace. We didn't get to enter through the front since we were considered inferior. So we got a small back entry where we got changed into our uniforms and started our tasks for the day. My mom and I were in the living room cleaning up. I was only 8 years old, so I was pretty clumsy, and I accidentally knocked over a glass of orange juice that was on the table, staining the fluffy white carpet. Naya! I'm sorry, Mama. Oh, it's okay, sweetie. I'll clean this up. While my mom scrubbed frantically, another woman walked into the room. I couldn't stop staring at her. My mom had only told me stories about this woman, but seeing her in person was a whole other experience. She was the wife of the household. She had the tightest skin I'd ever seen. It was stretched out like rice paper through years of Botox and surgery. She wore a white dress as if she was going to the Oscars instead of just relaxing at home, with a giant diamond necklace. She approached us, and when she spotted the stain, she shrieked like a crow.
Oh my god, you imbecile!
My mom quickly stood up at attention. I'm sorry, Mrs. Singh. I'll clean this up right away.
Are you kidding? This stain will never come out.
I promise it will. Just give me time to...
Don't interrupt me, you idiot!
Mrs. Singh raised her hand and backhanded my mom right across the cheek. At that point, I lost it. You leave my mama alone! I launched myself at Mrs. Singh and bit her on the leg. She screamed and raised her hands as if to hit me too, when suddenly a man walked into the room. He caught Mrs. Singh's hand mid-air and pulled her away. What is going on here? It was Mr. Singh, the husband of the household. He had on a business suit and it seemed like he was about to leave for work. Mr. Singh, please, we accidentally spilled some juice on the carpet, but I can get the stain out. Seriously, Brenda? This is what you're screaming about? But... Ella, Naya, I'm so sorry for my wife's behavior. Please, leave. I'll handle this. My mom and I were still shaken from Mrs. Singh's behavior, but I was glad Mr. Singh was there to handle it all. The next day, when we received our list of tasks for the day, Mom groaned. She had been assigned all the bathroom duties, the most disgusting and hardest tasks of the house. We knew Mrs. Singh was the one behind it. This was her way of punishing my mom. While my mom headed to the bathroom, I went to the garden where I was supposed to clear out the weeds. The sun was boiling, and I actually felt like my skin was melting off my bones. I pulled out weed after weed after weed, wondering how my mom was doing, when suddenly I heard a splash behind me. Some boy had just jumped into the pool. The Singhs didn't have a son, so I was curious who this strange boy was. "Hey, you!" The boy was talking to me. "What? Come in and swim." "I can't. I have to clean up this garden." "Oh, come on. Don't be such a party pooper." "But The boy splashed some water at me. I gasped. "Hey, stop it!" "Come in!" Suddenly, the boy leapt out of the water and pulled me in. Whoa, no! We fell into the pool. Water splashed everywhere and I was drenched. When we resurfaced, the boy introduced himself. "I'm Ramesh." I couldn't help it. I should have been mad, but I started laughing. "Nice to meet you, Ramesh. I'm Naya."
What is going on here?
We turned suddenly. Mrs. Singh was there, and she looked as red as the planet Mars. "Aw, come on, Auntie, we're just having fun."
Ramesh, come out this second.
Ramesh smiled apologetically at me, then hopped out of the pool. As they left, Mrs. Singh sent me a look as sharp as daggers. I sighed, climbed out of the pool, and got changed. Unknown to Ramesh, his aunt later came back to tell me to do double the original tasks I had for that day. Life wasn't too bad, though. Ramesh and I hung out all the time, and usually it was just Ramesh tagging along while I did work. He often came to his aunt and uncle's house on weekends or for school breaks, and that way we got to see each other a lot. Mrs. Singh hated seeing us together, though, but usually we managed to keep it a secret. Life was getting better. Until one day, it all came crashing down. My mom and I were scrubbing the floor when suddenly I saw Mom start to close her eyes. "Mom?" Mom collapsed to the floor, unconscious. "Mom!" I screamed for help as I tried to wake my mom up. Eventually, some of the other maids and servants arrived. Then Mr. Singh appeared. "My mom, you have to help. She just collapsed. Please." "Don't worry, Naya. She'll be all right." Then, like some sort of prince, Mr. Singh lifted my mom into his arms and carried her away. There was something about the look on his face when he cradled my mom that made me curious, but I was too worried to think about it too much. At the hospital, the doctors told us Mom was overstressed and needed to rest for a few days. By this point, my mom was awake, and when she heard the doctors say this, she immediately protested. "No, I have to work, I have to earn money. If we don't, we won't be able to eat, pay rent, Ella. Mr. Singh held my mom's hand. "Everything will be okay. You can stay in our spare bedroom while you rest." "But Naya?" "Naya can stay with us too. Don't worry, I'll still pay for the days you miss while you rest."
Sweetie, is that really a good idea?
Brenda, not now. Mrs. Singh bit her lip. I could tell she hated the idea of my mom living in the same house as her, even though they had over 10 spare bedrooms. But I'll be honest, if my husband had spoken and touched a woman the way Mr. Singh touched my mom, I would have been concerned too. After a while, the doctors wanted to run some more tests on my mom, so we all had to leave. As I walked out, Ramesh was there waiting for me. We stood there staring at each other for a while. Then, Ramesh offered a hug. We embraced each other, and I couldn't hold it in anymore. I let go, sobbing on his shoulder. Throughout Mom's recovery period, Ramesh was there for me the whole time. I never could have gotten through it without him. Years passed, and my mom was much better. Mr. Singh only allowed her to work 4 days a week instead of 7, while I picked up more hours, so now I became the main source of income for our family. One day, when I was 15, I entered my mom's room to give her some food, but her bed was empty. She's probably at the store. I forgot all about it and went to Mr. and Mrs. Singh's bedroom because I was supposed to mop the floors there. But when I entered, I got the shock of my life. Sitting on the bed, making out like some sort of Hollywood movie couple, was Mr. Singh and my mom. Oh my god! They broke apart and looked at me in alarm. Naya, I can explain. What the heck? My heart dropped. Mrs. Singh was behind me looking through the doorway. And when she spotted Mom and her husband, she screamed until it felt like the whole house was shaking. Are you kidding? You're cheating on me with the maid? Honey, look, Yes, go on, explain yourself. That's it. You. Mrs. Singh pointed at my mom. You're fired, and you can bring your bratty daughter with you. I looked at Mr. Singh, expecting him to step in and do something, but he just looked away. I scoffed. Come on, Mom, we don't need them. Mom sighed sadly, and we packed our things up and left. As it turned out, we really did need them. No one would hire us again after that, and my guess is that Mrs. Singh contacted everyone she could and banned them from hiring us, ruining our reputations. My mom and I became homeless and lived under a bridge with the other homeless people. One night, when we were getting ready for bed on our cardboard sheets, we heard a commotion down the other end of the bridge. Quickly, we rushed over to see what was happening, and I was surprised to see Ramesh there. Hey, get off! One of the homeless people was trying to steal his watch. I rushed over and stepped between them. He's with me. The man recognized me and backed away. I dragged Ramesh over to our little nook and sat him down. What are you doing here? It's not safe. I had to come see you. I have an offer for you. An offer? I want you and your mom to come work for my family. It's on the other side of town, but it's good money and we'll treat you kindly, unlike my auntie. But your parents, are you sure? Don't worry, my parents hate auntie. They would love to have you. Oh, Ramesh, thank you. I hugged him, and the next day we got started right away. Turns out Ramesh was just as rich as his aunt and uncle. His house wasn't as big as theirs, but it was still absurdly enormous with a giant swimming pool and a garden as big as a national park. While my mom got started cleaning the floors of the bedrooms, Ramesh told me he had a special task for me in his room. When we arrived, he shut the door and looked at me mischievously. Surprise! You don't have to do any work. What? I told my parents that you can be my tutor so you can work and earn money here without doing any actual work. Wow, Ramesh, that's so nice of you, but why would you do that for me? Ramesh blushed. Well, you see, actually, I really like you. Electricity shot through my heart. Oh, wow, we stood there for a bit, unsure what to do, but then I took a deep breath and just went for it. I kissed Ramesh, and pretty soon we held on to each other dearly. But then suddenly the door opened and my mom walked in, her broom in hand. Oh! My mom froze. Ignore me. She left quickly and shut the door. Ramesh and I grinned sheepishly at each other. It looked like life was good again. The next day, Ramesh's family was having dinner at his house. This time, I actually had to do some work, and me and my mom were in charge of serving the guests. The dinner bell rang, and we emerged from the kitchen with the dinner. As we handed each guest their plate, I looked up in alarm as Mr. and Mrs. Singh were there. Mr. Singh was staring at my mom while my mom tried to avoid his eye contact, and Mrs. Singh was staring at her husband. Eventually, Mom went to give Mrs. Singh her meal, when suddenly, Mrs. Singh jutted out her elbow, hitting my mom and causing the tray of meals to fall to the floor. Mr. Singh had a lobster on his shoulder. He quickly flicked it off and tried to help my mom. Please stop, I don't need your help. Mr. Singh hesitated, then got back in his seat while Mom and I cleared it all up. When we left, I could see Mrs. Singh sniggering at my mom. It was so unfair. Later, for dessert, my mom gave everyone their food. Mrs. Singh took one bite of her cake, then she started coughing uncontrollably. Are there nuts in here? There shouldn't be. Mrs. Singh collapsed to the floor and started choking. We called an ambulance, and luckily Ramesh's mom had a peanut allergy injection on hand. Thankfully, Mrs. Singh regained consciousness and the swelling died down, but as soon as she was okay, she looked at my mom. You're going to jail for this. What? You tried to kill me. While murmurs spread through the dinner table, Ramesh took me and Mom away to the kitchen. Ramesh, Mom didn't do it. She would never. I know. Look, there's something I have to tell you. Earlier on, when everyone was distracted, I saw Mr. Singh head into the kitchen. I was curious what he was going to do, so I followed him, and you'll never believe what I saw. He spiked Mrs. Singh's cake with some peanuts.
Oh my god. You don't think... Did he do it on purpose? Was he really trying to kill his own wife?
Maybe. He might have done it so he could get her out of the way and, I don't know, maybe get back with your mom?
We have to tell Mrs. Singh so she doesn't sue my mom. No, we can't. What? But why? I don't want to get Amar into trouble. But Mom, you're being falsely accused of murder. But no, I'm dealing with this now. I burst into the dining room and stood up on the table. I explained everything to the whole audience. Ramesh stood up on the table too and confirmed my case. Everyone was so shocked, but no one was more shocked than Mrs. Singh. She took one look at her husband, then slapped him across the face. You're lucky I love money too much to divorce you. Mrs. Singh turned to my mom. Ella, look, I'm so sorry. I know I've been hard on you. You're a kind woman and you've been nothing but accepting of me. Can you forgive me? My mom hesitated, but then she smiled. Of course. I sighed with relief. Ramesh grinned and I winked at him. It looked like things would get better after all.
Oh, well, yeah.
Sparkle, quick! Take a look before my daughter runs out.
Mom always jumped up like a pigeon whenever she saw one of our neighbor's kids on TikTok, and she just loved comparing me to other kids who showed off their talents on social media.
Did you hear her voice? She's definitely going to be a star one day. Don't you want to be a star? All these books you're reading is not going to make you famous.
Books give me knowledge, Ma. There is nothing more important than knowledge.
We should be proud that our daughter is a genius. Shh! Do you want everyone to know that our daughter is a Miss Know-It-All? You know Mr. Mafia runs this town. If he finds out that she can calculate sums faster than him, we will be humiliated in front of the entire community.
Hello everyone, I'm Sparkle from the Philippines. Please like and subscribe to STA, where the best storytelling is made. Because I was born a genius, my teachers loved me to bits, and sometimes even let me lead their classes. I simply loved books, learning and teaching other kids. But not everyone was interested in books in my hometown. Being popular on social media is what everyone wanted.
Hey everyone, take a look at the new video on TikTok.
Hey, phones away. If you want to pass the test, pay attention to Sparkle. Her method is actually simpler.
Many kids looked up to me in school and had a lot of respect for me. But there was this one boy who always got on my last nerve. He was the son of the big bad Mr. Mafia who ruled our hometown. During recess or whenever he saw me, he was a pain in my neck, and his name was Tiger. Like, who names their kid after an animal?
Hey, smart girl. I have a ton of homework due on Monday. You can do it since you're the smart girl.
Hey, Tiger Breath, I'm not your servant. Ask your dad to hire a tutor, since your family takes 20% of everyone's hard-earned money.
Hey, how do you know what my family does?
It doesn't matter. I am the smart girl after all, so I guess I know everything.
Well, if my dad finds out that you're acting too smart for your shoes, there will be a price to pay.
Tiger's dad was a big businessman in town, and everything he did was against the law. He disliked anyone who knew more than him. And his bimbo son kept blackmailing me to do his homework, or else he will tell his evil father that there is a genius in town. I couldn't risk that, because my dad, who worked as a fish packer at the local fish market, would lose his job. I loved my dad so much, and would do anything to protect him. Mom was always so negative towards Dad because of his job title, the fish packer.
The air was fresh as pie while you were slaving away at that fish place. When will we ever buy a car like them folks across the road? Why do you always have to compare us to everyone else? Maybe if you could appreciate what you have, a car will fall from the sky. Oh, my family was right about you. You will always be nothing. Well, at least I try my best to pay for everything.
Why do you have to be so mean to Dad? He just got back from a long, tiring day.
You and your father are the same. I'll never be happy in this family unless we start our own show, like the Kardashians.
We're just a family of 3, and plus I don't want to be famous.
Fine, maybe I should start shopping for a new family. Oh.
When I finally fell asleep that night, I shot my eyes open again at the sound of screaming outside.
What the freaking flies is up with these idiots?
Everyone stepped outside of their homes and followed the ruthless gang, because this was Mr. Mafia's way of calling a meeting in the middle of the freaking night. So we all stood around looking like puppets, waiting to hear what the beast had to say.
Good evening, good people. I am sadly here at this hour because someone from your neighborhood forgot to pay their taxes.
Anger boiled up in me as this man spoke. He had no right taking from all these innocent people. Everyone remained silent.
Fine. If the culprit will not present himself in the next 5 minutes, then no one will sleep tonight, or until the poison comes forward.
I took deep breaths to hold myself from speaking my mind, and then a nerve struck, and I couldn't take it any longer.
The hardworking people already pay their taxes to the government. If we all stand together and lay a complaint to the High Court, Mr. Mafia will be charged with treason.
Dad held my hand, while Mom held her head in shame, and then the wicked Mr. Mafia stood face to face with me.
You're just a little girl. How dare you disrespect me?
You disrespect every one of us every day, Mr. Mafia. I know what's right and wrong, and what you're doing is beyond wrong.
Please, forgive my daughter. She has this condition where she just opens her big mouth.
So you think you are smarter than me, little girl?
I'm actually born a genius. So yes, I do know a little more than you.
Fine. If that's the case, I'm sure you can stop being the breadwinner of your family. Because as of tomorrow, your fish-packing father will be jobless.
How will we survive now, Miss Genius? Come on, let's go back home. But he hasn't dismissed us. It doesn't matter now. I don't have a job.
I felt bad for Dad, but I knew if I could use the school computers, I would be able to find Dad another job on the internet, out of this town. This was not the end of the road for us. The next day, as I tried to enter the school gates, I was stopped by the security guard.
Sorry, Sparkle. I can't let you in.
Why not?
You was ordered by my dad. I told you there would be a price to pay, but you didn't listen.
I don't know. I was just trying to stand up for everyone.
Well, no one stood up for you, and now all your knowledge will go to waste. My dad is very powerful, and he has more money than you can ever imagine. You should have just stayed in your lane.
Tiger sounded almost like an intelligent person speaking. He surprised me. I guess his dad controlled him too. I couldn't go back home because Mom would talk too much, and I wanted so badly to help my dad find another job. As I walked in the mall, I stopped outside a glass window where there was a line of television sets inside the store, and the news was on. And then it struck me. The media! Mr. Mafia can never be more powerful than the media! I ran back home and tried to avoid Mom, but she had no mercy.
Why are you back so early, troublemaker? Do you know that I can't even sit outside on my porch and drink a cup of tea without everyone looking at this poor house? Why was I cursed with a child like you? Oh, please, you were being so dramatic. I'm proud of what she did. That man treats everyone like a doormat. Someone had to stand up to him eventually.
And don't worry, Dad. I have a plan. Everything will be okay.
Later that evening, I used Mom's binoculars to spy on our neighbors. I needed strong Wi-Fi access, something we were not privileged with. I knew it was wrong, but I had to get their password. Once their lights were off, I ran downstairs with my heart pounding at the thought of breaking into someone's house. But I managed to see a loophole. The neighbors had a window which they struggled to close, so it was left slightly open. I took a deep breath and went in.
Okay, here goes.
When I was finally inside, I was lucky to find the laptop on the dining table, and I was even more relieved when it didn't request a password. I quickly found the Wi-Fi code, and just when I was about to make my exit, I heard something viciously growl at me.
Nice doggy!
I totally forgot about their dog, and if I wasn't so busy with my books, just maybe I could have been the dog's best friend by now.
I'm sorry, doggy, but I need this code. Please let go now.
I looked into the dog's eyes, almost pleading with her, and by some miracle, she let go of me and out I went. The password worked. It was the only way for me to start my own social media platform on YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram. I couldn't sing or dance or do anything entertaining, but I could speak my mind, and this is what I did.
Every child has a right to an education. Although I was born with a brain that is qualified to be a professor of science, math, and literature, I still need to go to school. In my hometown, everyone is afraid, but fear grows because of a lack of knowledge. We all deserve the right to speak our mind.
My video went viral, and the next day when I woke up, I had reached more than 1,000 followers. And then Mom screamed out my name as if there was a fire.
Sparkle!
When I went downstairs, I found Tiger and his dad there. Mr. Mafia didn't look too happy.
What game are you playing at, little girl?
Oh, so I'm guessing you saw my social media video. Soon the whole world will know what a horrible man you are.
I think it's time you leave my house, Mr. Mafia.
Dad bravely stood up for me, and then Mr. Mafia suddenly pushed Dad to the ground, and before he could pounce on Dad, Tiger held him back.
Dad, let it go. Don't tell me what to do. Have you learned nothing from me, son? But if you leave people like this to walk all over you, then you will be taken for a ride down the pit of Loserland. You need to learn to take control.
I felt kind of sorry for Tiger. No wonder he was such a jerk at school. His father raised him to be mean.
Sparkle, I told you before my dad is very dangerous, and he can get you and your family banished from this town.
But he has already made our lives so difficult. I'm not even allowed to enter the school gates. No one will hire my dad. So how will we survive?
This is all you're doing. Why couldn't you be like all the other girls? Quiet and
famous, beautiful, naive? When will you ever accept me for who I am, Mom?
I have a plan on how to help you. Meet me at the park later this evening.
I didn't know if I could trust Tiger, but I needed any sort of assistance to get Mr. Mafia off my case. Dad insisted on accompanying me for my protection. We both waited nervously, and then Tiger appeared.
You brought your father along? You don't trust me? Of course we don't trust you, boy.
Dad, calm down. Tiger is not his dad. You're much better than that, right?
I don't know about that, but the only way you and your family can be protected from my dad's wrath is if you leave town or you help him make more money.
I will not help your dad make any illegal money.
Yes, I second that, so we might as well leave town.
And go exactly where, Dad? The house we live in belonged to Grandma. Are there any other family members out there that will take us in?
Look, you won't be making money illegally. My dad wants to know how to trade, but we don't understand all the information or the tactics of trading.
I don't know anything about trading. And besides, your family owns several businesses. Plus, you take money from the poor. Why does he even have to trade?
That's my dad. He always wants more, and then the more is never enough.
I found it ridiculous, but after discussing with my dad, we agreed that I would help him every day after school on condition that my dad gets his job back. So after Tiger spoke to his father, he agreed to the plan and I was allowed back to school. Everyone missed me, and I missed them, and Tiger seemed to appear everywhere.
Hey, Sparkle,
What? Do you need me to do your homework?
I'm glad you're helping my dad. Everything is going to be fine now.
Okay. Are you sure that's all?
Yes. I have to go now. Bye.
Tiger acted strange, and after school when I was at his massive mansion, he was nowhere to be found. It was just me and Mr. Mafia.
So, Sparkle, did you study all the information on how to trade?
Yes, I did, and I think it's very simple.
Good. Here is my laptop. How much do I start with?
Let's start with the entry level and then see how that goes.
I allowed you into my house because my son says you can help me make billions. So let's see.
This was a lot of pressure. What would happen if I don't make enough money on his trading platform? I stayed in one spot the whole day trying to make Mr. Mafia more money.
So, how much did you make today?
$50,000.
50? Oh wow, you are a genius. I'm keeping you forever.
Haha, very funny. It's late, I need to go home.
My son is outside waiting. He will drive you.
When I was in the car with Tiger, he looked very uncomfortable to be around me. Something was definitely up. Okay, stop the car!
What? Are there cops behind us? What happened?
You! What's up with you? You were weird at school, and you're weird now.
Nothing's wrong.
Tiger, you are not your father. I can see that you want to be a good person. Please tell me what's going on.
My dad is trying to make more money so he can buy the school land and start an illegal oil factory. And he spoke to your mom today. We will be married after we complete high school.
My jaw dropped speechless, and then anger started fuming inside me like a chimney on fire. What the freaking chihuahua? Your dad is so evil! And I'm sure my mom gladly agreed to the wedding proposal, but I will not marry you.
Oh, is there something wrong with me? My dad always says I'm a good for nothing. I can be better.
Tiger, it's not you. We are still so young and their plan is so ridiculous. They can't just plan our futures like that.
Yeah, you're right.
Tiger was a boy who was put down by his father all the time. He didn't love himself. And when I moved his hair away from his face, I was taken back at how gorgeous his eyes were. Wow, you have beautiful eyes. I never noticed before.
My dad says they're girly eyes.
No, I love them. I wasn't madly in love with Tiger. I wanted him to know that I cared.
I can help you expose my dad for all the illegal things he's doing.
Tiger was willing to put his father in prison. I guess he too had had enough of his narcissist power trip. Tiger and I were on a mission during the Katawayan festival to bring Mr. Mafia's corruption to an end. Tiger showed me where his father's secret office was. He started by opening an old rusty door outside a very creepy building. Are you sure we're safe here?
I got you. I won't let anything happen to you.
I felt instantly attracted to Tiger when he sounded so brave. As soon as we were in, Tiger immediately went to the bookshelf and pulled out a tape.
My dad has been using this tape for many years to blackmail the mayor. That's how he gets away with all the crime and taking people's money. Our town is overdue for a new mayor.
This right here is a recording of how the mayor spoke about the real plans he had for the people. All he cares about is himself.
How do you know about this tape?
My dad used to bring me here all the time when I was little, and when I was around 9 years old, I witnessed everything and saw where he hid the tape. He took my childhood mind for granted.
Tiger let me listen to the recording, and the mayor was planning on destroying many educational facilities so that he could make more money by building hotels for tourists. I was so mad.
Tiger, I know just how we are going to expose your father and the mayor.
Tiger and I were lucky enough to get out of that dingy place without anyone seeing us. I took him back to my place, and thank goodness the house was empty because Mom also loved all the festivals.
Hello, fellow citizens. Today, most of us shall receive our freedom and the bad people will be locked away. Before I show you what our mayor really feels about us, I want to say only this. Education gives you power to make a better world, and money gives you the power to control our better world. But enough is enough.
Tiger and I exposed the mayor and his dad through social media, and justice finally played its part. Our communities were no longer forced to give away their hard-earned money unnecessarily, and I could have been a doctor, a scientist, or anything I wanted, but I chose to teach. I loved sharing my knowledge and making everyone's future bright.
All right, everyone. I want you all to put your hands together for our special guest at school. Welcome, Mayor Tiger.
He sure did look fine in a suit, and as he was giving his speech to the students, he suddenly stopped and took me by surprise.
There's a new movie that came out recently. If you're free on Saturday...
Yes, I'd love to go out on a date with you.
Thank you, my first lady.
Hi, I'm Ellie, and I have alopecia, a rare condition that stops my hair from growing. That's right, I'm completely bald. Before you start feeling sorry for me, I'll have you know I think it kind of makes me look cool. However, my mom didn't seem to think so. And ever since we found out I had it, she fussed over me while completely ignoring my twin sister, Tessa. This, of course, made Tessa hate me, and she made it her mission to make my life difficult. Like this one morning, I was asleep when I was jolted awake by freezing water on my face.
What the heck, Tessa? The water's freezing!
Ellie, why are you screaming? Are you feeling okay?
I'm fine, Mom.
Tessa, did you just pour water on Ellie? Why would you do that? Especially in her condition!
You sent me to wake her up, so I did. For goodness sake, Mom! It's just water. Ellie is just bald and not a fragile egg.
Tessa was annoying, but she was right. Mom treated me like I was going to break any minute. She was always buying oils and products she thought would heal me. Ellie, honey, I met this woman at work who recommended some special oil that helps hair grow within a week. I'm so excited for you to try it.
Thanks for trying to help, Mom, but I don't need to be fixed. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm late for school.
Less than an hour later, I walked into class, busy checking my phone, when I stumbled on a desk and fell right next to Tessa and her mean girl squad.
You're so clumsy. It's hard to imagine that you and I are related. Totally. You are so much prettier, Tessa. Caleb should be dating you, not Ellie.
Caleb was my swoon-worthy boyfriend, and all the popular girls hated that he was dating me.
You'd totally win prom king and queen.
I stood up and faced Tessa and her two attack dogs. You know, Jen, you might want to fix your crooked eyebrows and eyeliner, because you look like you're going for that given up on life look. Who did your makeup?
A clown?
The whole class laughed as my best friend, Hannah, stood up from her seat and high-fived me. Hannah was the school rich kid, but she was just as unpopular as I was.
Ooh, burn! You know they'll probably make you pay for that.
As Hannah and I laughed, my phone pinged with a notification and I quickly checked it.
Jeez, is your phone on fire?
Caleb has been ignoring my texts for 3 days. Thought that was him.
What a jerk! Are you sure he's not doing something behind your back?
What? No way! Caleb would never hurt me. Even though I said that confidently, I couldn't help but worry. So after last period, I went looking for him. And I found him watching Tessa strike poses on top of a pyramid formed by her cheerleader friends. Suddenly, one of the girls' knees buckled, and when she went down, all of them collapsed like dominoes. But at the last second, Caleb jumped in and caught Tessa before she hit the ground. I was glad she wasn't hurt. but I had to clear my throat when they stared at each other a little too long.
That was impressive.
Oh, hey, Ellie. Was something wrong? Do I stink?
Why have you been ignoring my texts? I texted you more than 5 times.
Gee, he's clingy much.
Caleb and Tessa's friends laughed, and I stared at Caleb, thinking he'd come to my defense, but he stayed quiet.
You're such a jerk, Caleb. Come on, Ellie. Forget him. Let's go.
After we left the field, we got into Anna's car, and she drove us home. I couldn't help but notice how angry she looked.
Han, I know you care about me, but maybe you're overreacting.
Are you kidding me? Caleb is ignoring you, and then you find him watching Tessa with a dreamy look on his face just before he saves her like a knight in shining armor. Also, she has long hair and you're
Bald. Do you mean that Caleb is playing me with Tessa because I'm bald?
I couldn't believe my best friend would imply such a horrible thing.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean... I'm just upset that you can't see what's happening right under your nose. You need to break up with him.
Oh, calm down.
What's with you today? Don't say I didn't warn you.
A few days later, we were all watching TV when the doorbell rang, and I opened the door to find Caleb holding a bouquet of flowers and my favorite ice cream.
Delivery for Ellie Davis from her adoring boyfriend.
Thanks, but no. I'm still mad at you.
I know, babe. I'm so sorry. I ignored your texts. Please let me make it up to you.
I'd been giving Caleb the silent treatment at school, but I hadn't broken up with him like Hannah suggested.
Honey, that's so cute! And those are such pretty roses. Forgive the poor boy.
Babe, please listen to the wise lady and let me come in so we can share this ice cream.
Oh, he's such a charmer. Fine. You're forgiven. You can come in.
Really? Yay!
Caleb was so happy he picked me up and spun me around. I was so smitten at that moment, but Tessa had a murderous look on her face. A few minutes later, I was enjoying the ice cream when I noticed that Caleb was typing furiously on his phone. Is everything okay? You're texting at 100 miles a minute.
Everything is fine. It's...
Before he could finish talking, his phone beeped, and when he checked it, he stood up so fast.
I'll be right back.
A few minutes later, I heard shouting, and when I looked out my window, I saw Caleb in a heated argument with Tessa.
Caleb, if you don't tell Ellie the truth, I will! You know it's wrong to keep her in the dark about this.
I'm begging you, Tessa. Please don't tell her. We only did it one time, and it was a mistake. Ellie can't find out.
The moment Caleb said that, I saw red and ran to go confront them. When I stormed out the front door, Caleb and Tessa jumped apart.
I heard everything you both said. I can't believe you could betray me like that. Ellie, I was going to tell you. Tell me what? That you're so jealous of me?
I'm not.
You got this all wrong. I know what I heard.
Babe, please forgive me. I promise. It won't happen again.
When Caleb tried to touch my arm, I shoved him, then picked up a rock and smashed his car windshield.
Oh my God! Are you insane? You just broke my windshield.
And you just broke my heart!
With that, I ran across the street and took a shortcut to Hannah's house. I really needed to see my best friend. As I ran through the woods, I stopped to catch my breath when something cold touched my feet. I looked down to see some kind of scaly creature climbing my ankle.
Ah! What is that?
Just then, Trent, Hannah's stepbrother, appeared and started to laugh at me.
You're such a scaredy cat. That's just my pet lizard.
Trent always kept to himself and was branded the school weirdo. Even though I'd caught him staring at me a couple of times, he'd never said a single word to me. Until now.
Come on, you can touch her. She won't bite.
No thanks, I'm good. What are you doing out in the woods anyway?
Isn't it obvious? I'm walking my pet lizard.
Wow! Can't say I've heard that one before.
Glad I could make you laugh. You look kind of sad. What are you doing in the woods yourself?
Well, I'm taking a breather from my toxic twin sister. Is Hannah home?
Yeah, she's in the backyard playing Project Runway.
Okay, thanks for cheering me up.
See you later, alligator.
It's a lizard.
When I got to Hannah's, I climbed the fence and I fell into her backyard, scaring Hannah, who was wearing heels?
Jeez, Ellie, you scared me.
Oh,
Why can't you use the gate like a normal person? Your gate is always locked, and I don't have my phone with me. Why are you wearing heels?
Oh, it's nothing. Ellie, why are you here? Ouch!
I'm sorry, that was rude. I couldn't wait anymore, so I told Hannah everything. I'm sorry I didn't believe you. It's okay. I'm so glad you're done with him. The next morning, I walked into class, and Trent's face lit up.
Hey, scaredy cat.
When he spoke to me, everyone stared at him. Trent had never said a word in class before, and now there he was, smiling and waiting for me to answer him. Hey Trent, where's your pet?
His name is Blizzard. And no, I don't have him with me. He hates school, unlike you.
You named your pet lizard Blizzard?
Hells! Since when do you talk to my weirdo stepbrother?
Don't call him that. He's your brother.
Ugh, don't remind me.
You're being really mean, and that's unlike you. Please apologize to him.
Ugh. Okay, Saint Ellie.
As the days passed, Trent and I started to hang out at the spot where we met in the woods, and soon we started calling it our spot. Cute, I know. One afternoon, we just sat when we heard giggling nearby. Who was that? Nobody ever comes here.
I'll go check.
I'm going with you. I was walking behind Trent when he stopped in his tracks, turned around, and took my hand.
Ellie, I'm so sorry for what you're about to see.
See what?
Them.
I followed Trent's gaze, and I froze. Right in front of me was Hannah and Caleb, kissing. I couldn't believe my eyes. Before Trent could stop me, I rushed towards them with blind rage.
What the heck, Hannah? It's been you this whole time?
I expected Hannah to be shocked or sorry, but instead, she turned to me and smiled.
Yeah, Ellie. It was fun watching you blame Tessa. You're so clueless half the time. Caleb and I have been together for months now.
So, all those times you advised me to leave Caleb, you were secretly pining after him?
Who's pining? I only had to look at him once and he was mine.
I didn't recognize the girl standing in front of me. Why did you do all of this?
For popularity, of course. Bagging Caleb will definitely make me new friends. Plus, being your friend was kind of exhausting. Hi, I'm Ellie and I'm bald and I'm smart and my boyfriend adores me.
I charged at her, but Trent held me back.
Hey, she's not worth it.
I'm sorry, Ellie.
As I watched the two Judases leave, I remembered.
Tessa! Oh my god, I've been accusing her wrongly this whole time. I have to go talk to her.
A few minutes later, Trent and I walked into our compound and heard someone singing beautifully.
Wow, that's beautiful. Where's it coming from?
I looked around and pointed to an old treehouse in our backyard.
Up there. Come on, let's go see.
We climbed up the ladder into the treehouse, and when we peeped, I was surprised to see Tessa recording herself singing.
Tessa? Oh, I had no idea you could sing so well.
It's so beautiful.
Ellie, what are you doing here?
I was so nervous. What if she never forgave me? I came to apologize. I just saw Caleb and Hannah kissing. I'm really sorry for the things I said.
Ellie, you really hurt me. How could you believe I'd do such horrible things?
I thought you hated me. You've barely said a word to me for years, unless we're fighting. It wasn't that hard to believe that, especially after I overheard your argument.
You didn't even give me a chance to explain. That argument was not about Caleb and me. It was about him and Hannah. A few days ago, I caught them kissing in the library.
Oh my god!
I'm sorry they did that to you, but you're not so perfect either. Now, if you'll excuse me.
With that, Tessa put on her earphones and completely ignored me, so Trent and I left. The next morning, I walked into class to see Caleb and Hannah holding hands. Not only was Hannah wearing makeup, she was dressed differently too, and in heels. So that's why she was practicing walking in them in her backyard.
Hannah? With Caleb? Isn't she friends with Ellie the baldy?
Yeah. Did you notice she turned into a diva overnight? She certainly doesn't look nerdy now. You look so good, Hannah. Congrats on bagging Caleb.
I'm so happy for you.
You're so fake, Jen. Isn't it just last week that I saw you in Caleb's DM? As days went by, Tessa ignored my existence, while I ignored my backstabbing best friend and my two-timing boyfriend. In class, I moved seats and sat next to Trent. Hannah became Jen's BFF until one afternoon. Trent and I were goofing around during lunch, a few tables from us. Hannah and Caleb, or Haleb as everyone called them now, seemed to be in deep conversation when suddenly Hannah stood up and slapped Caleb right on his face. Then she dumped her lunch tray on him.
Yo, check it out. Caleb fight.
You're such a jerk!
I can't help how I feel about her. Being with you was a mistake.
Uh-oh. Is he talking about you?
Before I could even think about what Caleb had said, Jen walked towards them and shoved Hannah.
Don't be so desperate, Hannah. Caleb just left you for me. Now scram!
My jaw dropped when Jen sat on Caleb's lap and proceeded to kiss him.
Oh my God.
The whole cafeteria went quiet as we all stared at the drama unfolding before us. Unable to take the humiliation, Hannah ran out in tears.
I guess it's true what they say. Karma is not a lady.
Weeks later, much to my delight, I was voted Student of the Year.
And the Student of the Year award goes to Ellie Davis.
As I went to receive my award, I smiled at Trent and hugged my mom. It would have been a perfect moment, except Tessa wasn't there. Over the last few weeks, I'd apologized to her over and over, but she was still angry.
Congratulations on the award, Ellie.
Thanks, Mrs. Peters. As I walked down from the podium, I got the shock of my life when Tessa walked in and everyone gasped. I couldn't believe it. She was completely bald.
Tessa, what did you do? I was tired of people being mean to you, especially after what Caleb did. Now they'll have to pick on both of us. I dare anyone to try us.
Aw, Tessa, I love you for doing this. I thought you hated me. I don't hate you, Ellie. I'm jealous Mom likes you better because you're smart and she fusses over you. Tess, I'm sorry for not believing you and for being a bad sister who doesn't even know that you can sing. I'll try to do better. While Tessa and I hugged, Mom approached us. Tessa, dear, it's so sweet of you to shave your hair to support your sister. You both look beautiful, and I love you both equally. Tessa, I heard you singing in the treehouse, and you have a very beautiful voice. If you want to, you can go to music school on the weekends.
Wow, thanks so much, Mom.
As the three of us hugged, Trent approached us.
Oh, this is so sweet. Someone cutting onions in here.
Shut up, Trent. Can't you see we're having a moment?
I bet I could break an egg on your heads.
Welcome to my world, sis. And you get a pass for that jab just because you're cute. But if you try another one, I'll kick your butt.
You think I'm cute?
Aww, Ellie and Trent sitting in a tree. Kissing.
I was so embarrassed, but I couldn't keep the smile off my face.
Hey, I think you're cute too.
Hi everyone, I'm Bella from Portugal. Please like and subscribe to STA. This hotel has always been my playground, since Mom worked here as one of the maids. But whenever she caught me watching the guests, she would pull me by the ear.
Bella, how many times must I tell you that the guests do not like spies?
But Mom, what else do you expect me to do while you're cleaning? Why is your daughter here again? I thought I told you this is a place of work and important people.
I'm important too, miss. I'm going to be a rich person one day, owning my own designer label.
Well, in this place, you are trouble. Please make other arrangements for your daughter next time.
Mom's manager was a big meanie. She was horrible to everyone. And despite her demands, Mom had no choice but to have me at work after school hours. We couldn't afford a nanny or aftercare. I enjoyed being at the hotel, since I loved watching all the fancy rich people that came from all over the world. Call me weird, but I enjoyed stalking the rich people and just watching how they sipped their tea, dressed in their fancy gowns, powdered their faces, and how they enjoy the best of life at the massage spa. I had this dream of being a brand like Gucci or Louis Vuitton. I believed I was a good stylist, but Mom kept telling me to focus on my books and to stop dreaming.
The only thing you should be doing is learning hard and then working hard. That's the only way money is earned, not by dreams.
Then why does Oprah always tell us to dream big, huh?
By the time I was 10, I started walking and talking like a rich, classy person, and Mom would get so annoyed.
Mother darling, could I kindly have a cup of tea?
Oh, good grief, not this again. Bella, we are poor and we are never going to be one of them.
Mom always knew how to burst my bubble with her negative mindset, but I never let that stop me. Once, when I was 15, I sneaked into one of the first class rooms while there was a big event going on at the reception area. When I saw a beautiful yellow gown, just like the princess from Beauty and the Beast, I quickly tried it on since no one was around and was amazed at my reflection until this boy appeared behind me.
You look beautiful.
I'm sorry. I was going to put it back.
Till we meet again, beauty.
I was stunned out of my mind because firstly, the guy was drop-dead gorgeous, and secondly, when he touched my face, I felt goosebumps until he disappeared. Like he was some kind of criminal. So mysterious. I ran to the balcony to look for him, and just then, my mom entered.
Bella, I've been looking for you everywhere. And where did you get that dress?
Relax, Mom. I'm going to put it back.
Bella, you know I could get into a lot of trouble for this. What were you thinking?
I was just imagining myself being rich. There's nothing wrong with having dreams.
Well, those imaginations are going to get us into trouble. Now hurry, I hear someone coming.
As Mom tried getting me out of the dress, the lady who stayed in the room entered, and she did not look happy.
What on coconuts is going on in my room? And why are you wearing my daughter's dress? I'm so sorry, ma'am. I can explain. How long have you been in my room going through my stuff? I hope you didn't go into my jewelry chest.
I felt so bad looking at the fear in Mom's eyes, and we would never steal from anyone. But then the woman looked at us more horrified after she searched her drawer.
The necklace! It's gone! What did you do with the necklace?
We never touched your jewelry chest, ma'am. Please check again. I'm sure you'll find it.
Do you have any idea how much that necklace is worth? It's worth more than your pathetic life. It has a diamond worth $1 billion. I'm calling the guards.
After a few seconds, the guards came rushing in, and Mom and I were taken to the police station. I was so confused, and then I remembered that boy. He disappeared like he was a ghost. He could be the thief. Mom and I were taken in to be questioned, and the investigating officer kept twisting my words around.
So, you went into the room to check if the coast is clear?
No, I didn't say that. I usually loiter around the hotel, and I found the door open and entered the room. When I saw a pretty dress, I got fascinated.
So, you tried on a dress that was not yours, and I'm sure you even looked for a necklace to go with the dress?
No, a boy came into the room and then just disappeared.
So, you and your mom had someone steal the necklace for you?
No matter how honestly I answered the officer, he still made it seem like Mom and I were the criminals. Weeks went by with the police investigating the stolen necklace, and then the final result was Mom getting arrested, and I was so devastated.
This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Mom. You will have to stay with your uncle for a while.
I'm going to get you out of here. I'll find the real thief who stole that necklace. 2 years passed, and Mom was still behind bars, and I just withdrew myself from everyone. I lived with my uncle, who was a very rich and lonely man. He was actually very nice to me. I don't know why Mom distanced herself from him all through my childhood years.
Bella, I have opened a savings account for you. This will be for your studies after school, as well as anything else you need as a young lady.
Thank you so much, Uncle Todd. I promise I won't ever let you down.
You're a good young lady, Bella.
Uncle Todd, how come you never married anyone?
I got carried away with business, so I kind of forgot about family. But I have you now.
I grew fond of my uncle, but even though he gave me everything, I couldn't stop thinking about my poor mom in a cold jail cell. And then something happened one day while I took a walk in the huge garden. I saw my uncle giving a boy a thick roll of cash. When I stepped closer, my jaw dropped.
You! I remember you!
Sorry. I don't recall you.
Oh, please. You're the thief who stole the necklace from the hotel 2 years ago, and now my mom is in prison because of you.
Is she on some kind of medication? Bella, darling, I think you got the wrong guy. Zane here is my driver, and he also runs a few errands for me.
Well, he's also a thief.
I was so mad at my uncle for not believing me. And the next day, when I waited for the driver to take me to school, I was even more frantic when the driver was Zane.
What happened to the other driver?
He was sick, so your uncle called me. Shall we leave?
Yes, you can stop by the police station. I need to report you.
Listen, Bella, I know you saw me that night, but I did not steal that necklace. I was there on another mission.
Please, save it. You disappeared like a criminal, and now I want you behind bars. Drive me to the police station now.
Zane surprised me when he actually listened to me and parked outside the police station.
Shall we go in?
Yes, but why did you take that necklace?
I didn't take the necklace. That night when I saw you in that room, I was there to find out about a client your uncle does business with. He sent me as a spy to find out if the client was trustworthy.
But if you didn't take the necklace, then who did? My mom is in prison for no reason.
I became really emotional thinking about my mom and decided to walk to school.
Bella, wait! You can leave. I'll tell my uncle you dropped me off at school. No, please, let me help you. The only way anyone can help me is if they find the real thief and my mom gets set free. I know, and I think I know who that thief is.
Instead of going to school, I asked Zane if we could sit down somewhere, and he'd tell me everything he knows, so we went to a small coffee shop.
How come you're not in school? I study online, and I work for your uncle since my dad, who is my only parent, is too ill to work.
Oh, I'm sorry. I also come from a struggle. My mom worked really hard to support me. I used to have this crazy fantasy of being a rich lady in fancy clothes.
I don't think that's a fantasy. I think that's a great goal to have. I want to have my own accounting firm one day, like your uncle.
You work really hard. I believe you'll make it.
That night, before I saw you in that room, another taller woman in a suit stepped out of the room. She had a manager badge tagged on her coat.
Oh my gosh, it was the hotel manager! I always knew she was a devious witch. How can I get proof it was her?
The corridor's cameras should have picked up something, unless she tampered with it. There's a gala happening there tonight. We could go and pretend like we are one of the guests. Are you up for that?
I've been waiting my whole life to be one of those rich guests. I used the card my uncle gave me for the first time and bought a glamorous dress for the event, and it was the perfect fit. When Zane picked me up, he was speechless. And so was I, because he looked absolutely dripping hot in his suit.
Wow, you went all out. You look very nice.
Thank you. You look nice too. Once Zane and I arrived at the hotel, I felt like I was actually living my childhood dream, walking in like an elegant lady with my head held high.
Okay, so I need you to distract the manager while I find a way into the hotel camera rooms. Are you sure you can do this?
I was born to do this.
Oh my gosh, my dress! My $500,000 dress! It's ruined!
I'm so sorry, dear. Is there anything I can do?
The diamonds on my dress are perishing away! Oh, what a disaster!
Please, tell me what I can do.
I need a dry cleaner. Go fetch me a dry cleaner.
Okay, wait right here. We need to solve this now.
After my performance, Zane and I managed to sneak past security and get through to the office section of the hotel.
The manager's office is around the corner. Do you think we'll find something in there?
I think we should try speaking to the security in the camera rooms.
That would get us into trouble.
Yeah, but I have a plan. Wait here.
Zane took quite some time getting inside the bathroom, and I started getting nervous. As I paced up and down, a security guard appeared and touched my shoulder, and I freaked out.
Oh, hi.
You should have seen your face.
Zane, you almost gave me a heart attack. How did you get the uniform?
I bargained with the real security guard. Now come, we don't have much time.
Zane entered the camera room, and I followed behind him. The security guard woke up from his nap.
Huh? Do you work here? Yes, I'm the new guy. The manager sent me with this very important guest. She needs some information.
Zane was such a sleek talker. The security guard believed him, and I asked if they had videos dated 2 years back, the exact date when the necklace was stolen.
Follow me. I'll take you to the file room, where all the old videos are kept.
I couldn't believe that we actually convinced this security guard. After he left us in the room, Zane and I wasted no time. Okay, you look at that shelf and I'll look here. Time was going by so fast as we searched and searched for a tape of that night. I almost gave up, until Zane said,
Bingo! I think I got it.
Oh, I hope it's the one. I think we should forward a bit. Yeah, stop. I couldn't believe what I saw. The ex-wicked hotel manager was so brave that she didn't even care about the cameras. How did she get away with this? I hear voices outside the door. Zane, how exactly did you bargain with that security guard in the bathroom?
I kinda knocked him out. I'm sure he's up now.
That means we need to run. Like, now. Zane and I ran like two leopards on fire. There was no way anyone could catch us. I asked Zane to drive me to the police station, found the detective who was in charge of the case, and showed him the video. Mom was finally set free.
Thank you so much, Bella, for not giving up on me.
Ever since you were locked away, I blamed myself. If only I didn't go into that room.
It's all over now. I hope they find that wicked hotel manager.
Me too.
This calls for a celebration. We should throw a party. No, we don't need all that. Bella and I will be leaving soon.
We are?
Yes. I'm back now and I can take care of you.
Mom made no sense at all. My uncle, who was her brother, was stinking rich, and she always pushed him away or never spoke about him until she went to prison. Mom,
I really like it here. Uncle Todd has been really kind to me. I know, just wait until you make a mistake. He won't be so kind after that. That's all in the past. I'm sorry for not helping you when you needed me.
Mom ignored Uncle Todd and walked away. I had to speak some sense into her.
Mom, we are not going anywhere. I have a better future here with Uncle Todd. Please don't take that away. I was pregnant with you, and your father just ran away. When I came to my brother, he judged me and told me I was a disgrace. But he regrets it now. Please forgive him.
Mom eventually got over her pride and gave Uncle Todd a second chance. And he threw us the biggest party.
Hey, why aren't you out there dancing?
I've always liked watching people.
Strange. Could I dance with you?
Maybe we should take a walk. It was a beautiful night, and walking next to Zane made me feel so many things. He was so handsome, but I wasn't sure if he felt the same way.
So, do you have a girlfriend? No, I've always focused on working hard, so never really had the time. And do you have a boyfriend?
No, I was so focused on getting my mom out of jail that I almost forgot about myself. Then Zane stopped and turned to look at me, and his eyes just made me want to melt in his arms.
Then I think it's time you start focusing on you.
I'm speechless right now, but yes, I think it's time to work on our futures. Zane and I started dating, and when I completed high school, I had the best family support and boyfriend support to finally be a name brand. I became a successful fashionista, but despite all the money I made, there was only one thing that made me truly happy: love.
I had just finished my K-pop performance in front of thousands of screaming fans. When I returned to my trailer, I found a strange wedding cake waiting for me. What was that doing here? Suddenly, a guy burst out and rushed towards me.
Marry me, Lisa!
I don't even know you! I flipped him over and pinned him down. Piece of cake for me. Pun intended. I was also a Taekwondo champion. Eventually, security rushed in, followed by my parents.
Lisa, are your vocal cords okay? Did he damage them?
My cords are fine. So's the rest of me, if you're wondering.
How long did it take you to bring him down? Better not be longer than 5 seconds. Otherwise, I'll have to train you even harder. Taekwondo is all about speed, you know.
I rolled my eyes at my parents. They could be so unbelievable sometimes. Hi, my name is Lisa, and I'm from South Korea. You'd think being a K-pop star and Taekwondo champion at the same time would be a dream. But for me, it was a literal nightmare. Because of my parents, I had to juggle these completely different lives, and it was exhausting. One time, I even had to do a Vogue interview in the middle of a fight. For many years, I managed to scrape by with juggling these two lives. But when I turned 16, things reached their boiling point. About the only time I really felt at peace was when I was in school studying my favorite subject, science. One day, I was working on this cool new invention that would filter water for the homeless when suddenly Mom burst through the door.
Lisa, you have a photo shoot in 10 minutes. Come on, the helicopter's waiting.
Here we go again.
Mom, you can't just barge in here. I was cut short by Dad leaping in through the open window like a Spider-Man wannabe.
Lisa, a sports magazine wants to do an interview with you right now. Let's go.
And to make things worse, the paparazzi appeared.
Lisa, you won't be able to manage K-pop and Taekwondo forever. Which career will you pick?
Come on, Lisa, pick K-pop.
No, pick Taekwondo.
In all the mayhem, I tried to back away but accidentally knocked over my invention. It shattered to pieces. That's when I lost it.
I've had it with all of you!
I grabbed a paparazzi's camera and smashed it under my foot and left them all gaping at me like a bunch of fish. The very next day, my angry face was on the cover of every magazine in the country. The media said I was becoming too violent and should be canceled.
Her K-pop career could be ruined because of this. This is all your fault.
You're the one that hired a helicopter. She could be banned from Taekwondo because of you.
Enough! I can't keep living like this. I can't make both of you happy. I can't keep juggling these different lives. So I need to make a decision. Away from you two.
Despite my parents' protests, I needed to get away and find a clear head so I could finally decide what career path I should focus on. I left Seoul that same day and moved to the countryside where my Aunt Sung lived. We used to hang out a lot when I was younger, but since my K-pop and Taekwondo life grew and grew, I saw her less and less. As I arrived at her house, I glanced at my new reflection. I had to wear a disguise so people wouldn't recognize me. It was crazy how different I looked. I was really looking forward to finally having a break.
Aunt Sung, I've arrived!
I screamed in shock when I found a stranger tying Aunt Sung to a chair.
Get away from her, you creep!
I charged forward and tackled the guy, but Aunt Sung shouted at me to stop.
Sweetie, it's fine. He's not harming me.
This is Yu-Jun. He's painting a portrait of me, and I asked him to tie me up. It's symbolic.
Yeah, now, can you get off me?
Oh, sorry about that. Yu-Jun stood up and glared at me, but I was speechless because he was so handsome.
Is that how barbarians say hello?
Barbarian? What was I supposed to do? I thought you were kidnapping my aunt.
It's just a misunderstanding. Tea, anyone?
I'll come back later, when there won't be any civilized girls attacking me.
As he left, my blood boiled as if it was on fire.
I'm so glad to see you. Stay here as long as you need, Lisa. We have much to catch up on.
I've missed this ant song. On my first day at school, the most miraculous thing happened. No one noticed me. For once, I could walk through the halls without being chased by fans. I was so happy. My first class was chemistry, and we had to make a mystical cloud from hydrogen peroxide. The girl next to me must have mixed the wrong liquids, because suddenly there was an explosion, and we were both covered head to toe in foam.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Here, you can slap me if you want. I totally deserve it. Slap me. Slap me.
Whoa, relax, Tiger. I'm not gonna slap you. It was an accident.
I thought nerds were supposed to be smart. You both look like dessert.
One more word, and this dessert is going to fry your butt in hot oil.
Later in the cafeteria, Hannah came up to me looking nervous. Thank you for defending me back there. You're welcome. My name is Lee. I stopped myself just in time. I forgot I had to start giving a fake name as part of my disguise.
Linda. My name is Linda. Do you want to sit and have lunch with me?
You want to have lunch with me? But you're so pretty and I'm just an ugly nerd.
Don't ever call yourself that.
You're beautiful just as you are. People should stop caring about their looks all the time. It's the heart that counts. So come and sit with me, Hannah. We instantly hit it off. Even though Hannah didn't have many friends, I didn't care. She was super funny, and I was happy to have a normal friendship for once. One day, we were chatting in the hallway at school, and I noticed she had a poster of me in her locker.
Oh, are you a fan of Lisa? Are you kidding me? She's my idol. She's so talented and beautiful. She's just perfect.
Hannah continued fangirling over me, and it was surreal. She had no idea the person she was talking about was standing right next to her. Then, a deep voice spoke up.
Really? Lisa's your favorite artist? She's such a fake.
The mystery man shut his locker, and I was stunned to see it was Yu-Jun.
Oh, it's you. You shouldn't eavesdrop on people's conversations. Now that's barbaric. How can you say that? Lisa is literally my hero.
Lisa doesn't really love K-pop. You can see it in her eyes. She's lost in there.
You don't even know her. You don't know anything.
The eyes don't lie, Chico.
Yu-Jun shrugged and walked off, but I was still a little shaken. Was he right? Did I always have a lost look in my eyes when I performed? My thoughts were interrupted when Hannah poked me.
I've heard rumors about him. Supposedly, his parents died in a house fire that he started. And he's the leader of a criminal gang. And he even eats bullets for breakfast. I'd stay away from him if I were you. You don't have to tell me twice. He's super annoying.
One time at soccer practice, I noticed him staring at Hannah. And no matter how much I glared at him, he wouldn't stop.
I think you need to work on your creeping skills. Why are you staring at Hannah?
Creeping skills? I'm not staring at Hannah.
Yu-Jun scribbled in his book again, and I snatched it away.
You need to apologize to her, because this behavior is…
I froze when I saw the drawings in the sketchbook. They were all of me. You were drawing me? I thought you hated me.
I don't hate you, and I was drawing you because beautiful people are easier to draw.
Okay, where did that come from? Yu-Jun thought I was beautiful? Before I could say anything, Hannah grabbed my hand and pulled me away.
Linda, Coach is calling you. She's my friend, not yours.
I didn't really pay much attention to what Hannah said, but I wish I had. Maybe things would have turned out better, but I wasn't thinking about Hannah. I wanted to know more about Yu-Jun. So when he came over to our house to work on his painting, I discovered he was actually very funny and kind. I was surprised. He wasn't at all the brooding, merciless criminal leader Hannah made him out to be.
This painting needs something else to give it that extra oomph.
How about bananas flying in the background?
I like it. Bananas flying with bow ties.
After that, we started hanging out more and more. One time, we were hanging out at the park, and Yu-Jun was drawing portraits of me.
You know, your face is really similar to Lisa, the K-pop star.
What? No, don't be silly. We don't look anything alike.
Quickly, I tried to change the subject.
You know, I heard a bunch of rumors that you're a criminal gang leader.
I've heard those same rumors. They started when a student saw me talking to a police officer after I found a cat stuck up a tree. Rumors spread like wildfire in small villages like this. Did you believe the rumors?
What? Me? Believe those rumors? Never! By the way, random question. You don't eat bullets for breakfast, do you?
This time, Eugen laughed so hard that he stopped drawing and rolled on the ground in laughter. My face flushed red with embarrassment, but I started laughing too just because of Eugen's laugh. I realized this was the hardest I'd laughed in years. It felt really good.
Linda, run while you can! Hannah, what in the flying fish are you doing?
Eugen pulled her off easily since she was basically half his height, but then she tried to drag me away.
I'm saving you from being his captive. That's what friends do.
Eugen isn't holding me captive. Besides, even if he was, I would whoop his butt in an instant.
She is a great butt whooper.
No, you can't be friends with him. You're supposed to be only my friend. Why would you want to hang out with this freak? Hannah, don't call him a freak. He's sweet and kind and he's my friend. Just like how you're my friend. For now.
This was a different side to Hannah that I didn't like. For the rest of the week, she would try to interrupt Eugen and I whenever we hung out. It was getting really obsessive. Eventually, I told her to back off.
Just because I'm friends with you doesn't mean I can't be friends with anyone else. You don't own me, Hannah. Oh, I see how it is. You think you're so popular now. You're too cool for me, the nerdy kid. Fine, be that way, but you're gonna regret this.
And with those last words, she left and stopped talking to us. Or so I thought. Eugen became my bestie at school. One day we were having lunch and I was showing Eugen this funny meme on my phone when suddenly I got a text message from Jungkook.
What? Was that a text from Jungkook? As in the Jungkook from BTS?
No. Must have been a scam or something.
I couldn't let Eugen know I was friends with the real Jungkook, otherwise he would know my true identity. I was about to show him another meme when suddenly something wet and sloppy fell on my head. I cried out as spaghetti dropped on my shoulders.
Oops, sorry. I must have slipped.
I was ready to give her the butt kicking of her life, but my stomach dropped when I realized my wig was slipping. I ran off while Hannah and everyone else laughed at me. I made it to the bathroom and took off my wig to rinse the Polonaise sauce. I thought I had locked the door, but then it opened, and Eugen was standing there with his jaw hanging open.
Linda, you're Lisa, the K-pop star Lisa. I knew it, but how?
I'm sorry I had to lie to you. I came here to get away from my life, and I've had to hide my identity. Only Aunt Sung knows. Please don't tell anyone.
Of course. I won't tell anyone. Your secret's safe with me.
We hugged, and it felt so good to know someone knew my secret. Now I didn't have to keep lying to Eugen. I could finally be myself around him. That night, we arrived at my house to tell Aunt Sung that Eugen knew about my identity. When we walked in, we found her unconscious on the floor. We quickly rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she had been poisoned by the dirty water. Why don't you have a filtration system to clean the water?
We don't have any funding. There's nothing we can do.
I'll see about that.
I remembered my first water filtration invention I had made ages ago. It took a while, but eventually I managed to replicate it and had it installed at the well. I did it anonymously so I didn't bring any attention to myself. Aunt Sung, meanwhile, was still in a coma, and Eugen would often keep me company while we visited her. He was really supportive through it all, and I was so grateful to have him in my life. One night, we were walking home from the hospital when suddenly there were footsteps behind us, and someone dropped a note at my feet. The stranger disappeared, but when I read the note, I gasped. It read, "Reveal yourself or I will."
Oh no, someone knows about me.
Why does it matter if someone knows who you are?
Because it's the whole reason why I'm here. I need to make a decision. Drop K-pop or Taekwondo. I still don't know what to do.
I know exactly how you feel. Before I became a painter, my parents pushed me to be a lawyer and a doctor. It took me a while, but I soon realized that I didn't like either of those careers. So I moved out here and pursued painting. It's what truly makes me happy. So maybe for you, it's not a matter of picking one or the other. Maybe there's something else you love.
Yeah, maybe there is.
After a few weeks, Aunt Sung finally woke up, and we moved back home. When she heard what I'd done with the filtering system, she was so proud.
This is incredible, Lisa. I didn't know you were a scientist. I've always loved science at school. I guess with K-pop and Taekwondo, I just sort of forgot about science. Maybe you should think about taking it back up again. You've made an excellent start here.
Before I could say anything, the window glass shattered. and a horde of paparazzi poured in.
Lisa, why are you hiding?
Are you quitting K-pop or Taekwondo? Get away from her. You can't barge in here like this.
How did you even know I was hiding here?
Someone named Yu Jun told us. He said you were hiding under a fake name in disguise. We had to pay him a big reward for the details.
I felt like my whole world had crumbled to sand.
How could you? I opened my heart to you.
Lisa, I swear, I have no idea what they're talking about.
I'm such a fool. Hannah was right. You're nothing but a lying, freakish criminal. Everyone, out now, especially you.
I had to get out of there as soon as possible. When I arrived back in Seoul, my parents flooded me with K-pop and Taekwondo. It's like I'd never even left. They hadn't changed at all, but they had no idea I had become an entirely new person. So when I walked into the Taekwondo stadium, instead of starting my fight, I ran off and grabbed a mic and addressed the world.
Stop.
Lisa, what
Get
are you
back
doing?
to your fight.
Mom, Dad, there's something I need to tell you. You want me to follow in both of your footsteps. And for a while I thought I could, but a former friend helped me discover the obvious. I don't even like K-pop or Taekwondo. You asked me to make a decision to drop one or the other, but I'm making a different decision. I'm dropping both to pursue science. These other things are all about me and my ego. With science, it's all about helping other people. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I won't be your puppet anymore.
My parents looked like two shocked goats as I dropped the mic and walked out. I felt sorry for them, but also free. I realized I could do whatever I wanted now. That evening, when they knocked on my bedroom door, I expected to get the scolding of a lifetime, but instead, they both hugged me tightly.
We just wanted to say.
How sorry we are. I guess we were so caught up in what we thought was best for you that we forgot you had a life of your own.
So, you'll let me pursue science?
What? Of course not! Science is such a nerdy subject. What about fashion?
Psst, fashion. She should be studying engineering.
I glared at them until they finally relented.
Of course you can pursue science. You're a smart girl, Lisa. No matter what you do, we'll support you.
Your mother's right, for once. You have my full support to pursue science.
Thank you for understanding.
Now you just need to work hard so you can go to Harvard.
No, Cambridge.
Harvard!
Cambridge.
My parents weren't gonna change overnight, but the fact they let me pursue science was a good start. My K-pop and Taekwondo days were over, and now I could finally do what I actually loved. I went to neither Cambridge nor Harvard. Instead, I attended a uni in South Korea and studied biomechanical engineering. One of my projects even received national recognition. At the awards ceremony, I was shocked to see Hannah in the crowd, but when she spotted me, she immediately started running.
Wait, Hannah! Don't beat me up!
Why would I do that? I'm happy to see you. I actually owe you an apology. You were right about Yoo-jun. He betrayed me and you warned me about him, but I didn't listen. I hope you can forgive me.
You don't know anything!
Hannah, what aren't you telling me? We're friends. You can tell me anything.
We can't be friends because I have a confession. Yoo-jun never told the paparazzi about you. I did. I used Yoo-jun's name so it would look like he betrayed you. I saw you in the bathroom when you took off your wig, and I was the one who left the threatening note.
What? Why would you do all this?
Because I was jealous of Yoo-jun. I wanted you back as my friend. I'm so sorry. Now you know why we can't ever be friends. I've ruined everything.
I was speechless, but I knew what needed to be done. It was the opposite of what I would usually do. It's okay. I know you've had a tough time at school, and all you wanted was a friend. Well, I can still be that friend.
You mean it? Wait, are you going to kick my butt first?
My butt-kicking days are behind me. I said goodbye to Hannah and left the award ceremony immediately because I realized I had to find Yoo-jun and apologize to him. The last time we spoke, I had called him a traitor when really, I was the one who had betrayed him. I got home, but when I walked in, Yoo-jun was waiting in the living room.
Yoo-jun?
Lisa, I didn't betray you.
I know. Hannah just confessed. She's the one who framed you. I should have believed you. Without you, I never would have realized my true dreams.
I guess we both found our true dreams in the end.
You mean your painting?
Try again. My true dream is much more beautiful.
Yoo-jun leaned in, and we kissed like we were in some kind of fairy tale. And we were. I started off following my parents' path, but now I was writing a story of my own making, and it was off to a great start.
Hi, I'm Raven, and
Raven, help me! My eyes are on fire!
That's my sister. I told you not to play with the soap, Regina! I'm only 9 years old, but my baby sister makes me feel like her parent, since she's always getting herself into trouble. And if I don't help her, then who will? Since Mom is always so busy.
Raven? Regina, you're going to be late for school.
Let me introduce myself properly. I am Raven, and I am from New York. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, back to my story. Growing up, I learned to be the responsible big sister. Regina is 3 years younger than me, and we both live with our mom, who works extremely hard as a real estate agent. Besides Mom being busy, Regina has always been such a difficult child.
Mommy, my clothes are all messed up.
Oh, Regina, why can't you be more responsible like your sister? The bus will be here any moment now. Raven, please help.
I didn't mind helping Mom out with my sister, but as I helped her change into a clean t-shirt, she suddenly bit my hand. Ow! Regina, why did you do that?
Oh, I'm sorry, Raven. I didn't mean to bite you. I was feeling a little hungry, and it just happened. Is that a bus I hear? Hurry up, Raven. We're going to be late.
At school, I was a top student and a role model to all my classmates.
Well done once again to Raven, who scored full marks on the test. Everyone else failed.
Oh, aren't you so perfect? Geek?
Oh, don't sulk too much. You might just melt and turn exactly into your result, which is a big, fat 0. Kids were jealous of me all the time, but I never focused on that much. I stuck to my goals and enjoyed the results. Mom would be so proud. And when I was around 16 and showed Mom my top achievement award, Regina suddenly screamed.
Ah! What's wrong? What happened?
Oh, I thought I saw a rat or maybe a snake, but it's just my eyes playing games. What's for dinner? I'm hungry.
Can I see your report card?
Regina's report card looked like a hot dookie, and Mom was not very pleased when she saw her results.
You failed! Again?
I'll try harder next term.
I never see you studying. You're always watching TV or playing video games. From now onwards, you will study with your sister.
I was so surprised by what Regina did next. She got up and toppled the table and chairs upside down with so much rage.
I'm so sick and tired of you and your perfect daughter, Raven. I'm not Raven, Mom.
After Regina left the kitchen like a beast, Mom started crying, and I comforted her. And then later that evening, when we sat down for dinner, Mom had something important to tell us.
The summer holidays are coming up, but unfortunately my boss needs me to attend some urgent business in Chicago.
So are we getting a sitter?
No. I have no choice but to send you to your Aunt Maggie's house.
Aunt Maggie's, yay!
I, however, was not happy in the least. Aunt Maggie was just like Regina, a ruthless devil. When we arrived at Aunt Maggie's house, she was already waiting on the porch. Regina got out of the car and ran to her like she was just freed from prison, and Aunt Maggie caught her with her arms wide open.
Auntie Maggie, I missed you!
I have missed you as well, my Regina boo. Look how much you have grown! Come on in, you must be thirsty.
Mom and I were left standing outside to carry in all the bags. As we entered the living room, it was like walking through a freaking kaleidoscope. All the bright colors almost blinded me for a moment. Aunt Maggie was helping Mom with our bags.
Thank you for taking care of the girls. You can handle this, right?
Aunt Maggie ignored Mom's question and rushed toward the kitchen because there was a loud crashing sound.
Maggie, are you sure you can handle this?
Relax, sis, I can. Enjoy your holiday.
Okay, bye, girls. Please behave.
The next day, Aunt Maggie wanted to take us out for an early lunch, but I wasn't feeling so well.
Raven, we're starving. Hurry up.
It's fine. Go on without me. I decided to stay in bed the whole day, hoping to feel better. And then there was this loud rattling sound. Being alone never scared me, but suddenly I felt a chill. And when I tried to fall asleep, bang! There was that sound again. Aunt Maggie? Regina? Is that you? Regina, you can cut it out now. You have my attention. Secretly, I hoped that it was Regina and her attention-seeking nature, but it was not. I slowly got up from under the blankets and bravely went to face whatever it was. Hello?
Anyone there? When the noise stopped, I relaxed a little. But when I looked inside my aunt's room, something was in there, shuffling around, and I raced back to my room. I stayed under my blanket with the torch on for hours. It was night now, and Aunt Maggie and Regina weren't back yet. But I was dog-tired, and my eyelids felt like lead, so I let myself fall asleep. The next morning, I woke up startled as Aunt Maggie started shouting from the kitchen.
Regina, Raven, come on, sleepyheads, breakfast is served.
I didn't hear you come in last night.
I'm sorry, Raven, I had some car trouble. How are you feeling? Did you sleep well?
I decided I needed to just come out with it and tell Aunt Maggie what I thought. I think there is a ghost in your room, Aunt Maggie. Aunt Maggie and Regina burst out into hysterical laughter. I felt like a fool for saying what I thought.
That's the most funniest thing.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
Raven, there are no ghosts here. I scared them all away when I moved back in after my carnival days. Oh, and that reminds me, we're going out tonight to the carnival! And I am going to throw in a corn dog with that soda, Regina Boo.
Woohoo! Since no one believed me about the ghost, I was going to stock up on torch batteries. There was no way I was going to fall asleep in this house without my torch.
All right, now let's talk about what we're wearing tonight. This is what I'll be wearing, and I have matching outfits for you both. How exciting!
There was no way Regina or I was ever going to wear duck costumes to a carnival, so I came up with an excuse for the both of us. Regina and I have, severe skin allergies, so I don't think that's the brightest idea.
Okay then, more fun for me then.
It felt good to be out and about, but Aunt Maggie was so into her ducks that she spoke about them all the way to the carnival.
All right, girls, my duck show is about to begin. I need to get to the ducks. I saved you front row seats.
Thanks, Aunt Maggie, but I would rather go on some carnival rides.
All right, you can go. But only if you promise to stick with your sister.
Great. Now I felt like one of Aunt Maggie's ducks. Yes, Aunt Maggie, I promise. Then, Aunt Maggie handed Regina some money, and Regina made a mad dash toward the carnival rides. And then, all of a sudden, I couldn't see her. Regina! Regina! Where are you? When I spotted her, she was heading toward the lake with a boy! Was this Regina's plan all along? To ditch me for a boy? I called out to Regina, but she just ignored me and got into a boat with this boy. When I got down to where the boats were docked, I got into one and rowed frantically. And when I caught up to them, I shouted to Regina, Regina, get into my boat now! We are heading back to shore!
Not a chance, fart face.
I am so going to wring your neck after this! You selfish brat! Suddenly, their boat was hit by something, and then again. The second time made the boat topple over, and Regina and the boy went in the water. Then, I saw it. It was a crocodile, and it was heading for Regina. The stupid boy she was with just left her. Regina, grab onto the paddle! We got onto shore safely, and then Regina got out of the boat and bolted toward that very same boy.
How could you just leave me to be eaten by a crocodile, you jerk?
As she was arguing with her boyfriend she met 15 minutes ago, this other girl shoved Regina.
Hey, why are you yelling at my brother? You freakazoid?
Your brother left my sister to be eaten by crocodiles!
My dad is the chief sheriff of this town, and if he finds out that you two newbies are trouble, we'll deport you back from whichever monkey land you came from.
Well, looks like you and your brother are the biggest monkeys of this town. With that, I took Regina's hand and walked off. Later that night, while I was in the room watching Storytime Animated, Regina sat down quietly next to me.
Thank you for standing up for me like that.
I've always stood up for you, Regina, but you just never notice, since you're always so angry at me and Mom.
You're better than me at everything, so I just hated myself for not being like you.
Regina, there are so many beautiful things about you, and you have to love yourself first, and then you'll see the difference. While Regina and I were having a moment of sisterhood, Aunt Maggie came barging into the room.
What you girls did tonight was not funny.
We never said that it was. Regina could have been hurt, but...
Regina is fine. But I'll tell you who isn't. Georgina.
Who the heck is Georgina?
Georgina is the girl you hurt. I am dating her dad, and you need to apologize to her tomorrow.
If you're talking about the tall girl with the long nose, then she needs to apologize to us and her dense brother.
Her name is Georgina, and I won't have you back-chatting me in my house, young lady.
The next day, Aunt Maggie had a barbecue, and Georgina, the mean girl from the carnival, glared at us scornfully and then put on a fake smile.
So, girls, Mike and I are soon to be married, which means he is family and so is Georgina and Garth. So I need you all to get along.
My brother and I have always been the good kids on the block. We won't let you down, Maggie.
When Aunt Maggie went out to get some ice with her future husband, Georgina turned into the evil devil that she really was.
Now listen here, you buffoons. As long as you are in my town, you will do what I say. Now pour me more soda. It's freaking 100 degrees out here.
Regina and I smiled at each other, took 2 cans of soda, and dropped them on her long black hair.
What did you do? I just got my hair done at the salon.
You said it was 100 degrees, so we cooled you off.
Georgina charged after us like a wildcat, and then she went totally bonkers and threw down the barbecue grill, burning half of Aunt Maggie's plants and lettuce, which she feeds to her ducks. Georgina, what have you done? Right then, Aunt Maggie stepped in, and Georgina started crying dramatically.
Oh, Maggie, your nieces were so horrible to me. Just look at how they ruined your beautiful garden.
Aunt Maggie!
Enough!
Aunt Maggie looked at us with so much rage, and Georgina's brother, who saw everything, remained quiet like a fool.
I have had enough of you two. I'm calling your mother.
Things were so awkward at my aunt's house after that. Mom arrived late the next day, and we were relieved to be going home. After a few years, I completed school and began studying medicine, and soon it was time for Regina's prom. I think the up style will suit the dress you'll be wearing.
I think you're right.
As Regina and I were trying to figure out her hairstyle, Mom came in.
You look beautiful, Regina.
Thanks, Mom.
She suddenly started tearing up. What's wrong?
I'm just so proud of you girls. The both of you.
Aww! The school hall looked amazing. I almost forgot that we were at prom. It really felt like a winter ball. Regina looked stunning. Her dress was perfect. I could see Regina and David dancing together. They looked so good together. But then, I saw Regina stop all of a sudden, and she was shouting at someone next to David.
Hey, what are you doing?
I rushed over to where Regina was. She was covered in punch and shouting at the waitress.
Look at me, it's ruined. My hair, my dress. Couldn't you watch where you're going?
I turned to look at the waitress, and I almost fainted when I saw her. This was no accident.
Let's call it payback.
I couldn't believe what Georgina did. I pushed Regina out of the way, and I was about to school Georgia about real payback. But just then, Mom and the school principal grabbed onto me and didn't let go.
Raven, don't. She just isn't worth it.
Look at what she did to Regina, Mom! She ruined her night! Georgina deserves what's coming.
Well, you girls ruined my life.
We can't take credit for that. Your life sucked way before we visited your crackpot town.
After your mom fetched you, your crazy aunt decided to steal my dad and move away. I haven't seen my dad since. I found out where you lived and planned how I was going to get back at you.
No, Regina, let's go.
But sis, she ruined my night.
And by walking away, we make sure she doesn't ruin anything more. Georgina was fired and soon after moved back to her hometown. We never saw her again. Regina wasn't crowned prom queen. I didn't care though, and quite surprisingly, neither did Regina. That night was soon a fading memory. Instead of giving in to Georgina's misguided vengeance, I broke free and am now able to tell others that vengeance doesn't pay.
Hi, my name is Yolanda, and I'm from Australia. I was born with a beautiful flame-like birthmark on my face. Mom told me that God took more time to create me because I was that special. But what confused me was that she always made me cover up my birthmark with makeup. It's just track practice, Mom. Is this really necessary? Yes, honey. It's to protect you from people who stare too much. I went along with what Mom said, and even though I always covered up my birthmark, she made me feel like the most beautiful girl in the world. I loved her to bits, and we had a very strong bond. But sometimes seeing the kids in school with their fathers made me jealous and curious about mine. Mom, why don't I have a dad? He left us years ago. Why? It doesn't matter. You have me now. Mom avoided the topic of my father like the plague, and one day I found out why in the form of a letter showing that I was adopted. You weren't supposed to see that. See what? Adoption papers saying a Frankie Brentwood is my mom and not you? I am your mom. A piece of paper shouldn't matter. If it didn't, why were you hiding it then? Mom couldn't explain, so I dashed up to my room and shut the doors in anger. Curious, I browsed up my birth mother and discovered she came from a wealthy real estate family in England. There was an old family photo of a man with my birthmark holding a woman. She had a child with my birthmark in her arm, Anastasia. I think that was me and my birth parents. I saw my father's number on the site and immediately called but received no response, so I decided to leave a voicemail. Hello there. I'm Yolanda. Sorry, Anastasia, and I'm your daughter. Mom's knock sounded on the door, interrupting me, and I accidentally sent the voicemail before I could even finish. Honey, please let me in. I wanted to stay angry at her, but I just couldn't. Fine, you can come in. I'm so sorry. I was scared I'd lose you. Her eyes were so sad and I felt really bad. It's okay. I just wished you didn't hide the letter from me. As I talked to Mom, my phone beeped loudly. It was my father.
Anastasia.
Father? Instead of a response, he breathed loudly, and then the line went dead. That was weird. You called your birth father? Mama's face blanched as she began pacing my room, looking really scared. Her behavior was creeping me out. I didn't mean to call him without letting you know. Listen to me, we don't have time. Pack all your things into a suitcase. Mom left my room in a rush, and I was so confused. Suddenly, I heard the sound of vehicles horning. When I looked out through the window, I found 3 dark-tinted cars parked in front of the house and some men coming out of it. Mom ran into my room and grabbed my arm. Come on, honey, forget about the bags. Before I could do anything, 2 men burst through the door and each grabbed me and Mom, but Mom flung out a pepper spray from her bag and sprayed it at her attacker, making him drop her. Then she ran for the windows and before she leapt out, turned around to me and said, "Never trust these people no matter what." Who was this woman? I was placed into the back seat of a car without a single word. I immediately started to struggle with its doors, which to my disappointment were locked. My heart rate spiked as the car began to move. What was happening? Hey, where are you taking me to? I yelled at the driver in the front seat, but he simply plugged in his earbuds and ignored me until we reached our destination, which to my shock was the airport. When I got out of the car, I spotted a helicopter and my father climbing out of it. He walked up to me and scrubbed at my face hard, revealing my birthmark, which was identical to the one on his face.
Bless my soul, it's really you in the flesh, Anastasia.
Hey, first your men treat me like a thief, and now you're hugging me without explaining why you gave me away and never bothered to check on me for years?
I'm sorry about my men. I'll deal with them. Also, I wanted to check on you, but that child thief hid you away from me. She covered your birthmark to make you unrecognizable and changed your name.
Child thief? You liar. I saw the adoption papers.
Believe me, it was a difficult choice. When we were threatened by bad men years ago, your mother and I had no choice but to entrust you to our servants' care. We signed adoption papers just in case, and when we felt safe, we asked for you, but she ran away with you.
That was a lot to take in. I'd stayed with adoptive mom for years, and I didn't know she could do such a thing. How did you finally find me?
I traced your call.
He suddenly grabbed my shoulders and gave me an intense look.
Listen, I want you to promise me that you'll let me know if you ever see that child thief again.
If he was speaking the truth, then it was what Mom deserved.
Come on, I have a lot to show you.
He pulled me towards the helicopter and I followed him quietly, curious to learn about my real background. The next day, we landed at a mansion, and holy smokes, it was big!
Welcome to your home. You can be yourself here. No need for makeup.
Hearing that was a relief. As we walked in, we met a lot of servants and security greeting us as if we were royalty. After passing by everyone, I noticed there wasn't any trace of my birth mom. So, where's Mother?
She traveled out of the country for a while, but she really wanted to see you. Did she ever reach out?
No, sadly.
She will. If she does, let me know.
That was an odd request. She was his wife. Wasn't he supposed to have a clue about her reaching out? Maybe I was overthinking.
Please, show my daughter to her room. She must be tired.
I was shown into a really big room, and even though I could finally be myself here without all the makeup, I felt like a huge part of me was missing. Mom. I missed her, and despite what Father said about her, I wanted to know what her past was like in mansion with the maids. Hey, how long have you been working here? 20 years? Great. That means you must have known my mom. Adoptive mom, I mean. She's this tall, has green eyes, dark hair, brown skin. Never seen anyone like that in the 20 years I've worked here. No matter how many servants I asked about Mom, they all gave me the same answer. I started becoming a little suspicious about my father's side of the story. So one day when I decided to ask about my birth mom, I instinctively knew that something was wrong with what he told me. Gee, I wonder where the mistress of the house is. Ask the master. The servants avoided the topic of my birth mom like it was fire, and they always stood in corners whispering whenever I wasn't around. I commenced a small investigation around the house, starting with Father's office, which he always locked up, but I had a plan. Father, good luck at work today. As I hugged him, I slipped his office keys from his pocket, and he didn't even notice.
Thanks, I guess. I'm in a rush. See you later.
After he left, I made sure the hallway was clear before I opened the door to his office and slipped inside. I snooped around and found the most shocking, unexpected thing. Old pictures of my birth mom and adoptive mom. Mom had been right. I couldn't trust Father. He was hiding stuff away from me just like her. Right now, I was the only one I could trust. As I stared at the photos, an arrow whizzed past my ear. Then a ninja jumped in through the open windows and pinned me to the ground.
You're not Williams Brentwood.
Nice observation, Sherlock. Get off me. As I struggled with the ninja on top of me, another jumped in and kicked him off me. I watched with fear as they engaged in a fight before one of them dropped down, a needle poking his hip. OMG, did you kill him?
What? No, I only tranquilized him.
He took off his mask, revealing a really handsome face.
Yolanda, right?
How did you know my name?
Listen, that's not important right now. We don't have much time. That man was here for your father, who's unfortunately gathered a lot of enemies because he's a bad person.
I was so confused. First, Mom was bad, and now Father?
I'm Scott, a private detective. I know you won't believe me, but your mom's employed me, and they've been really worried about you.
They're together? Before he could say anything, loud footsteps began to approach the office.
Someone's coming. Give me a minute.
He ran over to a safe in the wall and typed in some numbers. As soon as it opened, he grabbed the papers and envelopes that were inside, and suddenly, a loud alarm began to sound. I'm not going anywhere with you. I don't even know you.
If you want to see your moms, come with me.
I'd give anything to see them, so when Scott jumped over the window, I decided to trust my guts and follow him. There was more to this I still needed to understand. We ran far away from the mansion and found ourselves in a bunker after a few hours. When Scott wasn't watching, I grabbed a tranquilizer from his bag and sneaked up behind him. Do not move or I'll tranquilize you and take you to my father. I'm tired of being lied to and kept in the dark, and I need answers to my questions.
Everything I said is true.
What were those papers you stole from the safe?
Architect blueprints belonging to your adoptive mother.
I don't understand.
She worked as a property developer for your dad's real estate firm years ago. And when she landed $1 billion job to design a hotel, he stole it all from her. Her blueprints, everything.
I had no idea Mom had been an architect. She never discussed her job with me, but what does all this have to do with me?
Your birth mom and adoptive mom were close friends. They planned to sue your dad, but he found out. They had to go into hiding. Your birth mom gave you to your adoptive mom, making it harder for your dad to find you. If he did, he'd use you to lure her out of hiding.
All the information was hard to process. My entire life felt like one lie after another. I'm sorry about threatening you.
No hard feelings. You deserve to know the truth. You should rest. Tomorrow you'll meet your moms, and they'll tell you everything.
I slumped onto the bed and drifted into a long, uncomfortable sleep. I couldn't tell what more discoveries awaited me the next day, but I was looking forward to them. The next morning, I woke up to the most unexpected news.
After what happened last night, your father marked us as wanted criminals. It's all over the news.
Jeez, we even had a bounty of $10,000 on our heads for details of our whereabouts. I couldn't believe my father. He was such a monster.
Switch off your phone immediately. He might call you to track us.
What should we do now?
We'll sneak out tonight in disguises.
Scott and I dressed up in perfect disguises later that night. He looked lovely as a girl, but the dress was so ridiculous on him that I nearly burst out laughing.
Never breathe a word of this to anybody.
We got on a train from London to Paris, and in a few hours, we were at our destination, my mom's house. When the door cracked open, I realized how nervous I was to see them. OMG, baby, you're back. I missed you so much. I've missed you too, Mom. As soon as I finished hugging Mom, I faced my birth mom, and she looked so happy to see me. Anastasia, you're so grown, my baby girl. I don't know if you can ever forgive me. There's nothing to forgive, Mom. You were only trying to protect me from Father. Yes, sweet girl, I was. He's a monster. Then why did you marry him? Because of a business deal he had with my parents. I never loved him. I loved her. Holy freaking meatballs! My two moms were dating! When I worked for him, he scammed me and we realized what he was up to. We threatened to report his crimes, which drove him crazy. We had to go into hiding. I'm really sorry you went through that, Moms. It's fine. We had each other. I kept you in my girlfriend's care because you'd be safer with her. It was dangerous for us all to stay together and your dad would never suspect you were with her. I'm sorry I made you hide your birthmark. It's really beautiful. I just didn't want your dad to ever find us. I don't care. I'm just happy to have you two as my moms.
We still have to look at this.
That's all my hard work he stole away. And the piece of evidence we need to finally land him in jail, honey. We relocated into the house and hatched a plan to land Dad in jail. I'll go to the cops with the evidence tomorrow while you two stay here and remain safe, okay?
Hey, what about me?
You've done too much for us already.
Not enough, apparently. Your father deserves jail, and you need a partner to watch your back, just in case.
Seeing the seriousness on Scott's face made me feel butterflies in my belly. It was a new feeling I couldn't understand, but I think I was starting to grow a crush on him. Fine, you can come. Do we still need a disguise?
Nope, I don't think we're wanted criminals in Paris.
If only we knew how wrong we were. We got to the station the next morning, and while speaking to the clerk, Scott and I found posters of our faces in the bulletin board.
Just wait here. I'll get the superintendent.
As soon as the officer left, we turned around and ran like our lives depended on it. It was time to turn to a second plan, a lawsuit. My mom sued Father, and during the hearing, a lot of people my dad stole from showed up as witnesses because of my mom's courage. The court considered all the evidence against him and finally reached a decision.
Williams Brentwood, you have been found guilty of fraud, theft, and abuse of authority.
The news about my father's arrest spread like wildfire, and his assets were shared amongst all his victims. My birth mom got his mansion, and my adoptive mom received the proceeds from the hotel he used her blueprint for. Together, we all moved into the mansion, and it was the best thing ever. But something was missing. Scott. Ever since my father's arrest, he suddenly disappeared. But one day while I was dressing up in my room, an arrow whizzed past my ear. Whoever you are, show yourself. A ninja jumped in and I almost kicked him, but then he took his mask off and my face lit up.
Missed me?
So much. Why did you leave without saying anything?
I was scared to face my feelings, but for months, I couldn't stop thinking about you. I like you, Yolanda.
Even without makeup?
You're the most beautiful person inside and out. I've never met anyone as brave as you are.
Geez, me too. Come here. I learned a little more about myself during my discoveries. There's nothing more beautiful than confidence. Smile, shine, and keep your head up.
Hello everyone, my name's Ling and I'm from China. I was part of the biggest rebel group, the Crows, and it was our goal to take down the cruel Emperor Zhang. He was the meanest ruler you could ever imagine. He spat on the poor, stole whatever he wanted, and never gave back to the people. It was my job to infiltrate his place and find evidence for what would bring Emperor Zhang down for good. I walked onto the street of the bustling marketplace, dressed in the prettiest Shangsam dress I could find. This was the only day Emperor Zhang would be taking a stroll through the village marketplace for at least another year. I couldn't blow this opportunity. Sure enough, I started to hear guards and loud voices down the street as Emperor Zhang and his guards forced their way through the crowds of people. "Make way, peasants!" I readied myself. Then, just as they were passing by, I walked over and pretended to fall in front of them. "Oh, excuse me, Your Highness." I looked up, batting my eyes at the Emperor. "Oh!" Emperor Zhang smiled like an old creep and helped me to my feet. "Aren't you a pretty little thing?" I shivered inwardly and forced a smile. "Why, thank you, Your Highness. You're not so bad yourself." "Oh, what is your name, miss?" "May." "May, where do you come from?" I looked down, faking nervousness. "Well, I have no family. I've been trying to earn money in this village, but no one will hire me. I work very hard and
Why, come to my palace. We could use some beauty for a change. He leaned in to whisper, let me tell you, the other maids at my place are stupid old hags. We would love to have you.
I tried to stop myself from punching him right in his bearded chin. Of course, thank you.
Wei, an advisor rushed forward. Sort out having Mei join our palace maid service.
Of course. Emperor Zhang then left without another word, while I watched him leave. His advisor quickly wrote down a note of instructions on how to get to the palace and when I would begin. Then he left too. I watched them turn the corner when Liu, my partner rebel member, suddenly appeared.
Well done!
He clapped me on the back. Thanks, but the hard part isn't over yet.
No, you're right.
Liu grinned.
But the fun part is just beginning too.
A week later, I arrived at the Emperor's palace. It was a giant fortress of stone and red tiles. Truly beautiful. But I knew the Emperor had to perform a lot of evil to build this giant palace. I walked in, got through the guards with my papers, and went over to the servants' quarters, way at the back of the palace. This part of the building was not nearly as extravagant or luxurious. It was quite dirty, to be honest. Here, my supervisor handed me a list of chores. Complete them by today, or you won't get any dinner. I nodded, then looked down. I groaned. There was so much to do. I wouldn't have any time to do some snooping to find evidence against the Emperor. This was a lot harder than I thought it would be. Later, I was at the entrance to the palace, repainting the columns with red paint. But it had to be done if I had any hope of taking the Emperor down. What are you doing, imbecile? I spun around. My supervisor was storming towards me with a look that could kill. What? You're using the wrong shade of red! The wrong shade? But this is the only one that was there. Please. She grabbed the bucket from my hands and dumped it all over me. I screamed as paint got into my eyes. You stupid girl! Why, I oughta... What's going on here? I couldn't see anything through the red paint, but I thought I heard my supervisor back away quickly. Oh, you're... How dare you treat this innocent woman this way? I'm sorry. Go on. You can leave us. I'll handle this. Of course, of course. My supervisor scampered away as I heard the man approach me. Miss, are you okay? He sounded so gentle. I heard movement and suddenly I could see clearly. He had wiped away the paint from my eyes with his shirt. I gasped when I finally saw him. He was so handsome and he looked so concerned. Come, let's get you cleaned up. The man led me outside to a well and pumped up some water so I could wash off the paint. When I had fully cleaned myself, the man couldn't stop staring at me. What is it? The man shook his head, looking away. Was he blushing? Oh, nothing. It's just, you're beautiful. I felt my knees tremble. Had he really just said that? What's your name? I hesitated, biting back my words. I was about to say my real name. I couldn't let myself blow my cover so easily. Mei. Li Mei? No, just Mei. Oh, well, nice to meet you, Mei. Nice to meet you too. Nianzu. Nice to meet you, Nianzu. We stood there just staring for a while. It was really quite strange when Nianzu finally spoke. Listen, Mei, do you want to meet again sometime? Are you asking me out on a date? Nianzu blushed. I was embarrassed by my bluntness, but I was just so shocked. Well, yes, actually. What do you say? I should have said no. This wasn't part of the mission, but for some reason I said yes. Great. Shall we meet in the garden tomorrow? Let's say at midday? I nodded. Again, why didn't I say no then? Perfect. See you then, Mei. He left, while I was too stunned to move. The next day, I showed up in the palace gardens at midday during my lunch break. I shouldn't have showed up, and yet, there I was. What was wrong with me? The bell struck, signaling midday, and still Nianzu hadn't showed up. I was a fool. I should just leave. I turned around to head back to my room when I stopped in my tracks. There he was. When I saw him, I began to understand why I'd agreed to meet him. He was so handsome, and his smile, it made my heart melt. Good day, Mei. Hello, Nianzu. We strolled through the gardens for a while, enjoying each other's company and chatting for a while. Nianzu seemed like the perfect man. He was kind, funny, handsome. I was starting to lose track of the real reason why I was here. There was one moment, though, that was kind of strange. I was asking him about his job. So, what do you do here at this palace? Nianzu looked away. I'm one of the lower food catering managers. Oh, I see. Why did he seem suddenly nervous? but I just decided to brush the thought away. But there was something else that happened that was pretty strange. As we were walking, I noticed everyone else in the garden staring at us a lot. Why would they be staring at a maid and some low-level food manager like Nyanzu? It didn't make much sense. But again, I brushed the thought aside. How I wish I'd paid more attention to it all. We made it to the outskirts of the garden, where there was no one around. Nyanzu walked over to a bush and picked a rose for me. Here, a pretty rose for a beautiful woman. I accepted it, and I don't know what came over me. I leaned in and kissed him on the cheek. He blushed like crazy, and I'm pretty sure I was blushing like crazy too. Do you want to meet tonight at the lake? Oh, but of course, perhaps at 7? Sounds good. I smiled and we parted ways. As I headed back to my room, I heard psst. Suddenly, I spotted Liu. I forgot to mention, while I had managed to infiltrate the palace as a maid, Liu had become a gardener as well. Liu waved me over. Hi, Liu.
What are you doing?
Huh?
Why are you hanging around with that man?
I blushed. Liu, don't worry about that. It's all a part of the plan.
Why would you?
Just leave it, okay? Liu snapped his mouth shut. He looked hurt.
Fine, whatever. Just remember why we're here.
You don't think I know? I rolled my eyes and stormed off, but I knew Liu was right. Despite all of this, that night I still showed up at the lake. Nyanzu and I had the most romantic evening. He took me out on the boat and we drifted off underneath the moonlight.
May, is it just me or does it feel like we were destined to meet?
I glanced at him. I feel the same way. I was shocked by my words, but I realized it was the truth. Suddenly I felt his hand on mine. It was the most romantic thing I'd ever experienced. Later, we docked the boat back on land and we said goodbye.
I'll see you soon.
We hugged and he left. I was about to turn to head back home when Liu suddenly appeared again out of the darkness.
May!
Liu, you gotta stop doing that.
Why were you kissing that man?
Oh, Liu, can't you see? I'm getting closer to finding the Emperor's secrets now more than ever.
How?
Through Nyanzu.
That man? How is he so important? What is his job? May?
He's a food manager.
What? You're doing all this for some lowly food manager? That won't help us take down the Emperor.
Quiet down, someone will hear you.
May, you're not doing this for the mission. You're doing this for your own selfish heart. And you shouldn't even be with him. You should,
Liu trailed off.
Look, it doesn't matter. Just stick to the mission, all right?
I sighed. Liu was right. I'd been here a week and found nothing so far. Okay, Liu, I promise I'll focus. Tonight, I'll sneak into the Emperor's office. I promise I won't let you down.
Good. Your country depends on you.
Liu left and I took a deep breath, suddenly anxious. It was time to get to business. That very night, I sneaked through the palace, making use of my maid attire to get past guards and the other people walking by, though there weren't that many this late at night. Finally, I made it to the Emperor's personal office. 2 guards were at the door. Instead, I climbed around the outer wall and through the window. It was almost too easy. Inside, I sifted through all the drawers until I came upon a file labeled with the words, List of Assassinated Rebels. I gasped. This was it. This was the evidence we needed that could bring down Emperor Zhang. Once the people saw how he had been killing innocent people just to maintain his rule, they would fight back against him. I reached out for the file, but right at that moment, the door to the office opened. Someone was entering. It was too late. I couldn't grab the file, so I just hid beneath the desk. I couldn't see who it was, but suddenly I heard a voice that I immediately recognized as Emperor Zhang.
Come here, son. Let me show you today's trading report. Yes, father.
I gasped. That voice. I would recognize it anywhere. That was Nyanzu's voice, which meant... No, it couldn't be. Nyanzu was the Emperor's son? While they talked, I prayed to God they wouldn't come by to sit by the desk. They would instantly find me. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, and there was Nyanzu. He went to open a drawer and made eye contact with me.
Nyanzu, what's taking you so long?
I silently pleaded to Nyanzu. Would he turn me in?
Nothing, father.
Nyanzu opened the door, grabbed whatever he needed, and handed it over to the Emperor.
Why don't you head off first? I'll catch up. I just need to fill in some more reports. I won't be long. Well, okay, son. I'll see you later.
The door closed, and it was just me and Nyanzu left. I left my hiding spot and grabbed the file that could be used against the Emperor. Nyanzu approached me.
What are you doing here?
I hesitated. Should I tell him the truth or make up an excuse? I'm part of the rebels. I came here to gather evidence that could dethrone Emperor Zhang. Nyanzu just looked at me.
Oh.
Why didn't you tell me you were the Emperor's son?
Because I didn't want you to treat me differently.
Seriously?
Hey now, you lied about your identity too. Listen, Yanzu, your father, he's a terrible person. He kills, steals, lies. I know. I froze. You do? Of course I do. You don't think I know? I'm the leader of your rebel group, the Crows. My mouth dropped. You are? Yes, I knew we were sending someone to the palace to infiltrate it, but I didn't know it was you. Wow, well, that's perfect then. What do you mean? We can leave and... I can't leave the palace. I have to stay here so I can keep track of my father's evil schemes. But... You wretched being! We gasped as the door was flung open and the Emperor, followed by his group of guards, burst in. I suspected you were working against me. Father, The Emperor turned to me. You. I never should have trusted you. You bewitched me with your beauty. I was still confused. How had the Emperor known? Why had he returned to his office? How did you know we were in here? The Emperor paused, then smiled evilly. Oh, that? He pointed behind him. Your friend helped me out with that. The guard shoved Liu in front. Liu looked so guilty. Your friend was very eager to tell me about you. Liu, how could you? Liu looked so sad. Because I'm in love with you. What? You shouldn't be with him, Ling. You should be with me. But why would you betray me? You were getting too close to Nianzu. My plan was to turn you in, then break you out of prison, and we could start again. We can defeat the Emperor again, but you cannot fall in love with Nianzu. I was too stunned to speak, but I felt Nianzu grab hold of my hand. Sorry, mister, but I'm in love with Mei. Well, I'm assuming her real name is Ling. And if you'll have me, Ling, would you? I was torn. So much had transpired in such a short amount of time. But when I looked into Nianzu's eyes, I knew what I had to do. Of course, love you. Nianzu beamed. Suddenly, Emperor Zhang shrieked. Seize them! Nianzu and I nodded at each other, then the battle began. We fought the Emperor's guards in an epic kung fu battle. I kicked one of his guards in the chest, sending him flying back like a bowling pin, knocking out the other guards and Liu in the process. Nianzu dealt with the remaining guards. Then he called me over to the windowsill. No, get back here! I turned around, gave Liu one last glance, then grabbed hold of Nianzu. He took a firm grip of one of the lanterns attached to the rope hanging outside, and we ziplined down the rope all the way to the ground. We ran away as fast as we could, the file of evidence still in my hands, and left the palace behind us. We will be back one day, and Emperor Zhang will face the force of justice.
Hi, my name is Tazy, and I was raised by apes. When I was 8 years old, I have vague memories of being brought to this island by my human parents. I don't know why they were here. All I know is that they never survived. One night, a jaguar came into our shelter and killed them. I would have been jaguar food next if it weren't for the apes. One ape, I call her Ma, suddenly appeared and defeated the jaguar before it could eat me. Ma then found me, just a little girl, all alone, and decided to take me in. I've been living with the apes ever since. We don't have a language like humans do, but we communicate through our body movement. And since I was 8 years old when I was taken in by the apes, I could still speak some English, though not very well. It was tough adapting to this new life. I remember one time they were teaching me how to swing from tree to tree, and as I let go of the branch, it snapped and I nearly fell to my death. But Ma quickly jumped forward and rescued me. It's taken a lot of getting used to. But now, at 16 years of age, the apes have become my family, and I have become less of a human and more of an ape. Once my family started to trust me, they revealed to me something very special about them. Their hair is as strong as steel. For real! You could shoot an arrow at their back and it would not break through their hair armor. Because of this, I'd always felt self-conscious since I didn't have the same impenetrable hair as them on my body, but Ma always made sure I felt included. One day, we were patrolling the island's edge when suddenly Ma made a lot of noises and gestures towards the beach. We all gathered around and I gasped. There was what appeared to be a giant wooden thing on shore, which I now know was a boat. And from the boat, up popped a creature. And the strangest thing was, the creature looked just like me. Immediately, the other apes scattered and ran back home. Ma called me to come too, but curiosity got the better of me. I gestured to her to go on home while I went to investigate who this strange intruder was. Slowly, I watched the human as he walked towards the jungle's edge. He looked good. I suppose handsome was the word.
And for some reason, I had this sudden urge to expose myself and come out into the open.
Ah! Who are you?
I crawled towards him, still on all fours. Strange. He walked just on his 2 legs. Curious, I slowly stood up in front of him, copying his movements.
Who are you?
Something clicked in my brain, an old memory. This language, English. I knew how to use it, but it was difficult. Me, Tazy. The guy looked flabbergasted. He stepped forward, and I reared back, hissing at him.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Do you live here? I processed his words, then nodded my head.
By yourself?
I shook my head. Family.
You live here with your family? Who's your family?
I pointed at the jungle. Apes.
That's incredible.
I stared at him, and he stared at me, and I felt a tug at my heart, although I wasn't quite sure why. Your name? He smiled.
My name's Edward, and I'm an explorer from England.
England?
Yes, it's a cold and miserable place. Nothing like this beautiful island of yours.
I just stared at him, unsure of what to say or do next.
Listen, Tazy, would you or your family mind if I stayed on this island for a while? I won't make much noise, and I promise I won't bother you. I'm just a man who loves to travel, and I would really like to get to know you better, if that's all right.
It took me some time to understand everything he said, but eventually I nodded. Yes, is okay. Edward grinned, and he looked even more handsome. I think my stomach fluttered. It was such a peculiar feeling that I'd never experienced before.
Can we meet again, same time tomorrow, same place?
I nodded again, slightly dreamy.
Great! It's nice to meet you, Tazy.
I just stared at him. What was he doing? Edward seemed to understand, then gently held my hand and placed it in his, then raised it up and down several times, shaking hands.
This is what we call a handshake.
I stared in shock. It felt so strange, but also familiar? I was so confused, but also excited. As you can tell, I was feeling a lot of emotions at once. The next day, I returned to the same spot at the same time of day, and sure enough, there was Edward. This time, he had his own tiny tent on the beach with a small fire. He also had a stack of objects beside him, and it took me a lot of searching past memories to remember these were books.
I've brought some English text to show you. If you would like, I could help you improve your English.
I smiled. Okay. Thank you. Edward seemed to blush. Why was he blushing? I brushed the thought away and leaned in. Little Jane wanted to go to the market, but Little Jane didn't know which way to go. So Little Jane, it went on and on like that. For hours, Edward helped me learn more English. And by the end of our session, I had improved a lot. It seemed there had been a little vault in my brain where I had locked up my memories of English. But after Edward had helped me out, the vault had opened and now I could speak very well. Thank you, Edward. This has been so much fun.
Of course, Tazy. Anytime. Will you be back again tomorrow?
Okay. I can trust you, right? Edward held a hand over his heart.
Of course you can.
I hesitated, but then I hugged Edward and ran off. Back behind the cover of trees, I turned to look at him to see his reaction. And he looked very flustered, but also very happy. I swung back through the jungle to where my family were resting. But when I arrived, I found them all gathered in a group. When I tried to enter their space to go to sleep, one of them screamed at me and pushed me away. I looked at Ma. She couldn't even make eye contact with me. I looked at all of their body language and I knew precisely what they were saying. You're not welcome here anymore. Tears welled in my eyes. Fine! I cried. They all looked at me strangely since I was speaking English.
I don't need you anyway!
I ran off, running on 2 legs as fast as I could, all the way back to Edward's tent. It was nighttime by now, so when I burst into his tent, he was very startled.
Tazy, are you okay?
I leapt forward and hugged him. My family, they kicked me out. Can I stay with you? Edward looked very sad and hugged me closer.
Of course you can. I'll look after you.
I sighed deeply, and that night I slept wrapped in his arms. The next day, when I woke up, I immediately wanted to go back to my ape family and apologize for what I'd said. Even if they wouldn't understand, Edward convinced me not to. Maybe it's best if you just stay here with me, where you belong. You are human after all. I don't know, Edward. They're my family. Look, I'm not saying you forget about them, but maybe taking a break would be helpful. Maybe you're right. Edward held my hand softly. Of course, it's entirely your decision. I'll stay with you. I was hoping you'd say that. For many weeks, Edward and I spent every day together. We got really close, and eventually I decided to tell him the secret about my ape family. They are very precious. Oh, I'm sure they are. No, I mean, very precious. They have a very special ability. Oh? They have very strong hair. Strong hair? No, seriously, it's like strong as steel. Why are you laughing?
It's just funny the way you said it. Strong hair.
I smiled, then kissed him on the cheek. I'm so lucky to have you.
Trust me, I'm the lucky one.
I was the happiest I'd ever been in my life. Well, except for the fact that my ape family had ostracized me, but you can't win at everything. Suddenly, Edward looked very serious.
There's something I have to tell you, Tazy.
What is it?
Well, initially I came here alone, but tomorrow I think some of my other friends will be arriving here.
Your other friends?
Yes, but if you don't want them to be here, I'll tell them to leave straight away.
No, I'd love to meet your friends.
Great! I can't wait.
The next day, just as he'd said, 2 giant boats arrived, loaded with other men just like Edward. Although they weren't nearly as handsome as he was. They arrived on shore with loud laughter, stomping along the plants and sand without any regret for the noise they were making. I was a little mad at first, but seeing Edward's happy face made me calm down.
Men, meet Tazy. Boy, she is gorgeous. You were raised by monkeys. Apes. That's mental. Bonkers.
I laughed nervously. These men were certainly interesting. I wasn't sure if I quite liked humans.
We brought your pretty friend a dress to wear. Yes, something much better than those awful clothes of hers. Men, don't speak to her that way.
No, Edward, it's all right. I'll wear the dress. Thank you for your gift. The men smiled, but for some reason their smiles made me uncomfortable. I went to change into the dress, and when I emerged, Edward looked in awe.
You're even more beautiful than before.
I blushed while the other men whooped and shouted. I did a little twirl. It felt nice. But then, suddenly, the cheerful shouts from the men turned into loud screams from the jungle. Emerging menacingly was my family. The apes.
Beasts! Monsters!
No, wait, they're not bad. But just as I was defending my family, I watched in horror as my cousin ran out and grabbed a barrel, throwing it and knocking one of the men out. They all erupted in screams.
Quick! Grab a weapon!
The apes attacked the humans. I knew my family was only doing this because they thought the humans were invading them, but they were wrong. It wasn't like that. Quickly, I ran in between the humans and apes. I went on all fours now, and I gestured at my family to retreat. Ma was there. She looked at me in my dress, a human dress, and she looked shocked.
Ma!
She backed away and ran off into the jungle. The others followed after her, leaving behind the chaos they had caused. I feel terrible. Because of me, the men's belongings had been destroyed, and some of them had been injured. Later that night, Edward and I were working on my English again in his tent. Edward, I feel terrible about today.
Don't be. It's not your fault. But my family, they were doing what they thought was right. I mean, I can understand why they did it. From their point of view, we're invading their land.
I'm glad you understand. But still, it's not right what they did.
Perhaps.
Edward, can I ask you a question?
Sure, Tazy. What is it?
How do you tell someone you love them?
Well, you do this.
Edward lifted his hand and cupped my cheek.
I've been thinking a lot about you.
And I've realized that I'm in love. I love you, Edward. I love you too. We kissed for the first time, and it was new and wonderful. At that moment, I took back what I believed about humans. They couldn't all be bad, because after all, Edward was human. After we kissed, I left his tent to go sleep in a tree somewhere. When suddenly, I heard noises coming from within the jungle. They were human voices. Curious, I snuck into the jungle, climbed a tree, and headed towards the voices. What I discovered made my mind implode with shock. Edward's friends were all gathered in a circle in hushed voices. We should do it at dawn. Agreed. We'll take the apes and lock them up. We're gonna be rich once we get them back home. Yes! And that stupid little girl has no idea we're about to steal those apes for their special strong hairs. They all broke into obnoxious laughter while I cowered in shame. How dare they? I had to tell Edward immediately. Surely he could talk some sense into his friends. I rushed back as fast as I could and made it back to Edward's tent, waking him up. Edward! Edward! Tazy, what happened? Your friends, they said they're gonna lock my family up and bring them to England. You have to stop them, Edward. What? Yes! You'll tell them not to, won't you? I expected him to scoop me up in his arms and tell me of course he would. Everything would be all right. But he didn't. Not by any stretch of the imagination. Are you ready? Edward was speaking to someone behind me. I turned to find the other men at the tent's entrance. Yes, boss. Good. Sorry, kid. You were right to live with the apes. Us humans, we're not very good creatures. He jerked his head at the men. Lock her up! What? No! Edward! Edward ignored my screams as the men dragged me into a cage and locked me inside. I pushed desperately, trying to break the bars, but to no avail. How could you do this to me, Edward? It's not personal, Tazy. Just business. Edward left me behind without another word. I broke down into tears, feeling great agony in my soul. I felt like my heart was literally breaking in two. The next morning when I woke up, my eyes puffy from crying, I cried out in horror to find my family locked up in tiny cages all around the camp. The men, meanwhile, were laughing at the poor, innocent creatures as they tried to break free. But just like me, they were trapped. Edward, let them go! Edward glanced at me. Please, Edward, I'll do anything. You know, it's a shame, Tazy. You're so beautiful. You would have made a nice wife. Yes, I will be your wife. I will do as you say. Whatever you want, I will do it. Edward walked closer, intrigued. Just let them go, and I will do as you say. And maybe we can... Just as Edward leaned forward, I reached through the bars and grabbed his collar. I yanked him hard against the cage, knocking him out, then grabbed the keys at his belt. Humans could be so stupid sometimes. Had he really fallen for that trap? I quickly unlocked my cage and stepped out. Finally, freedom! She's out! Tazy's out! The men all swarmed around me in a panic when they noticed I had escaped. I cracked my neck, rolled my joints, and squatted down on all fours like the true ape that I was. Men, I readied myself. This may hurt. I pounced at them, knocking down one, then the other like flies. They didn't stand a chance against me. This was my island, my terrain. I had grown up here my entire life, while they were mere invaders. I fought them all off, and finally I knocked out the last man. He went crashing into the sand like an empty sack of potatoes. I turned to my family, all locked up. I quickly unlocked all of their cages with the keys I'd stolen, and we gathered together and embraced. I'd missed them so much, and it seemed they had finally accepted me back as well. Hi, my name's Crystal. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I didn't have many friends. No one so much as looked at me, let alone speak to me. Well, except for Allie, my best friend, and my only friend. The first time Allie and I met was when we were 5 years old.
Hey! Give that back! Dance for me first!
Embarrassed, I stood up and began to dance a little. But then suddenly, this other girl barged in and shoved the kid away. She grabbed my toy and handed it back to me. I was in awe.
Here you go. Thanks.
We've been best friends ever since. I was used to never getting attention, until the day that changed the rest of my life forever. Allie and I were sitting at our usual spot in the cafeteria when suddenly there was a bunch of commotion outside. Everyone was shouting and running out into the field. Let's go check it out. We ran outside to find a giant banner flying across the sky, pulled by a plane. It said, "Bow to your new king, King Dante." What's going on? Suddenly, a figure leaped out of the plane and fell straight towards us.
Ah! He's gonna die!
But then the skydiver yanked on his bag and a parachute opened up. The crowd gasped and clapped until finally he arrived in front of us. The guy pulled off his mask, and I knew everyone was thinking the same thing. He was so handsome. "Hello, commoners! I am King Dante. I will be moving to this school and I can't wait to rule this place."
Seriously, who was this guy?
Suddenly, Dante turned his head and looked right at me. "Is something funny?"
No, nothing. I couldn't hold it in. Crystal!
Dante walked towards us slowly. "What's your name? Crystal? Listen here, Crystal. I don't have time to deal with peasants like you." A smile slipped off from my face. "What did you just call me?" "You heard me. Now bow down." "I beg your pardon?" "Granted." "What?"
Crystal, come on, just do it.
And you can't believe what she did. She actually went down onto her knees and bowed to him. Nuh-uh. I wasn't having any of that. "Go on, Crystal. Follow your friend. Unlike you, she's got a brain."
Crystal, hurry!
"Come on, sweetie, just..." I don't know what came over me. One second my arm was by my side, and the next second it had pulled back and swung around with enormous speed, punching Dante right in his snobby face. "Ow!" The crowd gasped. A teacher appeared. "Crystal! Detention! Now!" I was too stunned to move. What was that? Later in the principal's office, Principal Morgan was really scolding me.
"This is so unlike you, Crystal. You're usually very quiet and mellow. What happened?"
I agree. He must have done something horrible to cause such a reaction. What did he do, sweetie? He asked me to bow to him. Okay, while that is bad, that does not justify punching him. I'm sorry, Crystal, but I'm going to have to expel you. What? Dante is the son of the mayor of this town. I have to set a precedent. But... Principal Morgan stood up and approached me. "I'll be taking your..." And suddenly a tingling sensation erupted across my skin. And just like before, my limbs moved of their own accord and swiped Principal Morgan off her feet. She came crashing down.
Crystal! She's definitely expelled now!
Something was wrong with me. Mom agreed and took me to the hospital that evening. And after running several tests, the doctors came to a dark conclusion. She has a rare condition called ninja-loxia. What does that mean? It's a rare condition that basically turns her into a ninja whenever she feels threatened. I advise you to learn how to control it so you don't seriously hurt someone. Is there nothing else we can do? I'm afraid not. Luckily, Mom was able to give Principal Morgan the doctor's report so I could still stay at school. But the news of my condition had left me shocked. I didn't want to hurt anyone. The next day at school, we were in the cafeteria again when I saw Dante walk in. He had a band-aid on the side of his face where I had punched him. I'm gonna go apologize to him. No, don't! He doesn't deserve it. He's a jerk. Maybe, but I should still apologize. I managed to escape Allie's grasps and walk up to Dante. He had 2 other guys beside him. It looked like he'd managed to get a group of sheep already.
Back off, pea-brains! Yeah, unless you want a knuckle sandwich! Shut it, thing 1 and thing 2!
Dante, What? I wanted to say I'm sorry. I'm sorry for punching you. I never should have resorted to violence. Can you forgive me? Dante said nothing. He just looked at me. He had a weird expression on his face, too. After a while, I just left. It was so awkward. Later, Allie and I were at the skate park, skating around like we usually did. I flew off the ramp, but while I was in the air, my feet slipped from the board.
Crystal, look out!
I was heading straight for the fence. If I didn't do something quick, I would be fence food. Suddenly, my body curled into a ball and I flipped and landed on my feet, avoiding the fence, as if I were Spider-Man. No, as if I were a ninja.
That was awesome!
Really? Suddenly, we heard slow clapping and one of Dante's goons appeared.
Wow, amazing!
Then Dante and his other friend appeared.
What are you doing here? We've come to give you the payback you deserve. You defied King Dante. You know what happens to people who defy the crown.
I felt my body ready into a defensive stance. No, control yourself.
Come on, Dante. Let's show this little girl what you're made of. Yeah, go King Dante!
Dante stood there. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. What was he planning to do first? Punch me? Kick me? But a minute passed and still he did nothing. He just stared at me. His goons looked confused, then one of them stepped forward.
Oh, of course. Why should King Dante do the dirty work? Let me beat this brat. Do it!
He advanced towards me, and I readied to defend myself, but suddenly the dude went flying and crashed to the ground. What had just happened? I looked up and saw Dante glaring at his friend with disgust. Don't you dare hurt her.
Huh?
Dante looked up at me. Was it just me, or was he blushing? I'm so sorry for how we've behaved, Crystal. Goodbye. And they left. Just like that. Allie and I looked at each other in shock. Had that really just happened? I had no idea what to make of that ordeal, but I knew my body was experiencing a crazy amount of emotions because that night I had a crazy nightmare. I was running down the road and someone was chasing me. For some reason, they had Allie's voice, even though it was a man. The man chased me and cornered me in an alleyway. I readied my hand back, then punched him with all my might. Suddenly, I heard a scream and woke up. Mom was on the ground, holding a bruised eye. Mom! Did I hit you? Mom quickly got up to comfort me. It's all right, honey. Really? I was horrified at myself. I couldn't stay here. I couldn't risk it. I ran between Mom's outstretched arms and leapt out of the open window. No! Crystal, wait! I ran down the street as fast as I could. It was pouring rain and I couldn't see clearly in the darkness. I crossed the street and narrowly missed being run over. I made it to a quieter part of town. I didn't know where I was heading. What should I do?
Lost, little girl?
6 men surrounded me. They all looked like crooked thieves.
Be a good little girl and give us all your money.
I don't have any on me.
We'll see about that.
They pressed in closer and just like that, I switched. I was in survival mode. My ears sharpened, my vision cleared. I was ready. They didn't stand a chance. I knocked out the first guy with a quick jab, then the other went down with my flying kick. Down they went one after another, until just one remained. Wait, please! I did a backflip, crushing his temple with my foot, and he too went crumbling down like a sandcastle. I breathed heavily. That was
awesome!
But then a tingling sensation spread over my body, and I spotted more thieves swarming out of the darkness.
Oh, you! You'll pay for what you did to our friends!
There were too many of them. I didn't think I could handle them all at once. Then suddenly a car screeched and skidded to a stop beside me. The door opened and I couldn't believe who was in the back seat. Get in! I hesitated. Who would I rather? Dozens of thieves who were out to get me? Or Dante? It was a hard choice, but eventually I leapt into the car with Dante and we sped off. Thank you for saving me. Don't mention it. Dante asked his driver to take us to a scenic view of the ocean so we could cool down. I hopped out of the car as soon as we arrived and sat down on the cliff ledge. I heard Dante follow after me and sit down too. So, you gonna tell me what happened? Just got into a little trouble. What are you doing out at this time of night? Why do you care? Dante looked a little hurt. I sighed. I'm sorry. I'm just a little on edge. No, don't apologize. I should be the one. He looked away. What was up with him? Are you okay?
Me? Yeah, of course. I wasn't the one who was just attacked by a gang of thieves.
True. But still. I put my hand on his. You okay? He stiffened, then let out a sigh. I like you. I froze. What? I like you, okay? I like you. You're the only girl who actually cares, who actually looks at me, who sees me, who... He bit his lip. I've said too much, and I don't know what happened. Just like how my body moved of its own accord whenever it felt threatened, it moved of its own accord now, but for an entirely different reason. I gently turned his face to me and leaned in and kissed him. It felt like my heart was dancing inside. When we finally broke away, Dante looked like he was on cloud 9. Wow. I was shocked by this sudden turn of events. Who knew I would be kissing King Dante? But he had changed. He wasn't the snobby King Dante he used to be. Listen, I'm throwing a birthday party tomorrow. You should come. Sure. Can I bring Allie? Allie? My best friend. Of course. Thanks. I kissed him again on the cheek, and later he dropped me back home. When Mom saw me, she embraced me. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. Mom, you have no idea. The next day, Allie and I walked over to Dante's house. Did I say house? I meant mansion. Seriously, his dad had big bucks. We rang the doorbell and Dante opened the door. Crystal, Allie, you both look amazing. Thanks, Dante. We entered and he led us around to where the other party guests were gathered. We're about to cut the cake. You know the rules, Dante. You have to give the first slice to the person you like the most. Dante blushed, then promptly handed me the first slice without any hesitation. Now it was my turn to blush while the whole crowd whooped and hollered. I turned to look at Allie, but she seemed to have disappeared. Are you enjoying the party? It's great. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna get us some juice. But he didn't get right back. It was an hour before I saw him again, and only after I looked around the whole giant house. Eventually, I found him out on the balcony. Dante, what are you doing out here? Dante sniffled. Had he been crying? What's wrong? Why do you care? What? Dante, what are you talking about? It's fine. You don't have to pretend anymore. Allie told me everything. What? She told me how you were only pretending to like me back. You were just doing some giant scheme to get me kicked out of school. Fine. See if I care. I'm moving out of town. But Dante! He brushed past me and disappeared into another room. I was speechless. Why had Allie told him that? I went downstairs to try and find Allie. Have you seen Allie?
I think I saw her by the snacks table.
I ran over and sure enough, there she was, nibbling on some Doritos innocently.
Allie!
Allie spun around.
Oh, it's you.
Why did you do it, Allie?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie to me!
Just shut up and ninja your way back home.
My body began to move, and suddenly the bowl of punch was in my hands.
Wait, what are you? Too late.
I hurled the bowl of punch straight at her, and it smashed her right in the face. She was drenched. Everyone started laughing and pointing at her. Suddenly I felt guilty. Allie, I'm sorry, Wait! I followed after her down the street, searching for her blue hair. Suddenly I felt a tingling sensation again, and I turned to my left. There, in the bushes. I rushed over to find Allie sitting there on her own, drawing in the dirt. Allie?
Ah! How did you find me?
Allie, why did you tell Dante those lies? Allie looked like she was about to cry. Then finally she exploded.
I'm so sorry!
Huh? Allie collapsed onto me, holding me tight.
I'm sorry I did it!
But why did you?
Because I have a crush on Dante!
What?
I did the moment I saw him,
but he only had eyes for you. I got so jealous. I'm so sorry, Crystal. I never should have let a guy come between us. Please, will you forgive me? I looked at Crystal in her puffy eyes and smiled kindly. Of course I forgive you. You're my best friend. We hugged, then Allie stood up suddenly. I'm gonna go tell Dante the truth right now. Don't bother. I didn't really like him that much anyway. He's kinda needy. Allie looked shocked, then laughed out loud. I laughed with her. Then we linked arms and headed down the street. Best friends for life! Hi, I'm Mulan, and I grew up in an orphanage, which wasn't so bad since many people loved me because of my incredible skating skills. When I was just 7 years old, I could even spin in the air with my skate shoes.
Wow, she's like a bird!
I loved the attention I got from everyone. Though there were a few kids who were jealous of me, I simply ignored them until one Christmas day. This boy with a big head tried to ruin my skating shoes.
Ooh, what do we have here? Is it your ugly shoes, Mulan Balan?
Give it back now, Hammerhead!
If you want it, you gotta catch it.
He threw one of them high up in the air, and I sprung onto the dining table and caught it with my mouth before I charged after the silly boy who couldn't even fight back after that.
Leave me alone! Ah!
Don't ever touch my shoe again.
Mulan, get down from that table right now! You've ruined Christmas!
Sorry.
That was the last Christmas we were ever served chicken, and everyone hated me because of it, especially our guardian. She spread lies about me being too wild, so no one wanted to adopt me.
She's pretty, but a bit too strong for a girl.
It hurt, and I thought I was doomed to never be a part of a family. But when I turned 16, something out of this world happened. I was running an errand for the orphanage when I saw a woman standing by the bridge. She looked like she wanted to jump, but some idiots were busy videoing her.
No! Don't do it!
I flew like Wonder Woman and got her away from there.
Cut. Kid, who are you? You just ruined our show.
Show? Are you crazy? This woman was about to jump, and you're busy taking videos with your stupid phones?
Suddenly, the woman I saved and everyone else began to laugh at me.
We are shooting a movie, dear. I'm an actress, but thanks for saving me, my hero.
Oh. I ran away from there before I could embarrass myself further, wishing no one in the movie crew and I would ever cross ways again. But the next day, I was called into the nun's office, and I was shocked to see the actress and the producer smiling at me. Hey, I didn't introduce myself yesterday. My name is Percy, and this is my husband, Will. We would like you to be a part of our family.
Are you sure you don't want to choose anyone else? Mulan is a bit ungirly. You may just bring her back in a week.
Her straightforward personality is just what we like. What do you say, Mulan? The Guardian's words made me super angry, and determined to prove her wrong, I said yes. That same day, I packed up and followed the couple home. I was a bit nervous, but Percy's sweetness was reassuring. We already have a son, and I'm sure you two would get along. His name is Gordon. Their house was a big multi-duplex. And just as we went into the sitting room, a bowl of mashed potatoes suddenly came flying at us. A guy my age was yelling at a shivering maid. I couldn't believe he had just thrown food like it was nothing.
Ugh, it's too lumpy. Why can't you do anything right?
Gordon, honey, please calm down.
Come and meet your new sis.
Gordon stomped over to me, and I nearly melted from how he glared at me.
And don't call her my sis. She will never be Laura.
You got that half right, bro. I am a champion. What are you? A loser who throws tantrums over food? His jaw dropped in shock, and he pointed at me.
Return it. I don't want it.
I'm a person, not an it, dumb skull.
She's part of our family now, Gordon. There's no going back.
Gordon walked out angrily, and after dinner, my parents showed me to a beautiful bedroom. I tried to act all cool, but inside I was all jittery. I had a beautiful large space all to myself. Bye-bye, cramped dorms. Don't worry about Gordon. He'll come around. I hoped he did, because I was already feeling super comfortable. Thanks, I can deal with babies like him. I fell asleep just as my head touched the very soft mattress. But hours later, I felt something crawling up my side. When I turned, I came face to face with a monster wearing a red jacket. Ah! I grabbed my pillow and smacked blindly at it, but only ended up smashing the vanity mirror and lampstand. It ran and jumped out of the window just as my new parents came in. Mulan, what's wrong? Haunted. Your house is haunted.
No way. Did you see something?
All I could do was point at the window.
There's nothing there. No one. Must be your imagination. You know, the change in environment and stuff.
They were looking at me like I was a little crazy, so I decided to play it down. Sure, you must be right. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night and kept my lights on. Thankfully, Percy stayed with me. The next morning, Percy and Will left super early for work, so I went to the kitchen and insisted on helping the maid prepare breakfast.
Okay, you can blend these tomatoes.
She put some tomatoes in a glass jar and switched a button. I yelped when the tomato turned liquid in seconds.
Eek! What is that?
It's a blender, doofus. Never seen one before.
I glared at Gordon as he came in looking all smug.
Of course I have.
Liar. I know you were nothing but a backwater village girl.
Don't call me that.
Prove me wrong. What is this?
The thing was a blocky machine with a really big pipe. I had no idea what it was.
I know what it is, but I'm not telling just because you asked.
He smiled evilly at me and did something with the machine that had it coming at me with its pipe wide and about to suck me in. Ah! He chased me around the house with it, despite the maid yelling for him to stop, ruining everything in his path. Later, when Percy and Will came back, the house still looked like a war zone, despite my efforts and the maids to put it back together.
What happened here?
It's Milan. I think she's a bit crazy. She just started screaming and ruining everything.
He's lying. Ask her. He's the one who went crazy. I turned to the maid for her to speak as a witness, but she was staring at Gordon and shivering like a leaf.
It's true. Milan did it.
With the way I had ruined my room last night, I couldn't totally blame them for believing the lie.
Milan, 1 hour at the porch, now.
I went out to the porch feeling horrible. Gordon had succeeded in making me appear like a nutcase anymore, and I was sure the couple would kick me out. I couldn't let that happen. The guardian would laugh at me.
I am sorry, Milan. I know you didn't do it.
Then why did you send me out?
It was the only way to avoid Gordon throwing tantrums. Gordon is kind of a problem child. My husband and I thought that maybe he was just really lonely and needed a sibling.
So that's why I'm here? As his pacifier?
No, you see, Gordon had a twin sister with your personality. He became this way soon after we lost her.
I felt chills run down my spine at the sad news.
Oh, sorry about that. Our family has never been the same again, and we just wanted to be a family of 4 again this Christmas, and the rest.
I won't baby him like you guys, but I'll try to understand him. That was my promise. But it was so hard to keep because Gordon, now aware of my technophobia, kept pulling pranks at me. Soon, I was registered in the same school as him, and I was stunned to see how different Gordon was there. He was the complete opposite, quiet and so reserved. It didn't take long for me to discover why. I was working out some class assignments when a group of overgrown boys entered our class and walked right up to him.
Hey, Gordon, what's in the bag?
They grabbed his bag and began rummaging through it like raccoons.
Oh, yes. Mommy's boy got the cash as usual.
Wait, that's my lunch. Don't take it.
Are you sure, Gordon? You know what will happen if I don't, right? I will show everyone the video of—
Okay, take it. It's all yours.
They laughed and walked away, and though I was really mad at them, I didn't want to jump in until I understood what they had over him. So the moment we were on our ride home, I asked, "Those kids from before, what's their deal?"
Mind your business.
Look, I don't know what has you so angry, but if being nasty to everyone is your way of feeling better after those kids are nasty to you, then you're the lowest. He didn't talk to me again, and I ignored him right back, leaving the car as soon as we arrived home. Later, just to pass the time, I went exploring the house, and I was shocked to find a fancy pair of used skating shoes.
That's my sister's.
She used to skate. I do too.
Oh, so that's why my parents adopted you. You remind them of—
Oh, whoa! Don't pull any reincarnation stuff on me now. He looked so sad, and I had to comfort him. I am not a replacement for your sister, but I can be an awesome sis to you if you drop the attitude.
You were right. I am always angry, not only because I miss my sis, but those kids make my life horrible. I was dared to bark like a dog at one of their birthday parties. I didn't know they videoed it. If they show it to the whole school, I'll be the biggest laughingstock of the century.
Those jerks! I have an idea. But first, you owe me an apology for sneaking into my room that night. The masked figure was you, wasn't it?
Yeah, I am sorry. Wanted to freak you out in a way.
The following school week, I had dog costumes ready for my plan.
Are you sure about this?
Trust me, do something worse than what they have done in the video, and the video won't hold water. As if timed, the group came to us.
Hey, Gordon, lunch money. You know what will happen if you don't cooperate.
Post a video of me barking like a dog?
Oh, growing wings now. Just watch as we show the whole school the video next week as a Christmas gift.
As soon as they turned their backs, Gordon and I donned the dog costumes and chased after them on all fours, barking like dogs.
Ah, freaks!
They ran screaming like babies, and many students got a good video. The big guy had tears in his eyes when we pinned him down.
Now you're the one on camera. How's that for a Merry Christmas in advance?
The stunt earned us a detention, but it didn't matter because Gordon was so happy. He hugged me right as we got home.
Thanks, sis.
It's what siblings do for each other. Gordon and I nearly had a heart attack when our parents arrived looking like mad people.
Pack your essentials and let's leave, now.
What? Why?
Just obey, Milan. We will explain later. There's no time.
We packed up and they drove us to a decaying cabin. There was no light, and we had to get firewood to heat ourselves up.
Okay, can anyone explain what we are doing here now?
My question exactly.
We didn't have enough money to adopt you, so we had to borrow from a loan shark. Now he's asking for the money in a week, or he's going to make trouble. Or worse, take you.
Take me? Huh, I am not some doll.
How much are we talking about?
15 grand. There's no way we would get that in a week. We can't let Milan go, so we have to hide for now until we get the money.
I am so sorry, Milan. Your first Christmas with us is going to be terrible.
I was touched that they would rather stay in this dying cabin than let me go, but I had no idea how to help. Even Gordon was so desperate to help, he began to act a bit crazy. We were having dinner one night when he came in wearing the red cape, the one he scared me with on my first night at the house, and carrying a shovel. Where are you going?
If I shovel 1,000 driveways, I can get 15 grand and we can go back home.
Shovel 1,000 driveways? Are you crazy? Young man, drop the cape and come eat.
Never! This house is on the brink of collapse.
Suddenly, the roof of our cabin tore off, and the wind rushed in, taking the cape Gordon had refused to remove and bringing in a flyer.
Oh no.
See?
While everyone was panicking about the roof, I grabbed the flyer and almost screamed with joy.
15 grand for winning a skating competition on the 25th?
Before we could read more, the wind took it back. But I knew how to help, and it wasn't at all crazy like shoveling 1,000 driveways. I trained for the day like a horse. But when Percy arrived with the costume she designed, I wanted to run.
Why does it have bulbs and wires inside? It's going to display Christmas lights and make your performance stand out.
Sounds nice, but the idea of the gown was a big challenge to my technophobia.
Look, it's okay. If it makes you uncomfortable, I will just go ahead with my own plan.
Gordon's words gave me a morale boost. He was willing to shovel 1,000 driveways for me. This was my family now too, and making sacrifices came with the package.
It's okay, I'll wear it.
The D-Day came, and I dressed up in the clothes that felt like bombs to me, just as I was announced to come and perform. Gordon handed me his sister's skating shoes.
I want you to have it because you're my sister now.
I couldn't speak with how happy I was to finally be accepted by Gordon. I changed into the shoes and felt a renewed confidence. I got onto the rink and began to skate. When our clothes lit up with different colors and lights, people stood up and gave us a standing ovation.
You did it! You did it!
We did it. I came in second place for a $12 grand prize. And to top it all, one of the judges asked to be my coach for the next Winter Olympics. Mom and Dad were so happy. We're so proud of you.
At least with what I have, it's more than enough to pay our lender. Now let's go home and have a proper Christmas party.
But instead of getting home, we got stuck in traffic.
Hey, what's going on? There's a mountain of snow ahead. We need to wait for it to be cleared up.
This Christmas is ruined.
Hey, it's not compulsory we sit around a table eating chicken for Christmas. We hardly did that at the orphanage.
Really? What did you do then?
We sing.
No way.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love said to me,
1 pair of slippers, 2 pairs of boxers, and a very hot bowl of beef stew.
Okay, let's not sing.
You are something else, Milan. You came and lit up our family like a Christmas tree. Thank you.
It wasn't the typical family Christmas, but I was so happy and grateful for what I now had. I was loved. I had a family. What makes Christmas perfect isn't the lights and the bulbs and the gifts. It's just being with the ones who love you and who you love.
Hi, I'm Jewel. Thank you for tuning in to STA. Please like and subscribe. Ever since I was a little girl, I loved painting. My favorite artist was Georgia O'Keeffe. Once I felt so inspired by her works that I started painting the walls of my room, and then my parents walked in.
Ah! Is that fire?
Did somebody say fire? Oh!
It's not fire, Mom. It's just paint. See?
This is a mess. When will you stop playing around with paint?
Oh, Jewel, we've told you to invest your time better by reading and becoming a lawyer.
Well, I don't want to be a lawyer. I'm going to be an artist. My parents were big-time politicians who gave me almost everything I asked for, but life with them wasn't easy. Thanks to their career, they were always obsessing over what the media and people would say about them that they wouldn't let me live a normal life. I wasn't even allowed to wear the same outfit twice.
Oh, honey, didn't I just buy you a dashing Gucci gown for this party?
But Mom, I love this gown, and besides, I've only worn it once.
Listen to your mom and wear the new one. I don't want people wagging their tongues that I can't take care of my family.
Apart from being obsessed with what people were or were not saying about them, my parents were also paranoid of my safety. I wasn't even allowed to go to school without my personal security guards. Thanks to that, most of my classmates shied away from me.
Hey, I'm Jewel. Can we be friends?
I gotta go. And the ones who didn't shy away practically kissed my feet just to roll with me, and I hated that.
Hey, I love your hairdo. I'm sure your parents paid a ton for it. Everything you wear is so chic.
This hair is like this because I haven't combed it for 3 days now.
Oh, well, it's still gorgeous.
The situation at school made me very lonely, and it didn't help that my parents wanted me to be their only child. No matter what I did, they wouldn't budge on the matter. One day we were shopping, and I was so drawn by the cute little things in the baby section.
Look, Mom, isn't this onesie cute?
True, but there's no one in our family it would fit.
I grinned because Mom had fallen into my trap with those words.
Can't we just buy it now and keep it for when you have my baby brother or sister? Please?
Mind what you say in public. The tabloids can be anywhere. Jewel, you have all the toys in the world. How could you possibly be lonely? I won't ruin my shape to get another baby.
Then adopt.
No way!
My parents had more than enough to take care of a dozen more children, so I couldn't understand why they would neither give birth to another nor adopt. I kept pushing for it, until one time when I was 13, I took it a little bit too far. They were in a press meeting, and I just walked in on them.
So, Dad, Mom, you haven't told me why I can't have a brother or sister.
Mom and Dad went red in the face and began to sputter.
Honey,
The press had a field day, and my parents were so embarrassed and angry. They exploded on me as soon as we were alone.
Never you, ever in your life ask us about having siblings again!
But I want one!
Well, that's one thing you can never have. Don't be so greedy. Pull a stunt like this again, and I'm going to get rid of every single painting you think we don't know about.
I couldn't bear to have anything happen to my hard work, so after that incident, I stopped asking them for a sibling. I almost resigned my life to one of loneliness. But when I turned 15, a ray of sun burst into my life. In the 10th grade, we were introduced to a new art teacher.
Hello, everyone. I am Miss Millicent. I will be your art teacher henceforth.
On that first day, she asked us to present our best artwork. Seeking to impress, I threw all my passion into my painting. But just as I finished, students had gathered around and were laughing at it.
This should be awarded the grossest painting of the century.
I wanted to burst out with anger, but of course if I did anything like that, it was sure to be on the headlines tomorrow. So I grabbed the canvas to take it down, but out of nowhere, Miss Millicent grabbed my hand.
Hey, let me see that.
I gave her the painting and waited for more criticism, but she began to gush over it instead.
Wow, is this a girl hatching from a bird's egg? It's so beautiful. This is my favorite art so far.
Thanks.
What's your name, girl?
I'm Jewel.
Even though we were at least 17 years apart, Miss Millicent took a liking to me, and trust me, the feeling was mutual. We would hang out in her office or at the school studio during breaks. And one day she even invited me to see her art at home, but that took an unexpectedly horrible turn.
I'm so sorry. I can't make it.
What? Why?
My parents don't even approve of my career choice. They will just go bonkers.
Oh, don't worry. I have first-hand experience with strict parents. I can put in a word across to them for you. Can you give me their number?
My parents never liked me giving their number to outsiders, but I figured it was okay since Millicent and I were friends now. That's my mom's.
Her name? It's funny, I don't even know your family name.
Mrs. Holly Holloway. The moment I mentioned that name, Millicent seemed to freeze over and stared at me like I had grown 2 heads. I was quickly uncomfortable.
Are you okay?
You're Holly Holloway's daughter?
Yes, I am Jewel Holloway. What?
Without any explanation, she walked out on me. Millicent stopped being nice to me. She wouldn't even spare me a glance in class and would shun me if I tried to get close to her. It got to the point I couldn't take it anymore.
Did my mom offend you? Why are you ignoring me ever since I told you?
Why don't you ask your parents instead?
For several days, asking my parents to know what Millicent's deal was an impossible feat because they were out on a campaign and could only spare pleasantries whenever we talked. I was so restless with curiosity. Thankfully, I soon discovered what was behind her change of attitude. We had a school project, and I had to get some items from the basement for it. As I was searching, my hands hit a dusty wooden box hidden at the back of the shelf.
What? What's this dusty stuff? Let me guess. Another vintage jewelry used and abandoned by Mom.
But when I opened the box, I was stunned to see a picture of a girl with black hair and green eyes.
Who is this pretty girl?
Beneath the photo was a letter, and when I read it,
Hello, Mom and Dad. It's been 2 months since you last sent me
I couldn't believe my eyes. The girl was calling my parents mom and dad and asking them for some money. Did my parents have a child I didn't know about? I had to meet her and get answers, but I knew I wouldn't be successful if the guards followed behind me, so I sneaked out of the house. An hour later, I arrived at the address printed on the letter and knocked at the door, and when it opened, I was shocked to see
Miss Millicent?
Looking at her now, I could see she was the girl in the picture.
What are you doing here?
You sent my parents a letter. You called them.
Suddenly, she pulled me into the house and shut the door.
I sent them that letter years ago. I have a job now, so I don't need their help.
Who are they to you exactly?
Your parents, Jewel, are my parents too. But simply, I am your big sister.
By that time, I had put two and two together, but it was still shocking to hear.
How? Our parents had me when they were very young, and things were really good for us. But 17 years later, after they gave birth to you, you became the apple of their eyes, and I became like a stranger. They would snap at whatever I did or said. I couldn't take it.
What happened?
After a verbal match, they termed me rebellious and sent me away to live with Mom's sister. I left as soon as I reached adulthood.
By the time Darcy was done telling her story, I was so mad at Mom and Dad.
All of that sounds like teenage hormones acting up. It's not enough to send you out.
Well, you're right, but the harm has been done. They don't care about me anymore, and that's why I had to stop talking to you. If they know we're in contact, they would go angry bull mode and think I have somehow influenced you. Please go.
But we're sisters.
Just pretend like you never met me.
She shooed me out of her house, and I went home angry at my parents for keeping me away from the sibling I had longed for years. But I was also excited to know I had a big sis and wanted to know everything about her. So I deafened my ears for her request for me to stay away from her. That's why I kind of showed up at her house the next day.
What part of pretend you never saw me don't you understand?
I'm just hanging out at your porch. Pretend I'm not here.
You know I can't do that. Come in.
Oh, you don't have to. But thank you.
Good grief.
The ice broke between Darcy and I when I stumbled into her makeshift studio. I was blown away with the pencil work she had.
Whoa, these drawings are amazing.
You really think so?
I'm itching to paint one. Can I?
Let's try one then.
Together, we painted one of them and it was so amazing.
We make a good team.
Eventually, my sister warmed up to me, and we even resumed hanging out together at school. As much as I wanted to confront my parents with what they had done, I kept to myself because Millicent was convinced it would just make things worse. But like most secrets, I couldn't hide it forever. After I graduated high school, my parents prepared a special dinner night to celebrate.
So, Jewel, we picked a law school for you to attend now that you graduated.
You picked a law school for me? Who asked you to do that?
We are just doing what is best for you.
What's best for me is letting me do what I love that makes me happy.
It's either this
Or what? You send me away like you did Millicent?
I slapped my hand over my mouth at the mention of Millicent, but it was too late.
How did you know about Millicent?
Since the cat was out of the bag, I figured I might as well point out their unfair treatment to her.
I can't believe that all these years I wanted a sibling, you didn't care to let me know I already had one. What kind of parents are you? How did you become so consumed with your career? Your children became disposable.
I left them gaping in shock and went to my room, hoping that their conscience would prick them enough to bring Millicent first thing in the morning. But they did the opposite. I went to my former high school the next day to find a crowd outside my sister's empty office.
What's going on here? Two bald men came in here some minutes ago and whisked Miss Millicent away into a limo.
The description of them fit my bodyguards. It was obvious that my parents were involved in this, and they didn't deny it when I confronted them.
Where did you take her?
We gave her a new place to live. She's our daughter, all right? We can never hurt her. Just do what we ask you to do, and you can see her again.
Are we having this conversation again? No, I will not compromise on my future.
It's that, or you say goodbye to us being your parents. The luxury you're living in will be gone.
I will give up that luxury 1,000 times for my freedom and happiness.
Jewel!
Now may I please have her whereabouts? I think I might just move in with her. Be sure to wipe out records of me as your daughter as well.
Seeing that my mind was made up, my parents had no choice but to give me my sister's new address. I packed up and went straight to the place, only to see her leaving with a suitcase.
Millicent!
Jewel, what are you doing here? With a bag?
I left them. I refuse to be their puppet anymore. Where are you going? Isn't this the house they gave you?
Well, I don't want their stupid handouts in house. I am leaving the city.
I'm coming with you.
Are you sure? Things will be a bit tough.
Trust me, I have had my full share of tough.
We moved to another city far away, and to support ourselves, we went into the art-making business full-time, auctioning each finished one. We made good money, enough for me to start college. And without my ex-bodyguards hovering over me, I made many friends. For 2 years, we didn't hear anything from our parents, and we didn't contact them either, though I missed them a good deal. One day, Millicent came home with big news.
Jewel, you've got to look at this. Big couple politicians resigned for unknown reason.
Our parents resigned? For real? Could we be the unknown reason?
We would have to wait and see.
When we didn't hear anything from them many months after that news, we concluded that their resignation didn't have anything to do with us. But one day, a fast-rising art collector asked to see our studio. And when they arrived...
Millicent! Jewel!
Mom? Dad?
Mom and Dad knelt before us.
Millicent, Jewel, we are so sorry. We didn't realize how selfish and greedy we have become until some months back. Please forgive us and let us come back as a family again.
It's been over 2 years since I left, many more since Millicent, and you expect us to
That's our business card, Jewel. We know we have wronged you two so much that a sorry wouldn't cut it. That's why after we dropped our career, we took up something better fitted for our children's interest. We are art collectors now. And Millicent, we are so sorry. We didn't know how to balance having a new baby with a teenage daughter. Please forgive us.
It wasn't easy, but over time I forgave them, and eventually Millicent did too. We got back together as a family.
My former colleagues would pay richly for your artworks. They are so unique.
And thanks to our parents becoming our marketeers, we soon became a flourishing family business. The luxury I lived in before forever remained in the past, but I got something better. Loving, attentive parents, a big sister, and a simpler, free life. And that's life, guys. It's either this or that. Just make sure that when you choose what truly makes you happy. Something with lasting value, like family.
Say cheese!
Hi, my name is Kelly and I'm from Texas. I was born into a rich family. My dad was the CEO of a huge tech company, and my mom was the top lawyer in the state. Life was good. Or so I thought. One night, I woke up to some noises from downstairs. What could that be? I headed down, but no one was in the kitchen or in the living room. The noises sounded like banging. Eventually, I followed the noises to a strange door I'd never noticed before. I reached my hand out to the doorknob, then suddenly, my mom leapt out. Ah! Honey, what are you doing here? You should be in bed. What's behind this door, Mom? Nothing that concerns you. Come on, off to bed. I ran upstairs to my room, slamming the door behind me. I soon forgot all about the mystery door and the strange noises. That is, until once in 10th grade, my friend Alex pulled me aside in the cafeteria.
Kelly, I have some good news.
What?
Adam has a crush on you.
What? How do you know?
His friend told me.
You see, I'd been crushing on Adam from the moment I laid eyes on him. He was the cutest guy in the school, with the cutest freckles and the sweetest smile. No way.
You have to ask him out.
At first, I said no, but eventually Alex somehow convinced me to ask him out the next day. I approached Adam by his locker. Hey, Adam.
Oh. Hey, Kelly.
I decided to just go for it. Do you want to go out with me? Adam looked confused.
No thanks.
Adam walked away. I was heartbroken. I ran home, stormed into my bedroom, and cried myself to sleep. The next morning, I woke up with puffy eyes. I checked my phone and saw a message from someone I never would have expected. Adam.
Hey, I'm sorry for my blunt reply yesterday. Would you still like to go out with me?
I felt like my heart had grown wings and was flying to heaven. Yes, I wanted to reply. But instead, I texted, sure, tonight at my house.
It's a date.
He even put a heart emoji. And not just the regular blue or green heart, a red heart. I was so smitten. Several hours later, there was a knock at the door. It was Adam. I invited him in and we sat on the couch with some chips and soda. We were making small talk and it was going pretty well.
What is that?
Adam was pointing at the mystery door. I had totally forgotten about it until then. Oh, I don't know, some random door, I guess?
Let's see what's in there.
Sure. We approached the door and Adam lifted his hand, just about to open the door. Suddenly, Dad appeared, almost out of nowhere.
Hey guys, do you want some cookies?
Dad steered us away from the door and into the kitchen. I looked at Dad strangely. He normally didn't bother chatting to any of my guests. Dad sat us down at the kitchen table and offered a plate of cookies. We sat there for a bit, just chatting, and then Adam stood up.
I need to use the bathroom.
It's down the hall to the right. Adam left, and almost 20 minutes passed without any sign of him.
Is he doing number 2?
I hit Dad playfully. Dad! I left to go and check on Adam, but as I turned the corner, I stopped in my tracks. The mystery door. It was open. I realized that I'd never seen it open before. Suddenly, I wondered, what was down there? Memories of my childhood swarmed to the surface. The noises. My parents' strange behavior. Were they hiding something? I slowly approached the open door when suddenly Dad grabbed my arm.
Kelly, stay here.
Dad sounded really serious. He left me and entered the open door, disappearing from sight. I waited there silently, uncertain what to do. About 2 minutes later, Dad returned with Adam. Except Adam looked horrified, literally as if he'd seen a ghost. I was shocked. What had happened to him?
You're forbidden to meet with Adam ever again.
I looked at Dad. What was he talking about? Dad locked the door, left without a word, and took Adam with him. I just stood there, confused, out of my mind. The next day, I immediately found Adam at school. He was by his locker again. Adam, what happened last night? You...
who are you?
I was taken aback. It's me? Kelly? We went on a date last night.
A date?
Adam scoffed.
As if. I would never go on a date with you.
Adam walked away. Okay, now I was really confused. Had Adam forgotten all about our date? Why was he pretending it never happened? I watched Adam walk away and decided that maybe Dad was right. I would stop talking to him. I went to my next class. While I scrolled through Instagram on my phone, bored out of my mind by Mr. Johnson's dull voice, I heard my name over the speakers.
Miss Kelly, please report to the principal's office.
I frowned. I got up and headed to the principal's office. My parents were there too.
Hello, Kelly. Your parents are here to pick you up. You are being unenrolled from this school.
What? My dad said nothing. They took me home and sat me down on the couch. Mom? Dad? Is everything all right?
We have some news, honey.
Good news or bad news?
We're moving.
My jaw dropped. I was devastated. I loved my school, my friends, my home. But despite all my protests, my parents weren't having it. And to make matters worse, we were leaving the next day. I wouldn't even be able to have a goodbye party. The next day came and I managed to say goodbye to Alex, but that was it. We packed everything. My parents had somehow managed to sell the house already, and we left. We drove to a town on the other side of the state, completely in the middle of nowhere. My new school was this old, dingy place with just a few students. I hated it. And it was so weird. The weirdest thing about it was that they had this strange policy where everyone had to wear masquerade masks. One time in class, we were sitting there listening to the teacher when suddenly a loud scream echoed through the halls. The next thing we knew, the door flew open and this girl appeared. She had on a red masquerade mask, and she looked around the room like a wild animal. She started running around the room, wrecking things, throwing books off the shelves. She even grabbed the chalk from the teacher's hand and broke it in half. I was scared out of my mind. What was wrong with this girl? Even weirder still, none of my other classmates nor the teachers seemed concerned. They acted like this was just an average Tuesday. Eventually, after about 10 minutes, the girl calmed down and took a seat at the back of the class. I was frozen with shock. This school was weird. Later that day, I entered the cafeteria. It was less of a cafeteria and more of a tiny kitchen, and sat down among the other students. I stirred my meatloaf, which I'm pretty sure had a toenail in it, when I heard a commotion behind me. 2 students were tormenting another student. I looked again and recognized the girl with the red mask, the one from my class before. The 2 students were laughing and shoving her.
You freak!
The girl cowered on the floor. I got up and confronted them. Hey, leave her alone. The 2 kids looked at me now.
Ew, does this little freak have a girlfriend?
One kid shoved me and the other shoved the girl. I fell and my mask was ripped off, revealing my face. All the students gasped when they realized I wasn't wearing my mask anymore. I looked up angrily, but then I froze. The other girl had her mask ripped off too. I could see her face and it looked exactly like mine. Everyone was staring at us. They looked from my face to hers, all thinking the same thing. They look exactly the same. I was too shocked to speak. The other girl seemed like she was too shocked to speak too. But then she suddenly grabbed her mask and placed it back on and ran out the door. Hey, wait! But the girl was already gone. I got back home and immediately told my parents what had happened.
Oh, honey, you probably just imagined it.
But
don't worry about it. Just focus on your studies and forget about what you thought you saw.
I sighed. Maybe Mom was right. I returned to school the next day. I tried to find the girl with the red mask again, but she wasn't there. I hadn't imagined her, right? I decided to listen to my mom and just focus on my studies. Well, sort of. My mind was sort of distracted by this other thing. Well, a boy to be exact. I was by my locker grabbing my books for my next class. I turned around and bumped into another student. My books and papers went flying.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
The boy said. It's okay. I bent down to gather my papers and the boy helped as well.
Hey, I'm Jerry.
I'm Kelly.
Listen, you're in my math class, right?
I looked up. I thought I recognized his blue mask. Yeah, I think so.
Do you wanna, study together sometime? I could really use the help.
I felt my face go red. I was thankful this mask hid my face from him. Sure. We agreed on a date and soon we were study partners. Jerry was so sweet. We would study together every evening at my house and my parents seemed chill about it too. When we were at home, we were allowed to take our masks off. And the first time we did, I felt my heart skip a beat. Jerry was so cute. Like seriously, the cutest guy I'd ever seen. I soon started to develop a crush on him. He was cute, sweet, kind. What more could you ask for? But what happened next changed everything. It was Friday. I was looking forward to the weekend and a break. I called Jerry but got no answer. That's strange. Maybe he was by his locker. I went over to his locker to check, but then I got the shock of my life. It was Jerry kissing another girl. My heart literally shattered in my chest. I could almost hear it crack apart like shattered glass. Jerry, how could you? Jerry broke away and looked at me in confusion.
How?
The girl he was kissing looked at me and I gasped. It was her. The girl who looked just like me. Except instead of her usual red mask, she was wearing a green mask, exactly like mine.
Kelly? What?
The girl, my twin, stepped back and bolted. Nuh-uh, you're not getting away this time. I chased after her. It was like a Mission Impossible chase scene or something. I followed her through the school all the way out into the parking lot and into the woods. Eventually, I got lost and stopped to catch my breath. Then I felt a shadow behind me. Ah! I spun around. The girl, she was standing right there. She took off her mask and looked at me. "What are you doing here?" I was paralyzed with fear. "What? Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me?" The girl hesitated. "You don't know?" I shook my head. "You really don't know? Wow. Okay, well, you may want to sit down." We sat down right there on the ground, and the girl, who I learned was called Katie, explained everything. And boy, did she blow my mind. "My name is Katie, and I'm your clone. You may not know this, but I've been living in your basement for the past 15 years. That is until one day your friend, I think his name was Adam, opened the door. I saw my chance. I ran past him and broke out of my prison. Your parents were holding me captive there. You see, I was a failed experiment, an accidental clone, and they knew if the world found out about me, they would go to prison, or worse. But I couldn't bear being stuck down there anymore. I had to be free. So I escaped and I made it here." Katie paused. I felt like my mind was caving in. My clone? I was struggling to process all this. "But Jerry, I'm sorry about that. I thought you knew about me too. I thought you were also keeping me captive. I hated you. That's why I kissed Jerry." "Oh," I hesitated, then laid down on my back, gazing up at the sky. "So, you're like my twin." "I guess so." We were silent for a few seconds. "Listen, please don't tell anyone about me, especially not your parents. If they find out where I am, they'll imprison me again." I hesitated. What should I do? Katie did seem pretty crazy. Maybe she shouldn't be let out into the world, but maybe she was just a girl who wanted to be free. I started laughing. "You're a lunatic. You really think I'm gonna let you be free?" I took out my phone to call my dad, but before I could, Katie snatched my phone. "You're a jerk!" She ran off. I watched her leave, watched my own clone disappear into the woods, and I never saw her again.